Well, I mean, what's feeling better, Stuckmanized or fucking whatever nostalgia criticism makes you feel?
No, let's do Stuckman. It's something different,
No,
and like you said, we're getting ready to cover Nostalgia Critic fairly
Or are we
soon
just talking the
anyway.
terminology?
yeah, and just
Because
terminology. Would you rather, like, I don't know what's fucking worse, man. Dealing with like a shitty Stuckman review of shitty fucking nostalgia critic take, or dealing with like whatever comes out of Lily Orchard's mouth.
I mean, in theory, depending on how long it takes, we could potentially cover both.
Oh
So
god.
yeah,
if we get through
That's
the Stuckman
true.
video like really quickly, we could pull up the Nostalgia Critic video and see what he has to say.
We're live,
and
I
by
it
the
just
is
way.
don't think
entirely
he's gonna
possible
say
because
much.
Stuckman has this habit of just not fucking saying anything.
We're
Yeah,
live.
pretty much.
We're live,
Pretty
by the
much.
way.
Oh
We're
yay! Hello,
We're
everybody.
live.
yeah.
Hi, everybody on YouTube.
Hi.
Well, howdy.
Welcome to episode 15 of Y.A.R.P. And today, we've got, of course, JakeTheSurgen, who introduced himself just 2 seconds ago. How's everybody doing?
I wonder, is Jake gonna talk like a Muppet the whole time, or was that just for intro?
Just Kermit.
That-
We just have Kermit the Frog just on the podcast.
Yeah. Why
Hey,
is this
everybody.
guy's
I am
argument so
Kermit the
retarded?
Frog.
How
You know,
long?
got to get away from the bacon and chain, if you know what I mean, every now and then.
Oh God. How far?
I'm pretty sure that is an actual joke from the Muppets, by the way.
How how long could we maintain impressions for an episode? Like if Slayer, you did Skeletor, fucking Jake did Kermit. I don't know what Ninja and I would do in terms of impressions, but
I honestly don't know. I've never actually tried maintaining an impression for an extended period of time.
somebody has to do Bane, apparently. No, it's
Just put your hands over your mouth
So-
and talk like this, Batman.
One of the coolest things about I started watching that Harley Quinn animated show on HBO, and the fact that they have Bane do the fucking Bane voice like the entire time.
yeah, it's
It's
so
great.
Oh yeah, that's just what that character sounds like now.
yeah.
It really
I think we
is,
all
yeah.
just have to accept it because it, as Tismy as the voice was at first, admit it, it's kind of grown on all of us.
It really has. Like it's
Oh, yeah, it's
pretty
hilarious.
it's
yeah,
pretty
it's
ridiculous.
a really fun voice, and it is distinctive.
I'm going
It's
to
like you
blow up.
recognize it immediately. That's the character voice right there.
I'm going to blow up Gotham Stadium.
What the fuck, Batman?
Yeah, the fact that everybody swears.
That's
now.
the great thing too, is hearing him like cuss, and like he's usually the butt of every joke, but every once in a while he'll really like strike back, and it's great.
I mean, it's a great voice to be sassy with.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
The
booyah,
show is actually a lot
Kacha!
better than I expected, which has been nice.
I do like how they got Michael Ironsides to voice Darkseid again.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Michael Ironside hasn't been doing much. I actually heard a retarded take today.
Oh, what was
that they
it?
should do a Starship Troopers prequel where it's just Michael Ironside, and I immediately went, they have to wheel him out of his fucking coffin.
Why? Why would they do that?
Can we
I
just
don't
not?
know.
Nobody understands the first movie. They need to go back, put their fucking nose in the corner, and understand the first movie.
Oh no, they have to
Exactly.
do another one, and this time we have to spend the next 20 years arguing over whether or not it's communism, just to balance it out.
Guys, but
It would be more
Nazis.
topical.
Starship Troopers is not fascist. Just gonna say that.
Oh,
mean,
absolutely not. It's fucking
yeah.
hilarious that people think that. Literally, I watched that the guy that they posted it in the EFAP group thing. He did the video about it, and he was like, he did a supercut of every time Rico goes and asks Ratchak a question, and it's always like, Johnny, you need to decide. God, how fascist! What an asshole!
Yeah. What a horrible society. What a fascist society that has elected officials too, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
elected officials,
encouraging people to actually like use their own beliefs and convictions
yeah,
to make decisions
encouraging them to
themselves.
participate in politics and
the only
be
thing,
informed and educated.
The only thing that's a bit weird is the fact that, like, I guess this is just part of any society. There is a very, very clear second-class citizen with the whole, like as with the whole citizens, and then what's the other
Civilian.
civilian?
Yes,
But yeah,
look at-
they portray it as like an authoritarian democracy. That's not the same as fascism. It
Right.
literally
But
just
the-
borrows like a couple of visual cues from the Gestapo,
Right. I'm not
and
saying
that's it.
right. I'm
but
not
the
saying it is
majority of
fascist.
the citizens that, or the non-citizens that you see are really fucking well off.
Yeah, like
Like
Rico's
even Rico's
parents.
parents are rich.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the non-voting citizens, they're taken care of. They have social policies in place, which is actually kind of better than what we have now.
Did they
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I always watched that movie and was like, holy shit, like this is hashtag goals.
Yeah, I always wait. Hold on. Has EFAP covered the civilization's too stupid to survive? Because fucking they cover
No.
because they did that guy did one of the Starship Troopers military. We should totally do that for Y.A.R.P. Just be like how their system is just so bad. And it's like it's not though.
It's really not. And as you know, can you imagine a fucking fascist government where the Sky Marshal resigns because they fucked up? Wow, what fascist behavior. Like, oh
Yeah.
Jesus. The horror.
I
What's
mean,
that? You have
if
to
one
earn
of
your
Hitler's
citizenship
generals
instead of just
fucked up
being
bad
granted
enough,
it.
you'd have to.
Oh my god, accountability so fascist.
I mean, I guess if you want to get historically accurate, technically Hitler resigned when he fucked up.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where I was going with
true.
that. It's like if one of Hitler's generals fucked up bad enough, he'd have to resign because if he tried to keep going, it's like there's someone coming for his fucking head. His entire political and military infrastructure was a goddamn snake pit.
I mean, Hitler did kill Hitler, so gotta give him that.
There is also that, yeah.
Yeah.
He will always have that going for him.
He-
He's just in permanent bouncing between heaven and hell for it.
Yep.
Like
You need like
yeah,
one of those Gemini statues where like one is him like looking down over Auschwitz and then the other is like him with a gun to his head. And it's like he's the hero and the villain we all deserved.
Oh,
He's got that thing where it's like half of him is gonna be like really fucking hot and on fire for eternity, half of him is like really fucking cold and freezing for eternity, but the middle, kind of pleasantly mild.
I
Just
I
like
love
a hot pocket.
No, I was about to I was about to say like it's like a custody thing. Like God gets Hitler on the weekends.
Oh god.
Yeah, Hitler just has to go all the way up to heaven holding Satan's hand like my profile pic.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Please be patient, I have fascism.
So speaking of Hitler, we were talking about guilty pleasures on this show.
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god.
What a segue.
That's a segue to last a lifetime. Oh, guilty pleasures.
Although I don't know how many fascists feel guilty about liking fascism. It seems contradictory.
What if it turns out they're all like just like, oh man, I'm a fascist, and then they're just stuck with it.
Yeah,
What
it's
if
one of
they,
those,
like,
secret
never
shames,
knew?
like being a furry. They just kind of keep it themselves, except when they're on the forums.
Oh my god. So, what's your guys' favorite guilty pleasure? We'll segue into what we are actually going to talk about, but we may as well chat about this for a minute.
Oh, that's
Well, I mean,
tough.
before we even get to that point, I mean, the main reason we had wanted to have this discussion is that a lot of the EFAP coverage, lately has been very very negative, and it
Not that they
feels
can
like
help it, because
yeah, no,
it's the
I get
DC
it.
movies. We
Yeah,
get it.
yeah, we get it. It's there's not a lot to praise there, but it has kind of felt like over the last several months they have really been embracing the toxic brood moniker, whereas it used to be kind of an ironic thing and that's why it was funny. Now it's becoming more accurate, and so we were talking about what's some positive things we could talk about, and we were like, you know what, everybody has a guilty pleasure movie that they like even though they would be like embarrassed to admit it to their friends. And so we just kind of started throwing out ideas. There's
I'm actually
go
going to
for it.
scroll up in our chat to see if I can actually see the examples we threw out, because
while
I think it would be a good point of reference.
While he's
Oh yeah, there was
scrolling
a
up,
bunch of them.
while he's scrolling up, I can just recite one off the top of my head. Wild Wild West. That is such a bad fucking film, but like I have to almost, it's almost like a rite of passage to like people that I'm like close to or like dating. It's like we gotta watch Wild Wild West just to see what they think
Oh
of it.
yeah, she's like, "What the fuck is this?" She's not the one, you know. Like, keep
Yeah,
moving.
yeah. So, and in all honest, it's like because Wild Wild West pretty much falls apart within like the first minute because we've got the scientist that's running through the field being chased by the disc thing, and then immediately into montage and then Will Smith fucking in the water tower. It just goes from 0 to 100 really fast.
Oh yeah.
Um, I will say, what's the point that like, because you guys have all seen Wild Wild West, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Sadly.
A few times actually.
Was what at what point did you guys just start laughing uncontrollably at something the movie did? Because when I saw the giant spider,
The
that was
second we meet that fucking wheelchair guy, as
Oh,
soon
yeah.
as he comes into
Yeah.
that movie,
through the
it's a
fucking
riot.
like the cake of Abraham Lincoln that has like its head blown off, and fucking what's his name? He plays a Gilderoy Lockhart. That's who that is. He fucking made the first
This
Thor movie.
might be surprising since I have such an iconic laugh on Y.A.R.P, but I was one of those people who didn't really like laugh out loud, even during like stand-up comedy or movies that were intentionally funny. But yeah, I don't remember really laughing at Wild Wild West, but there's definitely a few comedies out there that can get me laughing now because it's just now I'm just laughing at how absolutely bad it is when I used to be young and think that maybe I was going into something that might have some degree of there's something good in here for me to discover and grab onto. There's not, but I'm gonna try, damn it. And now
What,
I'm
you
just like,
mean
no,
like
it's shit.
Will Smith giving a cripple a lap dance?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Was that the point where you're like, maybe this isn't gonna give me some serious badass moments?
The Dr. Lovelace was played by Kenneth Branagh, the fucking Gilderoy Lockhart, the guy who directed the first Thor movie. And fucking oh my god,
boy.
it's
I used to have the McDonald's toys of those when I was a kid of Wild Wild West.
See, when I was a kid, I just thought Wild Wild West was just some fantasy alternate history version of the West because so much batshit stuff was happening that it was just like, oh, okay, this is where we're at. Like the fucking train device thing that like Will Smith hops on to go fight on Lovelace's train, and the
Yeah,
super
as soon
stretchy
as they
rope.
as soon as they introduced the train, what my brain when I was a kid did was like, oh, we're doing an old West style James Bond. Okay, I see. We're doing the whole spy thing, but all the tech is older. I get it. And now there's a giant robo spider. What? What?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Speaking of James Bond, I'm gonna throw out a hot take here.
oh,
My favorite James Bond movie is Triple X.
Triple X is
Triple
fine.
X. Oh, with Vin Diesel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My favorite
It's
Bond
okay.
movie.
Then
Wasn't
again,
the second one with like Ice Cube or something?
yes.
The second one was with Ice Cube, and it was really bad. And then apparently there was another one with Vin Diesel that was really good. I haven't seen the second one.
Yeah, it was the most recent one.
I only remember the first two. I do not remember the third one, but those movies are. I mean, they're fun. They're absolutely ridiculous, but they're fun.
The first one was a lot better than the second one. The second one was garbage.
Yeah, the
It's
first
basically
one.
just it's basically
just-
just what's the Fast and
it's-
Furious, but like we've got guns as well.
Oh, I was gonna say gangster James Bond. That's what it basically was.
That's what it tried to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, we've got James Bond, but he's
I
not some
found the list,
square
by the
in
way.
a suit. He's a thug from the streets, yo. And I'm, oh god, this is so cringe. Please be funny, and it was.
It was hilarious.
Please clap.
Please clap. They'll all clap now.
I found the list of movies we had put down, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so did I. So one of the big ones that we really kind of honed in on, if it wasn't going to be the one we ended up going with, was Deep Blue Sea, which is fucking ridiculous. It's
Oh,
a
dude,
really
Oh,
fun
is that
movie.
the
that
one?
makes
so many
no
good
goddamn
quotes
sense.
There's so many good moments from that movie. They're like, how smart can he be? He's pissing into the wind.
So wait, is that the one with Samuel L. Jackson and the
Yes.
mutated
Yeah.
makeup sharks? Oh,
Yeah,
God.
and the Punisher. So it's like Nick Fury and the Punisher versus a bunch of like hyper intelligent sharks. It's fantastic. Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
LL Cool J is there because reasons, and a parrot.
Basically,
Look-
it's an action movie where you get to watch a bunch of our protagonists be outsmarted by fish.
Hey, not just any fish. They're cartilaginous fish. All right, they're super fish.
Hold on, let's not forget that time that a shark snuck up on Samuel L. Jackson. First, we gotta seal up this pool. Ah!
Oh, that was such a great moment.
Also, like, I believe the protagonist lady was supposed to live, but test audiences fucking hated that, so they
She was the most unlikable character in the entire film. 90% of the shit happened because of her bullshit.
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
recut the
why
film
did they
that she
want
got
her
rid
to
of.
live? Why was that the plan?
I don't know.
Because
All
I
know-
think it's because they wanted her to be the romantic interest for the Punisher, and but everyone was like, "Yeah, no, like it makes him less likable because he likes her for some reason. So can we just kill her off?"
wait, which Punisher? Thomas Jane?
Thomas Jane is the one that's in
Okay.
that movie.
All right.
He's literally a shark wrangler. Like that's his fucking job.
What a goddamn job title.
Oh, I know. He's a fucking Chad. It's great. The movie is phenomenal. Go watch it.
I guess mine. If I had to like really think about it, because I'm usually not ashamed to tell people that I like a certain terrible movie, but one of them is the Deke dub of Sailor Moon Black Dream Hole.
Okay.
What?
We're sitting in fucking confusion here, mate.
I mean, I've seen a bunch of Sailor Moon. I'm trying to remember that movie.
It was I think the third movie that was released. I want to say.
What was the thing? What was the villain and stuff? See if I
Oh,
can...
it was this lady that was kidnapping a bunch of children to like absorb their energy or some shit.
Okay, this
Like,
is gonna sound fucked, but that really doesn't narrow it down for that show.
It really does.
yeah, that is true. That is true.
Wow,
It's
they
like-
really do that a lot. In
Okay,
that
so
show.
you have you have a bunch of flamboyant like people with flutes that turn into birds when
still
they
not.
die.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
it's like the Batman Beyond meme. Do you seriously know how much that narrows it down?
Yeah, honestly, it's like go back and watch Sailor Moon again. It's a really fucking weird show.
It
Looks
is,
awesome.
but
though.
I specifically said the Deke dub because that was what I grew up on, and I enjoy it.
Okay.
Fair enough. One of the ones I threw it was Freddy versus Jason.
Oh, I love
Because-
Freddy versus Jason.
It's
Yeah.
absolutism start to finish, but god damn. It's basically like a sports game, but the sport is just killing obnoxious cunt teenagers.
I
Yeah.
really enjoy the versus movies like AVP and Freddy versus Jason, but man, I hate that you can always feel the director's bias. Because like in AVP,
Oh,
you can
yeah.
tell he leans towards the xenomorphs, and in Freddy versus Jason, you can tell they lean towards Freddy. And it's like, can you just please not?
It's weird
Yeah.
because like Jason wins, but like Freddy doesn't.
But he
technically
doesn't,
die.
though.
Yeah, Freddy doesn't
Like-
like he winks.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end.
And
of
then-
It's left ambiguous.
And then you have the tie-in comic where Freddy like locked himself inside of Jason's subconscious after he killed him, and then Ash from Evil Dead is also in there.
Oh well, yeah.
What?
Ash versus Freddy versus Jason is like a whole comic series. Linkara talks about it. Like I'll probably show you guys after the podcast.
Yeah,
In term,
I will say that AVP is a little bit more balanced than Freddy vs. Jason. Because
a little more.
even though the bias is more towards the xenomorphs, the predators, they have like their whole history, they're tied into like the
Mhm.
world a lot more.
Oh, I'm a
Whereas the
fucking idiot.
xenomorphs are just kind of there.
Well, like I think I'm the only one who actually watched the behind the scenes special of the DVD and like talk like how it all came to be, and I also watched the director's commentary several times when I was a kid. And yeah, Paul W.S. Anderson has a huge alien bias.
I'll take your word for it.
Just so because which is so weird because with AVP I lean so far towards the Predator. I'm like
Yeah,
the
same.
xenomorphs are fucking they're cool and all, but ever since Aliens we've learned that it's like no, these things are even better when they die by the swarm now. Like which is why Alien 3 was kind of neat because it went back to the original. It was just one alien versus like everybody else. But then I don't know, man. Like
But
we
there's
got our
also just more about the Predator to root for because he has to strategize and plan and set up ambushes and traps, whereas the Xenomorphs are more hunting on instinct.
yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I love the tagline for Alien versus Predator. It was like, no matter who wins, we lose, and it's like
No, that was
that's
the second AVP
oh
movie.
okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was for both of them, but either way,
no.
it just makes me laugh because even for Requiem, that makes no sense because if Wolf just killed the Predalien and the rest of the Xenomorphs like on like in like an hour, and then just left, that'd just be it. He killed he killed all the Xenomorphs. He could just fuck off.
And it
Yeah.
really doesn't work for the first one because if the aliens win, we're absolutely fucked. Global annihilation. If the
Yeah.
Predator wins, oh, cool. He gets to be blooded now and he's going to go back to his home planet.
Yeah, again, he
Maybe in
just fucks
100
off.
years, he'll come back and kill someone, one person, and then he'll fuck off again. It's like, oh, all
Yeah.
right.
In the grand scheme of things, us being cattle is it's actually the most accurate representation because
Except it's not even cattle. It's like if you have a flock of sheep and then once every other decade, like as far as the sheep are concerned, it's like every 3 generations, you'll come out and you'll make one burger and then you're gone again. It's like we kill more of our own people than that.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, like, at least in the past, people would voluntarily do it too, so
yeah,
I don't see any cows going, please make me into a steak. It would be great honor.
I'd be like,
Fuck.
okay.
Pigs coming up to you is like, impregnate my mouth.
I'd be like, I'd immediately just like cover my crotch and be like, no, just no.
Fuck off, you goddamn weird cow.
Make me into a burger.
Anyone want some fuck? Come on, I'm in heat. It'll be like in that South Park episode where I had PETA, where you had like what, the ostrich human hybrid, and he's just like, kill me.
Oh God, I just made that connection. What if, you know how in the Silence of the Lambs, she's like, the sheep were screaming. What if it's because they were all in heat?
Oh no.
I hate you.
Run, Clarice, run!
Clarice, get out of there.
And now Clarice has her own TV show.
She really does, and it's gonna be so bad.
Wait, what?
I heard Jay Longbone watch the first episode, and she's played a clip from it, and I'm like, wow, no, people don't talk like this.
So
Why would they do that?
Because
Is it just a continuation from the Hannibal show, or is this a whole new thing?
I think it's a whole new thing. It's like a
Yeah.
continuation of Silence of the Lambs.
But
yay.
that
Hannibal,
character was already reimagined into Hannibal,
no,
which was
no,
actually
no.
decent for a few
I was
seasons.
Nothing
actually
is sacred.
was
Nothing is safe. It must all be ruined.
I was actually about to say, so we're getting this show instead of Hannibal being continued. I'd rather have more Hannibal than
I mean,
have-
I'll be honest, I wasn't up to date with Hannibal. I think I saw the first 3 seasons, and then I kind of fell off.
dude, I literally just watched a compilation of Hannibal like cooking, and I was just like, wow, he's making fucking like human hearts look fucking delicious.
Oh yeah, it's like he fucking spruces that shit up real nice. In fact, he made sausages out of this guy one episode, and I swear to God, I was actually drooling.
Remember when he did the clay roasted thigh and like the bone? It was just like, oh,
Oh
man.
yeah, and actually ate it in front of him. God.
Oh god.
I'm like, damn, fucking Hannibal, you fucking, I don't care if it's human, I'll fucking eat it. You apparently make it taste like goddamn heaven.
But yeah, the first couple of seasons of that show, that's like the most Hannibal version of Hannibal we've ever had. It was really, really fucking good. And then as soon as like I think it was like halfway through the 3rd season, there was this bus ad going around Dublin where he's like advertising Carlsberg or some shit. And it was just really fucking unsettling.
Come to Carlsberger. It's delicious. You won't even know it's cow.
Well, no, it was Carlsberg is a beer, but it's just him, and he looks exact because that's just what he looks like. He's
Yeah, it's just
you know,
Mads
this
Mikkelsen.
well-dressed older guy, and he's like he's just looking very smug and happy with himself holding the beer, and it's like, is this the reality I live in now? We've got Hannibal Lecter on a fucking bus on the way to work. It's like,
Exactly.
okay.
Hannibal did nothing wrong. I'm gonna say it.
Hey,
Hannibal was the hero we
well,
all deserved.
I mean, as opposed to Buffalo Bill, yeah, I'd rather deal with Hannibal. Oh, I remember in our guilty pleasure list we brought up Hook, and I was,
Oh yeah, that was yeah, because when we say it's like, oh, come on, just list off some guilty pleasure movies. Hook was the first one that came to mind for me because, growing up, it's a movie that I have a lot of affection for. It means quite a lot to me. But I happen to remember that when it came out, people were kind of critical. And even looking back, it's like, yeah, the ending of it, kind of silly. None of those improvised weapons would actually work as weapons.
I mean,
It's all kind of cartoonish nonsense, but it's also Neverland.
I
So
mean,
there's
the
a certain
kid,
allowance.
I mean, the kid grabbing his legs and then rolling like a ball is still fucking hilarious.
Oh, that was OP as fuck.
And it had the guy who would later voice Zuko in it. I remember that much. What was let me just bring up Hook on IMDb because we had Dustin Hoffman as fucking Hook. We had
Oh yeah,
Robin Williams.
Dustin Hoffman is one of the most iconic movie pirates ever put to fucking screen. He's amazing as Hook.
We had fucking Julia Roberts as Tinkerbell.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
Very
Maggie
formative.
Smith as Granny Wendy. That's like,
Oh yeah, it's a fucking star-studded cast.
Bob Hoskins.
And it has Robin Williams in it, and
Yeah,
I think
Robin
we all
Williams,
have.
Bob Hoskins, Dustin Hoffman, Maggie Smith. It's a whole fucking bunch of people.
Oh,
man.
I got another one: Crocodile Hunter Collision Course.
Okay, so I know that one, but that's only because it's a movie starring fucking Steve Irwin.
Like the plot is really dumb because it involves like a crocodile eats and then poops out like a satellite part, and then a bunch of people are after it and they fight Steve Irwin, and Steve Irwin fights them on top of a moving
Yes.
yeah, and then he pulls out a venomous snake, which I think actually was a venomous snake.
What's funny is
Of
how
course
the
it fucking was.
what
I bet that wasn't even in the script. He just had it on him.
what's funny is like how the movie starts from Steve's perspective. It's killing me.
Did you eat too many eggs?
Yeah, too many. I had a 5-egg breakfast and now I'm off my game.
I just don't like the concept of eggs.
No, so it
We know.
shows like a sand dune, and then it just shows Steve Irwin belly flopping onto it. Cut to it's in Steve's face, and he goes "crikey," and then runs off. And it's just like, what is this movie? What is going on?
It has Steve Irwin being Steve Irwin, and that makes me happy.
No, when it comes to, oh man, Steve Irwin was too pure for this world. I was one of the last time you were on, Jake. I remember when we were talking about Steve Irwin taking on a predator. Here we have a wild youtch. I'm gonna poke you with a stick.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Yeah, and the fucking thing keeps like trying to run away in camouflage, and he keeps finding it. It's like, what the fuck, man? Leave me alone. Try to hunt.
They use the trees in order to move around. Now their cloaking allows them to bend light, and and they can blend in really well. But if you can get close enough, you can see this blur, this shimmer. It's not
And it
perfect,
keeps not
but it's
attacking him
damn
because
good.
he's technically not armed. It's just really fucking annoying
but
because
it
it keeps
keeps
blowing his cover.
But he keeps hopping on it and like trying to wrestle it like it's a gator. It's like, come on, I'm not gonna hit you. It's just like, get off me.
It's like it becomes the first predator to learn how to say, fuck off, man, please, come on, leave me alone, try to hunt.
And then he somehow manages to like restrain him, and he goes, "Wow, these dreadlocks. Now they may look like hair, but they're actually part of its body. Now you see these little decorations. It's very painful, but it's really important to their culture."
And he's like,
man,
here's the human skull. It was probably my security guy. Now, see,
God rest his soul. but like, God rest his soul. But that's just a part of their nature. Honor is a huge part of their culture.
And because it spent so long with Steve Irwin, like the Predator's just going like, "Get off me, you cunt!"
He goes back to his home world and he goes, "Look, if you see some Australian in like khaki shorts that he somehow manages to pull off really well, don't go near him."
I mean, honestly, it's a bit of a plot hole in the Predator movies that they don't go to Australia.
That is true.
That's where all of our most dangerous wildlife is for them to hunt,
Yeah.
including Australians.
I love the idea of like Predator taking on like an emu, and he's just
No, a
like,
cassowary, not an emu.
Yeah, it's got a cassowary, it's got an emu, it's got just like some really drunk Australian that was living in the outback.
I love the
A
idea of like,
saltwater crocodile.
I like to imagine it's like really confused though about like a koala. He's like, he's worried it's just gonna like suddenly spawn like spikes and teeth and leap at him. He's just like, what do I do here?
Yeah, they have those.
Yeah.
They're called drop bears.
But yeah, it's like he
Oh.
picks up a koala. It's like, wow, this thing is literally too stupid and lazy to even move. And ow, how the f did it give me syphilis? What the fuck?
No, I like to imagine
Like-
the koala just is just on it. It's just latched onto his mask, and he's just like, get off, get off.
Fucking
Aren't
hate this
koalas
planet.
when they're not sleeping like giant assholes?
Oh yeah, koalas are cunts. And they like have barely any brain power. They can barely consume enough calories to move, and they are all diseased. They're like the worst animal.
I didn't know that actually.
I'm kind of with oh, what was it? It was someone on the Smudcast. I think it was Hawk. I am all for some animals just letting them go extinct because Mother Nature has deemed it so. Like pandas, they just don't fuck in the wild.
Yeah, that's Mother Nature sending a clear signal. It's like this animal is done. It's had its time. It's like we're phasing it out. We're bringing something new, and we're all just there like trying to force them to mate. It's like no, I don't wanna. Let me die out, man.
Yeah, they're just like, fuck. The pandas are going, you guys are too into this.
Well, they are Chinese. You know, panda
Oh.
fetishes are probably mandated by the fucking Winnie the Pooh himself.
Oh yeah,
It's
I'm
just-
pretty sure anyone who like gets caught, or like any triad member gets caught like hunting them or selling them on the black market, there's not even like an arrest. You just never seen again.
Yep.
So on to the main topic, however. Like 'cause
Speaking
we-
of hunting endangered species,
yeah, so I know we're all like kind of fans of the first AVP. What do you guys think of Requiem? I think it's fucking dog shit.
shit.
It's garbage, but it holds a special place in my heart, so I can't hate it.
Why does
I
it
How?
hold?
How can you hold a special place in your heart? You can't see a third of the fucking movie.
Look, my dad took me to see it on fucking Christmas as a Christmas present because I wanted to see it, and
Oh,
I loved it as a 14-year-old retard.
Why does your dad hate you?
I asked him.
It's like if
Okay.
anything, wouldn't that story just make it
I
more
was
of a disappointment?
14. I was 14. I didn't
Yeah.
know shit.
As like, you were just there, it's like all drinking the Kool-Aid of the fan service, like, oh yeah, it's got Alien and it's got Predator.
Yeah,
I
pretty
think.
much.
I
Yeah,
was
pretty
Looks
much.
vaguely like Predator, kind of.
And then like I binged it all the time when I would like rent it from Netflix. I would just binge it over
So,
and over and over.
when Ninja and I were watching it last night, I was genuinely going like, okay, at what point do you like, as a storyteller, like what line do you personally just not cross? Because like we see kids get fucking chest bursted, and then we see the thing with the belly bursters, where like
Yep.
I was just like, part of me was just going like, man, you guys really are just what you like. The first movie got mocked for being PG-13, so they're just like, all right, you want an R rating? Well, here's a kid being killed in the first 10 minutes. It's just like,
I
okay.
will say that's like the one thing about that movie I actually respect. It's like they have this like uncaring alien force that's just pure instinct predatory, it's not going to care about a kid, so they actually fucking had the balls to follow through and kill a kid. It's
Yeah,
like the one redeeming quality of the
but
entire movie.
we all knew kids on LV-426 were being killed. We didn't need to see it. It's like one of those things of like subtlety in
I think
horror
it's
movies.
more about but not every situation calls for subtlety. Some situations call for being confronted with the horror of
Yeah.
the fact.
Like the belly bursters too. Even though you could argue that's a bit
Yeah.
too far.
Yeah,
It's like that scene in Alien wouldn't have had the same impact if they got in after it had already bursted out and escaped. It would have had all the exact same implication, all the exact same horror in concept, but you wouldn't have had the brutal reality of it actually fucking exploding out.
I don't know. I guess
Some shit you just gotta say.
like I know, I get it. Like this alien race isn't gonna care about how young you are, so that's why I didn't like. I'm like, okay, yeah, you killed a kid. I wouldn't have done that, but that's because I don't have the guts to tell like cosmic horror. But then when you see like the Predalien right next to the fucking maternity and like there's all those like crying babies, I was like, all right, maybe we're getting a little close to the line. And all the
No,
then
that was just absolutely gratuitous. That was just like
Then-
the
Yeah.
dead baby jokes moment.
then also like
Yeah.
the belly bursters where it's like it's clearly feeding on the fucking fetus, and it's just like, all right, okay, enough. You're clearly you're crossing all the fucking lines now. You like, and it's like, yeah, I get it. It's realistic. Well, not realistic. It's it makes sense.
The
It's
original killing of the kid, I respect because they actually follow through on the abject horror that is what the xenomorphs are. That's what they are.
yes.
But everything beyond that, it's just gratuitous. It doesn't actually add anything.
Yeah, and it's just it kind of just makes you think like, oh, the director's clearly just trying to be as edgy as possible, and it's only
Yeah.
and it's not affecting me in the way that it should. It's just making me angry because it's like,
If
God,
anything,
yeah,
it just
we kill
takes away from the
babies.
original.
I mean, is it Zack Snyder levels of edginess?
I mean, I'm
I
trying
think
to
it's
think.
beyond Zack Snyder. I don't think he's ever done anything
Yeah,
as
but
edgy as each
Well,
an Eternity Award.
if he was given this project and this rating,
Although
would he
fucking Man
would
of
he
Steel
do it?
destroys the maternity ward because the fetuses had their chance.
Yeah,
oh
that's
god,
No,
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead had a zombie baby that got shot in the face.
fuck,
Oh
Yeah.
right, yeah, you're right. Zombie Baby, I forgot about that.
what the
I mean,
fuck?
it wasn't like zombie baby from what was that show? Z Nation, but it was still, you know, a zombie baby that they had to shoot in the face. They just didn't actually show the shot in the face.
Mm-hmm.
They cut away from it, but that was absolutely the implication. So
Okay.
And there was the movie Steak Land where you had a vampire feeding off of a baby.
What, just draining it like a fucking Capri Sun? What the fuck?
Oh no! Well, what it was, it had it in his hand. It was basically, it was basically like sucking on it, like how sometimes people will like bite into an orange and then like suck all of the juice out of it.
So
Why would you eat an orange like that? That's so
I
weird.
used to eat
why
oranges
would you
like
eat a
that as
baby
kid.
like
I
that?
actually wouldn't
Yeah.
eat them.
I mean,
I actually wouldn't eat oranges.
Well, I
would
mean,
just
you
suck the
can't
juice out of them.
peel and seg. Well, actually, I'm just gonna stop there.
I was gonna say, I mean, Black Noir fucking eating a baby in the Boys comic, I always thought was like, there's being edgy and then there's just being mean spirited.
Wait, Black Noir eats a baby in the comic?
Yeah, like he just grabs a baby and then chomps right down on it.
Okay.
Why?
Because like, okay, so because Black Noir is like a clone of fucking Superman type guy, Homelander. There we go.
Homelander.
Yeah, because he's a Homelander clone in case Homelander goes fucking crazy. But Black Noir has actually been crazy this whole time, and so he's literal like he's just he's dressing up as Homelander, committing a bunch of crime, then going back into his Black Noir thing, and then Homelander's really confused. Is like, what? I didn't rape Butcher's wife. I didn't do any of this stuff. So Homelander's just losing his fucking mind as he's being blamed for things.
Okay.
It's
Of all the things that Black Noir could do to fuck with Homelander, why was eating a baby one of them?
because
That still hasn't been explained.
Oh yeah, no, I hate it because like it's not explained. It's just the author trying to be fucking edgy, and that's why I say like the original comic isn't edgy. It's mean spirited.
But no, being mean is fine. You can be mean spirited. When we say something's edgy or it's edgelordy, it's usually because you're going for style points, but all it's amounting to is cringe.
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't
You're
watch that
being a
many.
13-year-old, basically.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess when I think of mean spirited, my brain immediately defaults to you have malicious feelings towards your audience. So I'm just like, but you're trying to sell a product to them. Maybe not try to just piss them off with every second you're trying to sell them this thing. I don't know. Then again, I don't go for like really gory stuff when it comes to my superhero shit.
But I also remember being 14 and actually having dead baby jokes to tell. So like I get the market they're going for, but goddamn, it's not good and it's not gonna last.
I
You know, like, oh, what's worse than 10 dead babies nailed to a tree? One dead baby nailed to 10 trees.
okay.
Like,
Oh
yeah,
my
just
God.
fucking throwing that shit out in the middle of class to get my friends to fucking giggle.
Me, I guess. I always thought like I don't know. When I think of comedy, I never tried to go for edgy. I tried to go more for witty. That's why like Mel Brooks was like one of my
Yeah, but
biggest
when you're
inspirations.
14, you don't even know what wit is. Come
That
on.
is true. That is true.
Why I mainly
Well,
spent
and
most of
you
it.
can totally, enjoy both. I mean, I prefer witty comedy, but I still laugh at stuff like Road Trip and Euro Trip and shit like that. Like it can be funny if it's
Mm,
done well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shock humor has its place, especially if it is actually gonna shock you.
Then again,
Well, Tropic Thunder isn't exactly like highbrow, but it's fucking hilarious.
right.
Oh yeah,
It's got a lot
those
of good
guys are
lines.
masters of that kind of like crossing the line kind of humor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say I was trying to think of like the separation between like Blazing Saddles and I was about to say Rick and Morty, but that's like a massive leap in terms of just genre.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
South Park?
yeah, fucking Blazing Saddles at South Park because sometimes South Park isn't just nothing but raunchy shit and piss jokes, and it's like okay, like what's the point here? It's why another reason I don't like the Vindicators episode of Rick and Morty. It's because like there's the fucking room that's splattered with diarrhea, and it was just like okay, why? Why do you need to like tell these jokes when you're so much smarter than this, Rick and Morty?
Well, I don't think being smart has anything to do with it because you can be really smart and just make either really silly jokes, really just shock humor jokes, or absurdist jokes. It's just for some reason scat humor. A lot of people, it just does nothing for them, and I'm
Yeah,
one of those people. Scat
I'm.
humor, even as a kid, like fart jokes did
Oh
nothing for me.
yeah, toilet humor for me just nothing. In fact, I'm more disgusted by it than anything, which is kind of sad because when you're growing up in like movies like Shrek are really and Shrek 2 are like really popular and it's like a lot of its good jokes rely on a lot of toilet humor or specifically like two jokes now that I'm really thinking
Yeah, I
about
was
it.
about to say there's not that
There's
many
the one where he
jokes. I think that
farts and kills the fish and then there's when he takes the shape shifting potion and then he farts. I think that's yeah, it's only two like I said. So that's why I'm taking it back.
and that's not
Uh,
even gross out humor. It's just him being a slob.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um. Oh, even with Mel Brooks, I couldn't stand the Blazing Saddles scene where everybody's eating the beans and farting. It's just like, oh, okay. So is this your one joke for this scene, Mel?
Uh, that entire scene absolutely fucking murdered my granddad. He thought it was the funniest shit he had ever seen in his life. Meanwhile, I'm just over there. It's like the scene where Gene Wilder's explaining, the townspeople to the new black
Yeah.
sheriff. It's like, these are salt of the earth, good, honest, hardworking people,
Morons.
idiots.
No, I love it. It's like, morons. And then immediately, like, it broke the guy who plays the sheriff. It broke him immediately. He was probably supposed to remain stoic, but yeah, it's just like, morons. Oh, I love the story when he's like telling like how like he'd constantly be challenged to duels, and he almost shot a kid. When he puts up the gun, the kid shot him in the ass. And he crawled into a bottle. God, Mel Brooks is the king of comedy for me, because like it just very like, I don't want to say subtle, because some of his jokes are very much not, where it's like, oh, that's as steady as a whistle. Yeah, but I shoot with this hand. It just shows his like his right hand just absolutely spazzing out.
Yeah, but he's kind of got the Monty Python touch, where
Yeah.
he knows how to do absurdist comedy without it just being lol random.
Mm-hmm.
I would say my favorite comedy is Search for the Holy Grail.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
god, I fucking love that movie.
My
It's
favorite
so fun.
like one of my favorite reactions will always be in Quest for the Holy Grail, and it's when the rabbit first kills somebody, and King Arthur just goes, "Jesus Christ!" Because it's just such a guttural fucking like from the belly just reaction.
I like how the ending is a literal cop-out ending.
Oh yeah. So I think it was I was chatting with somebody and they were just like, it's just a bad D&D campaign where the DM's just so sick of the players and just goes, "Fine, you all get arrested." Like he's just trying to end the fucking game.
Yeah, right as they're about to assault the thing. I always, when I was younger, I thought Life of Brian was actually better, except for the alien thing, which just comes out of nowhere and never comes up again. It's the weirdest thing in the entire movie.
God, I'm gonna show my. Okay, I'm gonna fucking like crucify myself right now. I've never seen Life of Brian. I've only seen a couple jokes from it, but I've never seen the whole movie. I know
I've never seen Life of Brian either, so
Watch the fucking movie. It's a really fucking good movie.
I know it is. I've just for some reason I've just not watched it. I know the biggest dickus scene, but how the guy, I know the behind the scenes thing on like how that guard was told like not to laugh or he'd be fired. So that's why it's like biggest dickus. The guy's just fucking freaking out. Oh, that
So
was
many other great moments, though.
yeah. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. God, how do we fucking go from Alien vs Predator to fucking Life of Brian?
Power
don't-
tangents.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we're infected with the EFAP curse.
Where we
I think that's just conversation curse.
yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. So
On to Chris Stuckman.
yeah, what's your guys' opinion of Chris Stuckman?
I do not rate him very highly. I think he generally has fuck all to say, so I don't. I've never really been one of the people who watched his content. So a lot of people, they watched him for a while and then they kind of fell off. I, even in like the earlier days of YouTube, it's like a lot of these movie critic guys, they just come in, they don't really say anything about the movie specifically. You could actually just transplant one movie review, replace the title with a different movie, and nobody would fucking know. That's how little they say.
I
So
honestly
yeah, I never really cared for him.
He's just a big blow.
Yeah, this
Ever-
guy and the other guy with the red background.
Jeremy Johns.
Actually, I used to really like Jeremy Johns. He used to be really funny.
I'll take your word for it.
I will say once when Ninja and I were watching the Jehovah's Witness thing, we kind of realized like that may be the reason why his reviews are so bland, is because he was kind of just raised bland. like I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know.
a plain cracker kind of person, so that's just what you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's why.
I bet he likes his cheese sandwich without mayo.
What?
Just cheese and bread.
Yep, just cheese and bread.
What? You don't even toast it with butter?
Not if you're, what was it, Mormon?
Yeah, not if you're Mormon.
Yeah,
Jehovah's
Mormon.
Witness. Same difference.
Okay.
Now I'm just reminded of that jelly side up thing from M. Night Shyamalan's Devil.
Oh God, we performed all the tests. Now let's see if the devil truly is here. Throws a fucking jelly side down fucking.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, that's the one when they're in the fucking elevator and they actually use a piece of toast to detect if a supernatural entity is there.
Yeah, they're like if it
Jesus Christ,
if it
that movie's a
lands
piece of shit.
yeah, if it lands jelly side down, the devil is nearby, and it's just like what?
Look, he's Mexican, all right. They're super spiritually intact, okay.
All right.
Oh god, I forget that movie exists sometimes, and every time I remember it, it's a whole trip because I have to remind myself that that movie takes itself 100% seriously.
Yeah.
Damn Catholics.
How
Alright.
do you know they're not fucking
Protestant?
Lutherans, huh?
Because Mexicans?
Yeah, that they're Catholic. They're Catholic
Yeah.
as fuck. They're more Catholic than we are.
Oh damn.
And you guys have a whole name to your Catholicism.
Yeah.
All right, I'm throwing down the banner. You guys ready to get stuckmanized?
Yeah,
Ew.
I'm ready. I'm ready for Stuckman.
Well, guys, we have made it this far in my series of Alien
Bro,
reviews, leading
audio balancing, bro.
Yeah, I was
like,
going to say,
fuck
god
me.
damn, that's loud. I'm gonna have to fucking just turn that down.
up to Alien Covenant. We have
How dare you have a statue of Goku near the Yaoshua, you fucking.
Wait, who's that guy the Yauch was like taking an awkward selfie with?
That's
I think it's
Arnie.
supposed to be Dutch.
Yeah,
That's
Is
Dutch.
it? It looks like
supposed to be.
it looks like Chris Stuckman.
do 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 do. It's like the Predators beating the shit out of Dutch. Do 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 do. Time to instead of get to the chopper, get stuckmanized.
talked about a lot of movies, and now we're going to talk about Alien versus Predator. That's right, we're in the shit now. I was such a huge fan of this crossover as a kid. I loved the comics. I read some of the novelizations. Of course, the Super Nintendo game. I adored the idea of my two favorite
Wait,
aliens from my
Okay, hold on. You two seem to have gone into the deep lore of this movie. Did you play the Nintendo game and read the comics and the fucking novel, none of which I knew existed?
I've read the novels, but even as a kid, I knew they were Tizamy because, like, this is weird coming from me, the dedicated Lord Nyax fan. But human predators are fucking stupid.
Wait, are you talking about Michiko? What's her face?
Yes, I'm specifically talking about her.
How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you?
Okay, so what's the deal with her?
She
Let
fucking
out.
got adopted by predators and is fucking like they
well,
made her a
she had the
predator
mark.
suit.
She had the mark of her clan, and
Okay,
what's his face?
How did she earn her mark? We'll start there.
She helped kill a queen.
Well, damn. I
But-
mean, that sounds like she earned it, I guess.
But the thing is like they even give her like a hunter mask and all that stuff. Like it fits like a perfect human, and it's just like okay.
Wait, yeah, that's literally not. I mean, I know it's kind of a Batwoman meme, but it's literally not configured for her biology.
Yeah, the predator's going perfection.
'Cause, yeah,
It
he's
will
just
be."
holding it up like, yeah, you just stick your mandibles in here, and she's just like, what?
And then like they all hated her because she was a human, and like they tried to sabotage her constantly. Except for the chef dude. The chef guy kind of liked her.
I mean, ship cooks are always the cool ones. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
I
don't care what you say. I fucking loved her.
No, that whole concept, it could work, but it's also at the same time really fucking Tizamy.
It has a lot of pitfalls I can fall into, but if it's a unique circumstance that, is kind of just a spur of the moment, sure, fuck it, why not kind of thing. They just killed a fucking queen, they were living it high. Then, the next day is like, oh, shit, you're still here. Right. Yeah, I made you a, fuck. I made you a
Well,
Although I
predator.
think the chief, I think it was the chief or the leader. I think he died, and while he was dying, he gave her the mark of his clan.
And the problem
Fuck
is,
yeah,
Well, just
so-
as a little, last prank on his fucking clan.
well, no,
Like,
it's,
fucking figure this one out, lads.
it pisses me off because of like it makes me think of Alien versus Predator, where like lady gets all marked and then the predators just leave her out in the Arctic. And it's
Well,
just
hold
like,
on. is that not what you would want to have happened in the other one rather than being adopted? Because it seems you didn't want her to be adopted.
Well, because I like as a kid, I saw the movie, then I read the book, so it was just like, what? They should have just fucking left her there, because predators don't give a fuck. Or you're like, they give you the weapon and then they let you fend for yourself. That's the whole point. Let's see what else. I liked the video games, but that's because the video games do the Alien versus Predator thing right. It's colonial marines fighting aliens and predators, not fucking modern.
Oh, yeah, no,
you,
fuck that. If I'm playing one of those games, I want to play a Predator.
Well, no,
Yeah,
you
so do I.
can. No, I'm just saying, like, it's done in the correct time period. I really.
I mean, you can
Oh,
make
okay.
AVP work in a modern day
I
setting.
know it. I know you can, but man, there's so much potential with what the games fucking did, where it was just like, oh yeah, you got the classic fucking the pulse rifle, the smart gun, and then you're fighting fucking predators.
Oh, dude, did you see that thing where they made Predator work in like a medieval setting? It's like a
Yeah.
fan
Predator
movie.
Dark Ages. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good.
There's the
short
comic
film.
where the fucking predator helps the pirate right before they do their duel, but then the pirate gets
Yeah.
fucking shot.
Yeah, that was a really nice comic. I liked it. Brings a manly tear to my eye a little bit.
It's I get it. You could do modern day with AVP. It's just I really like the setup that Aliens did. So when the comics and the fucking games were like, yeah, the colonial marines taking on predators and aliens. And the reason I mainly focus on the marines is because unfortunately with the stories of most of those games, they do put the most focus on the human campaign.
That is
Oh,
true.
that's
Well,
shit.
well, it's because it's the one that could have like actual dialogue. The aliens story is actually like in Alien vs Predator 2, which was made by Monolith, the same guys who would make Fear, I'm pretty sure. They fucking they do a lot of good visual storytelling with the alien when it shows like its life cycle. There's no dialogue, but then you actively play as the chest burster, you bite through the rib cage, you see the guy react to it and then it explodes out. You see you have to play a whole mission as the face hugger, getting the person you're gonna latch onto. It's pretty good. Then there's Predator story, which is fight a Predalien. That's literally through all the AVP games. That's all it ever is. Fight a Predalien.
I mean, in AVP 2010, the fight with the Predalien is really cool, though.
Yeah, I guess it's just like, man, they really can't think of a different story. At least with Concrete Jungle, when fucking Scar or whatever his name was,
Oh yeah, the
Face.
gangster thing who thought you were like an angel or something. Then he finds out you've got like a bunch of tech, and he fucking tries to fight you one-on-one.
and
His
then
entire plotline is just 1v1 me scrub, and you're just there as a fucking Yautja, like, bruh, that's literally my entire thing. Let's fucking go.
the fucking kid of the guy that the Yautja kills gets some of his blood on her, and then becomes immortal, basically.
Oh,
Yeah, she's
that
like
was
in a
the
tube.
real fucking Tisme thing.
Look, okay, Yautja blood can do a whole bunch of things. It can prolong your life. It can neutralize xenomorph acid blood. It can do all this stuff.
Wait, when does it do that? I don't remember that.
But,
I can't remember.
Then
but
again,
I believe it can.
Then again, fucking AVP lore is how we learned that the mandibles are supposed to stop face huggers.
Yeah, no, I reject that. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, it's
No, it
really
doesn't.
Tisme.
Like I can see the mandibles being able to do that, but not being designed to do that.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized. Thanks, Slayer. I just looked at Discord and I just see a Chris Stuckman face just right fucking there. And then also
right.
your
All right,
icon.
Chris Stuckman. Right. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, he's just standing there with that expression. He's like, guys, are you done?
No, Chris, we're never done.
Why do you have Sailor Moon figures? I'm ashamed that you enjoy Sailor Moon, because I enjoy Sailor Moon.
Oh, at the end of this podcast, I almost want to show like the guy who's freaking out. They all collect DVDs. They've all
Oh
got
no,
figures.
I'm not watching that fucking clip again. It's awful.
Oh, so yeah, it's so bad. At what point do you consider like? At what point is your merch collection a little too much? To me, I'm like, ugh, like this is a bit much for me.
I mean, I'm just looking around my room right now. I don't think I actually own merch. So
Oh,
pretty
good,
good.
good
I have
man,
merch.
good man.
I have
I
merch,
I
so-
give you a thumbs up. No merch, good. I'm one of those
I
people.
got.
I have like a tiny bit of merch, but I'm one of those people that believes like you do not need to own merch to be a fan of something.
That's not even a belief. Being a fan of something just means you like it. It's like
Mm. Well, it's
there's
because
no gatekeeping to being a fan, but there is gatekeeping to take an active part in the community where you
Mhm.
actually have to have seen the thing, maybe know a little bit about it. That's
well, it's because
yeah, the whole real fan gets so fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, it's like how
Yeah.
when we were talking when I found out that when I was listening to a Young Defiant stream just to see what he acts like as a normal person, and he genuinely believes you can't be a fan of something unless you own merch. And I'm just like, that's so weirdly consumer. Just like you can't just like I guess I can't like Star Wars unless like my whole wall is just absolutely covered in Star Wars posters. Which thankfully it's
I mean,
not.
I got Zilla poster. I got some Pokemon posters. I have some Power Rangers merch.
Dude, at most, I actually do need to take a picture of this. My girlfriend was pulling out her Lord of the Rings figures, and she just gave me her Bilbo one, and I was just like, "Yes, Bilbonius Bungleton shall now be on my desk. He is a hero." All right, back to Chris.
Oh,
Alien movies at the time, Alien and Predator, combining. What a fantastic idea. And of course, in Predator 2, the greatest Easter egg of all time, when Danny Glover is walking around that ship, you can see a xenomorph skull in the background. And
I always thought that was actually really to me because when you look at a xenomorph, I'm like, "There's no way they have a skull."
Yeah, they don't. The whole thing is that black shell that we see them in, that's their exoskeleton.
Yeah,
When
they
you see their heads cut in half, everything inside it is just, it's all green slime. They're like bugs. That's why we
that
call them bugs.
yeah that if
I thought that they were called bugs because they behave like bugs, not that they don't
Also,
have a
yes,
skeleton.
I mean yeah
both.
both. I
Okay.
always thought that if you put any pressure on that alien skull, it just crumbles because of how.
Oh no. I mean, dude, like look at the way they're designed and the way their fucking teeth are all metallic and shit. It's like they
Mhm.
look hard. They look like they're, perfect killing machines
Right.
as advertised. So yeah, I don't think they look fragile or easy to kill unless you have like some firepower. But yeah, they also don't have like a normal skeleton.
Yeah, I just thought it weird since they do have an exoskeleton. I always thought like, okay, if you're gonna have bone underneath that, I imagine like, yeah, that jaw is probably really tough, but I always imagine like if you just smacked like the absolute back of the head, that it just feels like hard enough to withstand the slap, but it's gonna fucking crumble if you hit it any harder.
I mean, I really have no issue with them having a skeleton or an exoskeleton or hell, even
Well,
both.
no, you can't. You literally cannot have both.
It's an alien designed by a gay robot. Okay.
I mean, you can, it just leaves you very little room for flesh, so they would have no real strength or speed or agility
I mean, yeah.
or
I mean,
organs.
practically it's fucking stupid, but I have no problem with either or.
Well, again, it has to be or.
No, I
Okay,
mean, in
okay.
theory, it could be both.
Yeah,
Like, he's
it
not
would just
wrong.
be
It's
very
just,
weird.
yeah, and borderline non-functional.
It's like I'm pretty sure certain breeds of Tyranid have some like internal shit that gives them like a little extra stability, but most of the time they're just exoskeletal.
Like maybe it was like cartilaginous instead of bony. Maybe I don't know.
ever since then, fans went insane about the idea. And
Also, does like I'm trying to just see underneath like his top lip. Does Chris still have braces?
I
Oh.
don't
He might
No.
have, and if so, how is that remotely relevant?
Oh no, I was just
I
bringing
didn't
it
know
up.
he ever did. So.
Oh well, he in
A
some
lot
of
of
his
people get
reviews,
them later in life because, especially once they've been doing the YouTube thing for a while or whatever,
right?
they can finally afford to do it.
Well, yeah, he's had braces. I've seen some of his earlier reviews. He's had braces. I'm just like, I couldn't quite tell because it's like it's either looks like he had like holes in his teeth or that it was braces, and I was just trying to be like, what is that? Like, no knock against him. I was just trying to figure it out.
Also, one of the more important things that I think he brought up is, would you guys say that that was the most important Easter egg in cinematic history?
No,
Fuck no.
no,
No.
I thought he was just like I thought yeah, he was of course over exaggerating, and that's why I was like I was choosing to ignore that. In terms of the most, what would you guys say is the most important Easter egg of all time?
I mean, we have to kind of do it comparatively, so it would be
Thanos showing
either
at the
at or
end at the
yeah,
end of
no, that
Avengers.
no, it has to be at or before that Easter egg. Because if you go after, you're just gonna run straight into the Marvel thing where it's just a cavalcade of Easter eggs. Easter eggs are just how we figure out what's happening next.
Um,
Hmm.
huh.
I'd say before that it would be the Pixar thing, where every Pixar movie had like little elements of other Pixar movies, and that was a
That's
whole
Is
after,
thing.
that
but that's
that's all
after.
after, because you're talking, you got to go back to Predator 2.
So Predator
What
2
year?
came out in, hold on, I'm looking at
1990, I believe.
Oh damn!
Predator.
I thought it was like mid to late 90s. Okay.
You know,
No,
the movie takes place in 1997, but
Yeah,
it was made in 1990.
1990. Yeah.
That is
So
really weird.
so
Okay.
at most, yeah, I don't know. I would probably I don't
I
know.
can't think of
I
any
mean,
really.
I can't think of anything like that far back, so maybe I'll give it to him.
But this at the same like he didn't say at that time though. He's saying like even now it's the greatest Easter egg. And it's like it's not though.
Well, no, it's like he said when the movie came out, blah blah blah, or then this movie dropped with the biggest Easter egg ever, and when it dropped, it very could have been.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And in
Or at
2004,
least one of the most talked about.
Mm-hmm.
we got Paul W.S. Anderson to finally direct it. So that happened.
Oh my
I
god,
recall
he
seeing
does
this-
have braces. I think he does have braces on.
why are we focusing on that?
I'm sorry, you planted it into my head, and now when I see it, I have to focus on
You're playing Where's Wally with his teeth.
it.
Well, it's because with me, I was like, it's either braces or he's got really fucked up teeth because I was seeing holes and I was like, oh
No,
my
no,
god,
we know what it is. It's the autism.
it's those
Yeah,
5 eggs, man.
does he have braces? No, he has autism.
in theaters, and I remember everyone at the time was so pissed off that it was PG-13. I honestly wasn't that bothered by it. I just found the rating reason hilarious. The fact that it actually says slime and gore. Like, slime is an actual reason.
That's weird that he's bringing this up when, like, yeah, they have every right to be fucking pissed. These were 2 R-rated series that were.
Yep.
If he's just pointing out that the reason is funny, it is funny because, like, remember Nickelodeon?
Yeah,
that
slime.
kids show with a lot of fucking slime. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
it being one of the justifications for this nonsense, it's kind of funny.
But I
And,
guess
like-
my thing is, like, why go for the PG-13? Because it's like he's saying, that the franchises were based on R-rated films. So what demographic are you really shooting for here?
I think they just want to get like as many people into it as possible because they know they're going. It's like, okay, this is a versus movie with famous monsters. We're just marketing on pure cool factor. Teenage boys are like our main go-to. We want to get them in there.
Yeah. And this was before the Jokers and the Deadpools like proved that R-rated films can make huge bank.
I wouldn't even say those are the first movies to do that.
Yeah.
The fact that RoboCop had kids' toys, it kind of tells us everything.
That's true. Alien also had kids' toys. Hell, Alien still has kids' toys. I went to Walmart the other day and I saw an Alien Queen figure in like the freaking kids' toys
I
section.
thought that was really weird. How it's like, is aliens coming back? What the hell?
Yeah.
I picked that up. I was like, I picked up a.
Well, now
Queen-
it's got that Disney marketing behind it, man. They gotta, she's gonna be
Oh
a
my
Disney
God.
princess before too long.
Yeah, Disney's
Yeah.
gonna make a live action remake of like Alien, but it's gonna be from the Queen's perspective, and it's gonna be feminist and empowering.
Yeah, have you seen
No,
that poster?
Well,
that
she
fake...
is a strong, independent black woman with a lot of kids.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Susan, we're
Well,
sorry.
well,
Susan,
well,
we're sorry.
well, here's the thing though. She self-reproduces, so she doesn't need a man to take care of her kids.
Well,
so
yeah,
it's
she's
empowering.
asexual as well. The fucking diversity, baby.
No,
Dude,
she's
get it
not.
in there.
She's a
Tagline is-
woman. No, she's not just asexual. She's a woman that can reproduce herself. So,
I'm
The
just hearing-
tagline is gonna be "Yas Queen Slay."
oh god.
I'm just
Oh,
hearing. I'm just hearing
oh,
Susan
no.
just pounding on the door. Let us in. I'm just like, why are you guys doing this?
Yes, Susan. Yes, Susan. Punish me harder, mommy.
Reason for why it's rated PG-13. Kids, don't watch Nickelodeon. There's a lot of slime on Nickelodeon. It's bad for you.
Hey, he brought it up.
So AVP takes place in the year 2004. What now? If Alien takes place in the year 2122 and 57 years later in Aliens, we are told this.
We homed in on its beacon.
And found something never recorded once in over 300 surveyed worlds.
If there's never been any recorded history of xenomorphs, how did this take place in the year 2004 and in the future they have no idea what's going on? Yeah.
They all
mean,
got
it did
fucking
get
nuked, you
nuked.
retard. They're all
Yeah.
dead. The xenomorphs on Earth are dead.
The,
No,
the
he
evidence was kind of
actually-
destroyed. Now, the Queen, because she just kind of gets dragged down into the ocean and she's able to, survive the vacuum of space,
Well,
she's canonically still there.
Yeah, she's
plus
just,
we had a
that's fun.
survivor. We had a survivor.
and plus
so-
the Predator shows that AVP was canon because we see the little
Yeah.
tail spear thing.
Yep. Yep.
They just didn't give a shit about their own lore.
Why does the Predator have to ruin even shitty things?
That's the power of autism.
The weaponized autism, the future evolution of humanity that
The
the
next
predators want
stage
to
of
steal.
human evolution.
Oh no,
Oh,
they're
God,
coming
no.
from space to steal our Aspergers. Oh no.
Oh no.
The predators
they
are
just,
the
like-
Ronald McDonald of Asperger's.
I like how they have a Yaoshua from like the Yaoshua homeworld that isn't a bad blood about to abduct a child to rip out his spine. I like that. I like that. Don't you guys like that?
I thought it was.
He literally is trying to steal the kid's autism to weaponize it. Like, once you get to actual weaponized autism being the plot of your movie, it's over.
Yeah, you jumped all kinds of sharks. Like you fucked it up.
No, they didn't
You
jump
did
a
a
shark.
backflip over the shark,
jumped,
then the
they
shark
jumped
did a backflip over
megalodon.
you.
They jumped a megalodon.
They suplex a megalodon and stole its
Suplex
autism.
City, bitch. And not like lame Brock Lesnar Suplex City. Awesome Scott Steiner Suplex City.
Yeah, I know the AVP movies aren't canon, but not everybody who saw this in 2004
They are
knew
now.
Yeah.
Fault.
I know.
Oh, that just made me sad when I was seeing the Predator, and I was just like, I was already fucking mad, and then I saw that Easter egg. I was like, oh, so AVP's canon now, which means
Even get it? Shouldn't it have been lost in the fucking rubble since it got stabbed in the queen's neck, and like she
Should
fell
have been.
back into it. How did?
But nah,
What?
one of them grabbed it. You remember when the ship first appears and there's like a line of like 100+ Yars who are just standing around in the snow that don't actually do anything? One of those guys grabbed it.
But
also with AVP to AVP Requiem, they fuck with the size of that ship. In fucking AVP, it's like the size of a fucking state, and then in Requiem, it's like the size of like an X-wing. It's fucking retarded.
I thought that was just like an individual pod, though. I
No,
What,
remember in
the thing at the end of AVP?
no, the ship.
No, in Requiem. In Requiem.
No, it's
No,
the
it's the same ship.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They just made it smaller because they're retarded.
Oh, okay.
Because
A lot of people
continuity, right, boys?
don't even know what the word canon means in regards to literature or film. Some people
Yes,
just go
they
to these
do.
movies.
I don't
Yes.
know what a Y-wing is. Who knows
I
what
do.
Y-wings are, guys? Right?
Like
it's a
nobody knows
bomber.
what canon.
I mean,
Yes,
if they
well-
didn't know that, why would they keep referencing other movies in their movies? They clearly want to build a continuity. That's the whole point.
So like if I to like get some tism here now like, please slap me across the internet if I'm making no sense. Like some people may not necessarily know like the definition of canon, but they know what canon is, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it's like whenever we use canon to refer to like just literature or comic book movies or anything, we're not actually using it by its definition at all.
Yeah, just
But we
remind-
all understand what it means, like what is true to a text. That's all it is.
So is Stuckman trying to say that this movie was made for neither Alien fans or Predator fans because fuck canon?
Yeah, it's an alien
Unintentionally,
movie
probably.
intended for space predators and children.
No, what's funny is
Space child predators. Oh god.
I remember when
Oh,
I was
no.
telling my mom, we were just having a conversation on how the EU was turning into Legends, and I said like, oh, it's not canon anymore, and she was just like, she just went like, it was never canon, and saying like, you don't know what the word canon means. It's like something to do with like if it was real or something. And it's just like, what? No, it's the continuity of like a story.
Yeah, also it was specifically decanonized. So even though it was actually never officially canon, we were all allowed to kind of consider it as part of the continuation of the story,
Yeah.
and we tried to stay consistent within that. Not always successfully, sure, but you know, there's a general outline, and then it all just got nuked.
Well, it's just because, like Red Letter Media, my parents kind of operate on the whole, like, there's only 3 Star Wars movies.
But honestly, they're better off at this point. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point of continuity, is that a movie like AVP can essentially build on what already exists.
Exactly.
You know, because you have these 2 series that already have multiple movies, so we already have a lot of the world building. You know, it's already there. They don't have to spend so much time on the exposition dumping, and yet for some odd reason they do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thinking it's part of the same series. To make matters worse, Lance Henriksen is in this movie and plays Mr. Wayland. And despite the fact that on IMDb he's credited
How is
as
that worse?
Yeah, that's actually like a really cool little detail.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
plays
I
the
liked
original
that Easter
Wayland.
egg.
Actually,
The original Wayland.
one of my favorite Easter eggs was actually how when Wayland's just hanging out in his office, he's kind of just doing the knife thing, but with a pen. I
Yeah,
didn't
because that's
realize-
just kind of how he fidgets.
Yeah, I love the fact that like when we fucking were watching that a couple days ago, I damn near lost my mind. I was like, guys, he's doing the knife thing.
And also, he was actually kind of one of the best actors in this movie. Him and the main girl have like one of the only dialogue exchanges that has 0% cringe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like when like when Wayland's talking about his mark on the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's
That
talking
was
about
really
like,
good.
oh yeah, it's like I went up this mount with my dad, and like we drank champagne at the top, but on the way down,
Got like
it's
a
like
blood
he
clot.
had this accident because he kept climbing even though he really shouldn't have, and he died. And he's just like, do you think he remembered that, or do you think he remembered like having champagne with his daughter at the top of the fucking world? Like that's a really cool moment.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of character development like in that one exchange between them than there is in like the whole fucking rest of the movie.
Yep.
Yeah, that one little tiny bit of mutual respect is the most character anyone gets in this entire movie.
Imagine if it were made today, how Wayland would be portrayed.
Oh,
Evil
Wayland-
white
no.
man.
Wayland would be
Yeah,
a
probably.
Wayland would be a woman.
Sorry.
Wait,
Charles,
shit.
wait, no. They already did that. Remember the end of AVP Requiem?
Oh yeah, Miss
That was Miss
Yutani.
Mrs.
Yutani.
Miss Yutani?
Oh no. Wait, did they literally get married and that's how they merged?
No,
Into
the
Wayland
company.
Yutani?
No, the company. No, Wayland and then Yutani merged in companies in Wayland Yutani. I love how that's how like that was the clunkiest fucking like Easter egg combination I ever heard in my life. So we got this company
Miss
Wayland,
Utani.
and then we've got this company called Yutani. What if we merge and we just slam the names together?
Ugh.
And Mr. Wayland's just like, but we don't even operate in the same industry. Why would we
Wait,
do
no,
that?
by the
And she's
time-
just
by the
like, I
time
don't
of-
know.
No, by the time of the merger, Wayland's just fucking dead. He died
Oh,
because of
no.
the Predator. So I'm
Well,
like,
then shouldn't
Yeah.
it just be Utani? Or whoever actually takes over the company, like fucking Johnson. It's Johnson Utani.
Well, I mean, remember he when he died, what he said when he dies that the what was it the stocks in his company will drop 10%, maybe 12, and that's it. So maybe that drop in stock prices was enough for Utani to buy Wayland.
Well, yeah, they were never going to
but
get
the-
it cheaper.
But then why did they put Wayland in front of their name when they're the ones that bought it?
Maybe
Because
they
we
just have better brand
because we live
recognition.
in a society where the patriarchy rules.
Batman.
Because we live in
Yeah.
a society.
Charles
Batman.
Bishop Wayland.
Batman. I love the way he says it in the trailer. Batman.
In the film, he's always Mr. Wayland. This is the exact same actor who played the android Bishop in Aliens and the human counterpart of Bishop in Alien 3. How does all of this make any sense?
I always wondered that, so in fucking Alien 3, a guy hits him with a pipe apparently so hard his whole ear comes off. I'm always
Well, Alien 3 at this point has pretty much been retconned into oblivion because
That's
nobody fucking liked that movie.
I don't even think.
Wait, is that the
fucking-
one with like the half clone things?
No, that's Resurrection.
No, that's Requiem.
That's
No,
Resurrection.
Resurrection.
Which one?
Oh,
was three?
Resurrection. I'm sorry. Like shitty sequels starting with R just seems to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
kind
a-
of
that's
just
a
cursed
trope.
as a thing.
Yeah, Revelation, Resurrection,
Reloaded.
Revengeance.
You leave Revengeance alone. That's the best Metal Gear game.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Revengeance is outstanding. How dare you?
Oh god, no! That is the edgiest fucking Metal Gear game I've ever seen in my life.
But the soundtrack is really good.
No, the soundtrack is the edgiest part. Like
How
rules of
dare you, man?
nature.
How dare you? The
It has-
soundtrack is amazing.
It has to be this way.
Yes.
It really doesn't. Right off the bat, we're kind of instantly confused if you're paying attention to alien chronology. But you just have to accept the
No, you're
fact.
not. I mean, if you'd be confused if you're a fucking idiot.
I was going to say, if you're just leaning off meta knowledge, yeah, you'll be confused. But if you look at it as a story, and then like you pay attention to how this works, like okay, yeah, this makes sense. It was all covered up by the end.
Couldn't
because
Bishop
Wayland
have been
was the,
named after Wayland? Couldn't
Because
Bishop
Wayland
have
was
been
the
named-
prototype. Wayland was the thing the android was based on, right?
Right.
Yeah, I believe
Well,
so. And then like
multiple- the
calling
guy
him-
the Guy Ritchie version of Wayland, and then we're getting into then we're getting to shitty Prometheus territory.
Oh yeah, when he's like a fossil who wants to live forever or some shit.
Yeah.
look, we don't accept Prometheus canon in this household, boy.
Well, you're in my house, so we.
Oh, you mean the dolphin xenomorph at the end? It's not real. I can forget
the
about
one
it
that
now,
became a
at long
fucking
last.
the one that became a fucking planet?
I still don't
Ah.
believe that. I don't know where the fuck you even got that.
It's a fucking comic. I'm still looking for it. But the deacon from Prometheus becomes a fucking planet.
Okay, but nobody counts comics as actual continuity.
but
we're basing it
I d-
solely off the movies.
Well, I know, it's just the funniest part about it is like how like even as like a comic, that's just a major escalation, and you just like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
I'm still absolutely baffled on how they got to A and B in that one, or how A to B, because
It's kind of like on the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
it's not even a thing we know the xenomorphs will do. Like they will take over a planet, they'll turn it into a hive world, just eat everything and reproduce until they go extinct because they're a fucking bioweapon. But becoming a planet, why?
It's like in Shin Godzilla when the plans were to have Godzilla evolve to the point where he contains an entire universe inside his body,
Oh god.
and then he would literally become a god. Can we like never give Hideki Anno another Godzilla project ever again?
Did we just let Godzilla actually kind of die as a franchise?
No, fuck you.
I mean, what? What's the problem here? It makes perfect sense for it to just be gone.
At least for a little while. Take another break.
That these movies aren't related. Even though there are xenomorphs in them and predators, they're just not related, guys. Beyond the idea of aliens and predators fighting, what I like about this movie is the concept. I love the idea of this underground pyramid in the middle of Antarctica. It's a very secluded, isolated location.
No fucking sense.
Well,
Yeah, aesthetically, it's kind of cool. It's a nice setting to have the whole predator hunting you thing, and you know, it's this place that was actually designed to accommodate the xenomorphs as like a thing that will hunt you as you hunt them back. That's as a concept, cool. As a video game level, cool. Makes absolutely no fucking sense in the movie, but
Like,
you know.
how exactly are you going to get a pyramid under 2,000 feet of ice when Antarctica was a frozen wasteland for like 15 million years before even the earliest Australopiths even existed?
Yeah,
Well,
I
hold on,
still stand by my theory that the predators brought both the stone and the humans with them to build it there.
Oh,
no.
God.
So the whole thing with how this works was that humans were already there. Like, I know it makes no fucking sense, but in terms of like how the movie operates, humans were hanging out in like jungle Antarctica, and then predators came. They worshipped them as gods, and they were just like, "Hey, build these fucking pyramids." They showed them how to build pyramids, and then they used them as like breeding stock for the xenomorphs, and then they'd kill them to become
I think that's a
flooded.
little uncharitable. See, they uplifted this entire civilization by like several technology levels, and every 100 years they had what, 7 of them die? I mean,
Yeah.
that's not that bad, honestly.
So I just thought of something. Why didn't they have any Yashua stay behind to like maintain the pyramid and make sure the xenomorph queen, everything was in check, that she didn't produce too many eggs, that
I mean, the queen was in the freezer between hunts, so they
I know,
kind of
but
just
like
didn't worry
during the
about it.
hunt. During the hunt, I should say.
Yeah, especially with the major design flaw that the alien queen's blood would melt her own shackles.
I always
Like,
thought
how
that
did
was
that
weird.
not happen every single time?
Exactly. Like she like the alien queen didn't like cut herself in like the chains with her struggling or anything. No, that never happened.
It's a very good idea because you can utilize the use of a lot of really good sets, you don't have to travel too much, and you can do all of it and feel very claustrophobic. There's a great sense of confinement and isolation in this movie that's reflected very well in the use of some really good sets, and it actually does boost the suspense level. I actually like
that's. I don't know if that tracks actually.
What?
The isolation thing, because yeah, the fact that the temple itself is like doing this transformer thing where it's like this ever shifting maze that's intentionally trying to disorientate you. That's nifty. But it's not isolated because they keep running into each other.
It's
Like,
also not isolated because aside from the crew that gets slaughtered at the whaling station, technically speaking, there's still a crew at the boat that brought them here.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they don't
just-
count. They're NPCs.
AVP more than Alien Resurrection. If I'm being brutally honest, I don't hate this movie at all. I actually find a lot of things to enjoy in it. When Paul W.S. Anderson directed
Hey.
Event Horizon,
We
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a guilty
Yeah,
pleasure.
Yeah, I would also say it's better than Resurrection, but that's not a very high bar.
I mean, Resurrection is actual. Like, I don't even like. I'll meme it if you put it in front of me. But if every other time I'm like, no, Alien Resurrection is complete actual dog shit. I will like. I'll only meme it if it's in front of me.
It's better than 3.
No.
It's better than Requiem.
Okay, it's better than Requiem. Yeah.
It is absolutely better than 3. Fucking fight me. It's got Ron Perlman in it.
So Ron
Wasn't
Perlman
one
is
of the
fucking...
original ideas in Requiem for Ripley to have sex with her weird half xenomorph, half human clone baby thing that the Queen gave birth to?
That's, I
What?
think, your theory crafting there, because I don't remember that.
Okay. All right.
No, so so Alien 3, the only problem with it, I'm trying to think of the actual like problems with the story, other than of course it being insanely depressing, like right off the bat. 'Cause
Oh,
they kill
dude,
Newt,
it
they
is
kill Hicks.
bungled right from the fucking get-go.
Yeah, because they fucking out of nowhere alien egg that latches on to Ripley that causes the escape pods to launch. Hicks burns alive. Newt drowns.
Well, don't you know, alien colonial marines made sure that that wasn't Hicks that died.
I'm not talking about that. No, but I'm
Yeah, the
legit.
whole thing is like the best. Some of the best characters from the second movie. We're just gonna go ahead and kill them off screen,
Yes, but
and then Ripley's just impregnated and infected at the beginning of
And-
the movie, and you're like, okay,
yeah, and it's just a major depressed fucking movie. But at the same time, Resurrection is genuine. It was made off a parody
I
script.
shit you not. Watch them again. It's
I-
better than 3.
I know, like I'm willing to watch them again. I'm willing to like be like, fuck it, let's watch it for Y.A.R.P.
There is nothing particularly redeemable about 3. Most people will point to the dog alien as being like the coolest part of Alien 3.
And Charles
That's
Dance.
it.
You forgot Charles Dance in the movie.
Why does he keep turning up in shit movies? Why does he do that?
He's got a bad agent, man.
Is he like
He
Patrick
really
Stewart in
does.
recent films where he turns up in really bad movies that he's better than?
I mean, I really want him to show up in in King Kong vs. Godzilla. I want him to. If it turns out the Mechagodzilla theory is true, I want Charles Dance to be piloting it.
Oh yeah, he's fucking piloting Mechagodzilla like a goddamn Gundam.
Yeah. No, I think Mechagodzilla is basically confirmed because all of the toys of the monsters in the films were revealed, and Mechagodzilla was among them.
Wait, seriously? That's actually going to be a thing?
I guarantee you it's going to be
Hold on.
Godzilla and Kong versus Mechagodzilla.
Hold on.
Yeah, they're gonna do like a whole Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla thing where the Godzilla in the trailers was really Mechagodzilla in disguise all along.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm
Yeah,
looking
our
this up
two
right-
protagonists team up to fight the mutual threat because we don't actually have the balls to declare one of them a winner.
Yeah, we don't have the balls to kill off Kong and declare Godzilla the supreme ruler.
Oh yeah, the fact that they're even gonna fight is so fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah.
Fuck Kong, he's a piece of shit.
I'm looking at the leaked pictures. Yeah, that's fucking wow. That is a retarded look for Mechagodzilla. I'll fucking copy and paste it and show it to the chat in a second. Copy, paste. You throw up the banner.
Oh god, no. Oh.
You throw
I
up
mean,
the banner for a
that-
second.
Is that seriously going to be it? That's going to be in the movie?
I
It
bet
It looks
you.
like the shitty thing they had made out of like aluminium tube and tin foil from like the 1950s movies. So points for sticking to it, I guess. But god damn, it looks shit.
There's this one picture that had like it was made when 2014 either came out or it was around its release that had Mechagodzilla in it. I'm trying to find it because it's a really cool picture of it.
So if this turns out to be true, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be shit. It's already gonna be shit.
I mean, yeah, we're watching the movie for basically the fucking meme of the prize fight.
Yeah,
Like,
we're
we were hoping that one of them would actually fucking kill the other.
I love how we're basically setting like aside like days to watch like the Snyder cut and Kong versus Gods. I keep reversing it. It's Godzilla versus Kong. Fuck me. Fucking Godzilla's gonna win.
It's lizard versus monkey.
Like, yeah.
Walking nuclear power plant versus the power of monkey.
And
If
the
you
power of
include
monkey will prevail.
all canon material, Godzilla is even more impressive because he took a meteor strong enough to bust an entire country and walked away from it.
I mean, when they
Yeah, but like, have you seen the trailer? They nerfed the shit out of him. He's like half his original size.
No, I think he's technically the same size.
No, if he can stand on a
made him
nuclear
look-
carrier, then yeah, he's like half his size.
No, shut up. It looks cool, guys. Oh, that movie's gonna be so fucking bad.
Mm-hmm.
I love how
But it might be fun.
in the original, when they were legit the same size because it was just two guys in rubber suits, King Kong was victorious. So they might just show
because
that
you had
bias.
Deus Ex Machina Lightning.
No, I don't remember how they won because I don't watch a lot of those old films.
Well, the thing is, Godzilla like beats the shit out of King Kong, and then lightning hits King Kong, and he absorbs it and gets super powerful, and then they tumble into the ocean, and then King Kong swims away.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like getting an invincibility star in Super Smash Brothers.
Yes, basically.
All right, back to Chris.
And I saw that movie and I thought, man, this is really reminiscent of the feel of Ridley Scott's Alien. So the idea of him getting to direct a movie with xenomorphs is probably something he was pretty excited about. And when you watch this movie, you do get the sense that he is actually trying. Like when I watched Resident Evil Final Chapter this year, I hated everything about that movie. Even though
you're comparing what at the time was his latest work versus one of his earlier works. Of course, it's gonna be worse.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, Event Horizon came out before a lot of the Resident Evil trash, and it was really good.
Right. I know. It's just he was comparing like he was saying like AVP is better than Resident Evil Final Chapter, and it's like, yeah, that's because he's progressively gotten worse since then.
Like I've seen like scenes from that movie and some action scenes edited. It is a fucking nightmare.
I watched. Was Slur? Was it you and me that watched it, or was it me and Joseph that watched it?
I think it was you and Joseph. I didn't watch Resident Evil with you.
Yeah, we watched it and it was like this is just dog shit. She fucking roundhouse kicks a zombie dog through a window.
Oh right, yeah, I remember we watched the first two Resident Evils. That was fucking terrible.
he was probably trying because it was the last film of his baby franchise, it didn't seem like he was. With AVP, he actually seems like he's trying to make an okay film, at least a watchable, enjoyable entertainment. Because you don't go to these versus movies like Freddy
says as he was trying when it clearly shows how one-sided that fucking film was.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I remember he said that when he watched Alien as a kid, Sigourney Weaver was the sexiest woman alive to him, so that tells you a lot.
I mean, Michael Biehn was attracted
Explains
to
what he
Sigourney
sees
Weaver.
in Mia. I mean, yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's
Freddy
into
versus-
the thin sticks, I guess.
Sigourney in her prime is hotter than fucking Mia. I'll fight you.
Yeah, Sigourney is pretty hot.
versus Jason and expect Schindler's List. And they did an okay job at presenting it and giving us...
That makes sense, retard.
Yeah, that's what people's problems with the movie was. There weren't enough Nazis.
Well, no, they're
Didn't win
saying
enough
like
Oscars.
in terms, yeah, it was like in terms of the overall quality, it's not as good as Schindler's List. And I always hate it when people do that. It's not Citizen Kane, and it's like, yeah, Citizen Kane fucking is way different from fucking Star Wars.
But the thing is, you can have your goofy action movies, and they're still allowed to make sense, and you know, have worlds that are well thought out, even though what we're there for is dumb fun.
Would you consider Commando that?
Oh, Commando is so good. Commando is like Arnie in like one of his prime roles. That
I consider Commando dumb, goofy fun, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Some actually semi-fleshed out characters. They did make somewhat of an attempt to make us like some of the heroes in this movie. It's not like today where they just populate a movie with a bunch of random cardboard people and monsters come around and kill everybody. They actually did give an attempt to give us reasons to care about these people, like the one scientist who has children at home and he's
No, that like it's an attempt.
Okay,
it's a
you were-
lazy attempt though.
He was so close to making a decent point because
Yeah.
for the main girl, for Wayland, and
Pepsi Man.
fucking for Pepsi Man, they make an attempt. For this guy, he was just throwing up death flags. That was his entire character.
Yeah.
Was death flags.
Yeah, that's the main issue with his argument here is like you can make that argument, but you cannot use this guy as your example.
You know,
Yeah.
I got kids. I got 2 kids, and he just keeps reminding
This guy
us of
might as
that.
well have shown up to the set in a red fucking shirt.
Yeah, it's just like every line dialogue is like, "Oh boy, I can't wait to not die on this expedition."
No, I can't.
Exactly, and then it
Like,
turns out
he's-
he's 2 days away from retirement as well.
Oh god, do I need to fucking throw up the picture? The latest in what's throwing Slur throws a thing at my request in the jujitsu alien outfit.
Yes, do it. Do it.
we just need eventually.
Do I
I'm-
even still have that thing of
I-
when I
it-
put him in the jujitsu armor?
It's probably in the chat. And
Yeah, it's in the chat.
It is.
let me.
Throw it up.
Let me. Oh god, I feel like we need to share a lot more of those. I throw the banner up. I feel like we need to share a lot more of the reaction gifs that not gifs, pictures we save and show them on the podcast because I like.
I mean, if you just kind of have them hanging out, they won't have any context, which is great for me, but I don't think anybody else will appreciate it.
Yeah, I love the idea. Like a little bit further up, there's just that guy who's just staring at the egg and it's just like, huh?
Or every episode, there's a new person in the armor, and the armor is just always there.
I still have fucking Lurch from Hot Fuzz in the armor just sitting out on the fucking banner. Eventually, we're just gonna form our own Tizumi Jujitsu army. All right, so chat. This is like it's the scientist man as he's reaching for the gun. He had like a face and a half of just like
Yeah, it was a unfortunate pause, and
yeah.
Yeah.
And per my request, I was like, "Can you throw in the jujitsu armor?" And you were like, "I can't keep throwing everything in the jujitsu armor." And then you like 2 seconds later, you were like, "I already have it saved."
yeah, the armor with transparency layer in the face, I actually just have it there as a file on my computer because I've been asked to put fucking everyone in it. Any like roughly bald-ish man gets put in that armor. It's like a curse.
It really is.
Ah,
Oh my god. Let me throw the banner back up so I can get back to the. Oh my god.
Let's give Chris his due.
Yep. Throw the banner back down. Ready to go.
creating a mini movie with his camera for his kids. I thought that was a really great idea. But at the same time, AVP falls back on a lot of the same traditional...
It could be a good idea, but the execution was dog shit.
exactly.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean,
fucking-
I would say that even Pepsi Man's whole Pepsi character was a bit better done than that. Not by much,
Yeah.
but a bit.
I love the. That's it. I practically now need to show this. Have you guys ever seen Pepsi Man?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Uh,
I have.
You're in the
Pepsi
weeds.
Man!
I love the idea of just seeing like Pepsi Man.
You're
just
in the
hang out-
weeds.
Just seeing Pepsi Man in an alien hive.
He like turns the queen into a giant bottle of Crystal Pepsi.
No, he just
I'm the-
completely uselessly
Hork.
throws a can of Pepsi at the xenomorph before he gets taken and does nothing.
cliches we've
Like,
come to
what, would,
expect.
what, would, what would his xenomorph from the Pepsi Man look like?
Just a big can.
Yeah, it would just be a normal xenomorph, but it would have like the blue and the red pattern on
No,
it.
I was going to say it's just this big. It's just a big cylinder. It literally is just it's a xenomorph face, but it's just a
Oh
big
no!
can
If
of
you
Pepsi.
if you pop the top, a smaller can will like come out at you.
At this point, we have a guy walking around a room getting spooked by noises, and since it's in the middle of Antarctica, they didn't have a raccoon or a cat around, so a penguin pops out. The setup for the movie is just a bit bland. I'll never forget seeing this in 04, sitting next to my one buddy, and when the alien and the predator finally start fighting, I remember him leaning over to me and going, "Finally." And I was like, I know. It takes a while to get...
Yes, God forbid we actually have setup and world building and characters and
It's
let's
why
let's
yeah, a good chunk of like even Predator is a good chunk of it is before the monster even shows up. I'm trying to remember how much time passes. That's why I asked you, Jake. It's I know we see like the hand shortly after the battle, but it takes quite a while for the Predator to kill somebody on the main team.
it does.
I'm pretty sure we're halfway through the film when Hawkins dies.
Check the chat.
Oh, our chat.
Well, yeah,
I was checking the live stream chat.
I can't post shit in there.
It's just the xenomorph holding a Pepsi can. Slayer.
Fucking try. I have Predator saved in my fucking desktop. I'm gonna try and find it because now that you mention it, it's bothering me.
Okay.
To the actiony stuff. Leading up to them actually fighting, it's pretty much a stereotypical bland movie where a bunch of scientists are going someplace to investigate something and there isn't really any energy to it. When
That's wrong. I would argue that's fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Is that even a stereotypical premise for a movie?
You also could do that for any
film. A lot
film.
of scientific expedition movies.
You could also do that with any film. Alien is just about a bunch of miners that just go to a distress signal, and then suddenly a monster comes out of somebody.
Predator is just a bunch of generic military men getting hunted by an alien because it's the 80s and we have to have guns.
But yeah, he makes it like, oh yeah, it's another stereotypical scientific expedition movie. Like that's not actually a premise that's used very much. Now, if it was a stereotypical bunch of teenagers go camping movie, yeah, he'd have some spice there. It's like that's actually a cliche. Scientific expeditions are kind of underused.
To the point that Cabin in the Woods made a whole thing about it.
Yeah.
McTiernan directed.
I still need to watch Cabin in the Woods.
It's a good movie.
Cabin in the Woods is pretty good.
Predator. He made that movie explode. He gave so much vitality to every shot in that film. And when Ridley Scott directed Alien, he made one of the best suspense science fiction movies of all time. These two...
But it took till around halfway to the movies for the aliens to show up so things could happen. So that means it's boring.
Yeah, before that it was just a generic, jump scare fucking creepy ooky spooky movie. Yeah.
And a generic 80s action movie. Come on. Be consistent. Fucking Christ.
And it's not even that he's saying anything wrong because it is a really fucking good suspense movie, and Predator's a really good 80s action movie. And then towards the end, they both have this fucking alien twist on them, and we smash together. So in this, when you have both of them put together, it's going to start off like a scientific expedition movie as we step into this unknown situation that's far above our fucking heads that we have no place being in. And then aliens turn up. It follows the formula, although if his actual criticism of what he's trying to say is that more human portion of the movie was done better in both Predator and in Alien, I agree.
Yes, definitely.
But that's not necessarily an implied slight against AVP. Unless he's going to point out something specific that was bad, and there are things that are bad.
Oh,
which is what makes it frustrating. That he can't
like how the Queen survived the fucking Predator nuke and being buried under millions of tons of ice.
We talked about this multiple times during that movie. That was a different pyramid. Like the flashback that he was reading about on the floor, that was an example. That wasn't actually this pyramid that got nuked.
I know it's not that pyramid that got nuked. I'm talking about how the Queen didn't fucking die when they got nuked and had all the fucking ice fall on her.
What the fuck makes you think the queen survived? I think they just got another queen for this new palace.
No, they're talking
Why would
about
it be the
this.
same one?
Well, no, we're not saying it's. I don't think he's saying it's the same one. They're saying how this particular queen, when the predator blows up that particular temple, it's buried in all that ice and also survives the nuke. It is a bit weird, but that's kind of
that one.
Yeah,
when
it-
she
Yeah,
was
that one.
already outside of the pyramid when it blew up, and she was just able to withstand the blast.
yeah. I always thought
And then
it was
survived getting buried in 2,000 feet of ice.
dude. It survives the fucking pressure of space.
But
When you-
that's not a lot of pressure. In fact, that's
That's not a
almost
lot of
no
pressure.
That's the problem with space.
Okay,
There's no
so,
pressure.
so surviving space is different from being crushed under millions of tons of ice.
Don't we
Yeah.
basically become? Well, when I was about to say something really fucking stupid. I was about to say, don't we basically become flat when we get exposed to hard vacuum? No, we just lose. Like our fucking lungs become flat. That's what I just had.
Yeah, it's like because we can't actually have any. We're adapted for Earth's atmosphere, which is a pressure of one. There's one atmospheric pressure.
Right.
If we exist in zero atmospheric pressure, our body doesn't know what the fuck to do about that.
Exactly.
We completely lose our shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, and like we know, and there's precedent for things crushing xenomorphs and killing them. So
It was so to give a so to basically Steel Man for the movie. It's kind of like how like they kind of need to do the trope of the queen just survives because that's just how these films did it. The Alien and Aliens always had that final moment where the last one always survived, whether it was the alien hanging out in Ripley's escape pod ship or the queen coming out and ripping Bishop in half.
okay, but in Alien, in the first one it makes
yeah,
sense
I
because it's
know.
a single. Yeah, it's very stealthy, very sneaky. And Aliens, it's a little bit more iffy, but you could somewhat justify it. But in AVP, not only does she have to escape the fucking explosion, which
Mm.
was which we established in the flashback that the Predator nukes, at least in this film, can nuke an entire fucking city and reduce it to nothing. And then on top of that, she's surviving this massive area that has to be several miles of ice just collapsing on top of her. If she's not dead from that, she's not moving.
Yeah, and when both the predator and main woman escape from the pyramid, they get to this sled thing that brings them up the hole. They see that like something's covered in slime. So the implication is that the queen got at least that far.
But it
But-
turns out that was just a random.
Yeah, there's
xenomorph.
nowhere else to go. So she's trapped in there with the exploding pyramid.
I still think it's
Yeah.
so weird, by the way, that they wasted their F-bomb when it's like, I hope it kills every fucking one of them. And
Yeah, when you
instead-
had
they
yeah.
said you're one ugly motherfucker, but cut off before they said the fucker part, and it's like, really? You fucking like sacrificed the fucking like ultimate reference to just a random F-bomb?
I'm glad they didn't use it just for a callback. It's like
yeah,
it was actually something that one of the characters would say with conviction that she actually believes. So that was
Yeah.
a bit nicer.
because
guess.
The xenomorphs killed all these people, especially ones she's friends with, and she just wants them to all die.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like I don't consider it a waste of their one F bomb. They could have used it better. It's like there are lines that could have been funnier or stood out more, but the way they used it, I thought was it was fine.
I guess. Then again, This is why when like fans when they'd want to create their movie, it accidentally would go creep into fan fiction where it's just like, and then they do just say you're one ugly motherfucker. And
I
it's
mean, they
like,
say that a couple times in this movie anyway.
almost, yeah. They didn't they quoted Predator in fucking AVP Requiem, didn't they, Ninja? When the government guy was looking at the footage of a xenomorph and he goes, "What the fuck are you?" I'm pretty sure. No, that's not even a Predator reference because Dutch says, "What the hell are you?"
Yeah.
Two things
No,
come
it's just
Yeah.
coming together you think would be a lot more fun, and in AVP it's just kind of okay and disposable. There isn't really anything about this film that I utterly hate, because I didn't go into it with mammoth expectations. Due to the title alone, you go to a movie like this expecting one specific thing, these two creatures to fight. And Anderson actually directed the fights.
We're going into Predator, you know, not yeah. Look at the title Predator or Star Wars or Alien or like take a number of really silly fucking titles, Captain America, all these titles that are really silly, and you're like, I'm not expecting anything. Blah blah
Iron
blah.
Man.
Fuck off. Yeah, Iron Man is legit. Is still, I would argue, to like one of, if not the best MCU films and one of the best superhero films.
It's
Fucking
pretty
fight
good.
me.
It's pretty good, except its villain is really lame.
Oh yeah, its
Yeah.
villain's really lame, but everything else is great.
And
Yeah,
really-
everything about Iron Man himself is fucking golden.
and everything it
Yeah.
sets up for the MCU with its post-credit scene. I'm like, let me talk to you about the Avengers, and it's like, okay, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, and then they actually follow. So like, I'm so sick and tired of people like going, oh well, this movie's called such and such. What were you expecting? I'm like, something good.
I mean,
Yeah, at no point are our expectations low enough that we're thinking it's going to be written shit.
well, there's
It's like,
only
you can have something that's goofy and funny and over the top and silly, but still internally consistent.
yes, and I
It's
was
not a
also
contradiction.
I was also about to say, like, if I see, like, oh, I don't know, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, I'm definitely gonna be like, all right, this is probably gonna be shit.
It's probably going to be ridiculous. That doesn't mean it has to be shit.
I mean, Killer Clowns from Outer Space is ridiculous, but it's really fun.
Isn't
It's
Attack
actually
of,
pretty good.
isn't Attack of the
Yeah.
Killer Tomatoes actually really good?
I
It's just
don't
it's
know.
just
I
really
haven't seen it.
goofy.
Yeah, it's really good. I heard it's really goofy. And then, of course, my favorite film of all time is called Pumpkinhead. Sorry, not my favorite film. My favorite horror film is called Pumpkinhead, but it's not silly or goofy at all. So,
Is that because there's just like a really serious face carved onto the pumpkin?
no, he doesn't have a pumpkin for a head.
What
That's
the-
very misleading.
What the fuck?
He's called Pumpkinhead because he's in an old pumpkin patch graveyard. It's this whole like mountain folk like legend about a demon that you can summon to get vengeance for you at the cost of your soul.
And does it have a pumpkin head?
No, it does not.
Well, then
It-
who has
it-
the pumpkin head?
They
Nobody,
call it
apparently.
Pumpkinhead because it comes from a pumpkin patch.
That's very misleading.
I
Yeah, I'm
know.
incredibly disappointed with this film.
That we've never seen.
It's actually
We've
it's,
never
it's
They
seen
should
really
have called
solid
it the
though.
pumpkin head. They should have called it the pumpkin adjacent man who kills a man with his soul.
It's not a man, it's a demon. It also has Lance Hendrickson in it and directed, and
Then
it's
call it
directed by
pumpkin demon then.
no.
Just don't call it Pumpkinhead if it's not gonna basically look like the Headless Horseman.
A
No,
pumpkibus.
no, it doesn't. It's actually really solid, though. It's really solid.
I don't know. I'm not thoroughly convinced.
Yeah, you're doing
It
a terrible
subverts
job at explaining
expectations.
it.
Yeah, well, look. All right, look. Penis. All right, let's continue.
We just broke him.
I can explain it. I'm not in the right mindset to do that. I'm still.
I heard a really
Ugh.
dumb crossover, and it was Aliens versus Predator versus The Thing, and I immediately went, The Thing wins.
Yeah, the thing wins.
automatically.
Yeah.
That's one of those things of like where you've got the versus match, and you know which side automatically just wins. It's that one-sided. It's like, yeah, The Thing. Literally, all it needs to touch is either it needs to touch the xenomorph, or it just like you could make the argument that the acid blood could make it immune to assimilation. But it's still, if it touches the predator, yeah, it's game over, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to touch blood. It just needs to assimilate the DNA code, which will be in the shell as well.
It'd
Right.
be,
Once
or in the
that
slime,
thing assimilates
too.
the xenomorph, it's game over, man.
Yeah, like the slime too as well.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Like, they're not great. There's some high frame rate shaky action every once in a while, but it's nowhere near as bad as Resident Evil Final Chapter. And I'll be honest, probably seeing
Again, quit comparing like something of his early work to his latest work. I'm not gonna
Like
compare.
comparing.
I'm not gonna compare
Sorry, go.
Resident. I'm not gonna compare Event Horizon to fucking Monster Hunter, because they're clearly the opposite ends of the spectrum. One of his first works versus one of his literal latest work.
Well,
Yeah, it's like
typically the
comparing.
argument would be that you've improved over time, and that because
Right.
he directed Event Horizon, we've been shown that he has the talent to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
why
you
is
could look at
shit?
Mad Max Fury Road and say that George Miller improved because his last thing was fucking Happy Feet. It doesn't make the comparison good.
You're right, and I didn't really like Fury Road. I thought, other than the fact that it had really awesome practical effects, the story was shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was cool to look at, but it was almost better as a music video than an actual movie.
It's because George Miller, like, I believe his stance was like he wanted, like just like Mad Max, he wanted to make a fucking movie that you could watch in black and white and with no sound and still understand what's going on. And with that,
He basically just wanted to make a bunch of AMV fodder, which I mean, more power to him. But
and also, I'm pretty sure you can't understand what's going on in the first Mad Max without the audio. Because
you need all of it. Yeah, it's kind of important.
Yeah, because then you don't understand truly what is Max's motivation.
That's why it's a movie and not like a series of paintings.
Uh-huh. Don't you just love it when art directors try to be more artsy fartsy than they actually are? Mad Max is a good film, but if it really was, if you were trying to watch the whole thing in black and white and also with no sound, you'd be confused as all hell.
I mean, I do enjoy watching it. It's just the story is shit.
No,
it's
not Fury
really
Road.
fucking fun to look at.
No, not Fury Road. The original Mad Max.
Oh, that.
Like
I mean, I can say the same thing about Thunderdome, honestly. It's a fun movie to look at, but god damn, it makes no sense.
Right.
Oh, by the way, since we were talking about Nostalgia Critic early on, when he did his top 11 best sequels, he put Fury Road above the Road Warrior.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. It's like
Road
the
Warrior-
tier Mad Max experience.
Road Warrior is like the biggest inspiration for Fallout by this point.
That was a hell of a leap, but okay.
There's a lot of Mad Max references in specifically 3 in New Vegas. Like there's especially since
leather armor.
The leather armor is specifically Max's outfit. Dog meat does look like.
Well, you realize leather jacket and leather pants is an aesthetic that existed before Mad Max, right?
Well, it's no. If you look at the leather armor, it's specifically his outfit, the shoulder pauldron and everything. Like how it is specifically what he looked like. I think you can even see
one of the greatest tag teams in wrestling of all time, the Road Warriors, is obviously inspired by Mad Max.
I thought you were going to say Master Blaster.
No.
That is the best wrestling duo of all time.
I like it when you guys talk about wrestling and then I just show how little I truly know about wrestling.
Oh, I know nothing. That's why it's a fucking joke that Master Blaster even counts.
Like I only know I played as the Great Khali when I played the WWE like SmackDown versus Raw video games.
Why would you
All
play
I
as
know
the Great
about wrestling is some old clips of Macho Man Randy Savage, and that's about it.
I know quite a bit about wrestling because I'm watching through the peak years of WCW.
No, I played as Great Khali mainly because his ultimate move was just the Khali slap. Like fucking
really.
I mean, it's the same reason I love characters like Singham. His little whole thing is that his whole gimmick is what do the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap.
You should look up what a Canadian destroyer is. It's actually kind of cool. It's actually quite spectacular.
Then again, when I was playing D&D, fucking The Rock was my cleric's god, and we created a whole
fuck.
We created a whole lore. His domain was SummerSlam. All right. Before I get insanely distracted, I'm gonna bring fucking Stuckman back.
his later films after Alien vs. Predator and then going back yesterday night and rewatching this movie, that probably helped me appreciate the direction here a little bit more, having seen what his films have become since then. In this film, you could tell that he was actually still giving at least a semi amount of effort to really try. He did some shots that directly tribute Ridley Scott's Alien, like this shot of our hero climbing up. It's the same as the shot in Alien with Ripley climbing up from the shaft.
That's a simple shot. Like,
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that gives Chris Stuckman a hard on, don't you remember?
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Oh, this thing looks like this other thing. And then when this person got smacked aside by the predator, it was also like in this other movie when this guy got smacked aside by a predator. Clearly a reference.
You
Ugh.
see, there's this old lady with a spinning wheel in Dark Souls 2, and you see a spider on the wall. So clearly, it's a reference to the old lady in the spiderweb castle, and not the fates from Greek mythology.
Kind of hate these people that say like everything is a reference, and and at the same time I accidentally end up doing it. It's kind of irritating at myself too.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't, but even if
Yeah.
it was, best case scenario, what do you want a fucking cookie? Like nobody gives a shit,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
See, this one incest hentai is a reference to Game of Thrones because it has a brother and sister having sex.
Well, it's like as I kind of tried this where I was like where I referenced how Thanos and Hawkeye getting the Soul Stone is the reference to the eclipse from Berserk, and I was more referencing like how it was shot, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just because like it ends up being the is that a motherfucking JoJo reference where it's just like, yeah, these things happen. Like, of course it could possibly be a reference, but that's because things happen.
But at the same time, in classic Paul W.S. Anderson style, there's so much flashing lights and random shit that make no sense. Like, the Queen looks incredible, but why is there electricity everywhere? Like, what's going on?
It's to stimulate the fucking egg process.
Yeah, they
not
show
only
this
that,
exact process at the start of the
yeah,
movie.
it's also she's also waking. It's a device to wake her up from cryostasis. You idiot.
I mean, if you want to get technical, it's to turn her on.
Oh,
you.
ha, 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 ha.
I mean,
Well,
we did make
kill
the
Ireland.
we literally did whilst we were watching it. We made the bondage joke. Don't act like you weren't part of that.
In this scene? Why is there visible electricity all around her? Like, what does that even?
Because it's stimulating her to lay the eggs and wake her up from cryostasis. Did you not watch the movie?
Like, even in this clip, we're watching it happen in real time.
Yeah.
Mean. Let's talk about the two title characters, Alien and Predator. These things look really good in this movie. There is a surprising amount of actual practical aliens. I was really excited about that when I rewatched it because I didn't remember really anything about this movie. There are some very noticeable CG shots, but there's a lot of puppet work here, and of course the Predators all look fantastic. The whole design of this movie, the costumes, the production, all of that is
actually that is actually a good point in the movie's favor that we didn't even point out while we're watching. It's like,
Yeah.
every scene when, you know, the aliens are there, the predators are there, they definitely feel like they're really fucking there. They're physically in the room with them.
I'll even say this: the CGI is actually not that bad either.
Yeah,
very rarely
It
noticeable.
kind of did that thing that's like effects are supposed to do, where like
Yeah.
I don't want to say like it's that whole like if you don't notice it then it's doing its job properly. 'Cause it's like no, you can notice it and it is doing its job properly.
Yeah.
It doesn't stick out as being particularly awful, and you are able to suspend disbelief and not have it snap you out of it because something looks too dismal.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
Remember in Resurrection there was the CGI grenade.
Oh God.
The fucking
Oh,
guy pulls the pin on a grenade,
God.
it immediately turns to CGI and like rolls like 4,500 feet into an escape pod.
And then the guy who rolled it salutes, and then a xenomorph pops up behind him. It like tongues his back of his head. He pulled out a chunk of his brain, looking at it, all like, "Huh."
Then,
So
and
this
then
happened.
dies.
top notch. The characters and the direction and the dialogue in particular are really what suffer here. The direction's fine, like it's excusable. The characters are also okay. Where the movie kind of loses me is towards the end, and of course, spoilers if you have not seen AVP. Our main hero kind of teams up with the Predator, and they just kind of.
I don't really see an issue with that though.
I mean,
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, it kind of works.
Because it's like now
The
granted
human did arm the fucking Predator. So
I know,
and then they kill like she kills an alien. It's like, all right,
yeah.
let me pull out show off my xenomorph crafting merit badge, and fucking he pulls out his knife and just starts doing some Boy Scout shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now the
I
scene
mean-
where she decides that that's what she's going to do because Pepsi Man reads the prologue off the walls and ceiling, that's kind of fucked.
The guards need
But
their guns.
it's not a nonsense decision that she makes. It's like, oh no, yeah, actually, now that you've found the prologue, it makes sense that I'd actually want to give this gun back to the big alien thing so he could shoot the other alien thing and then fuck off the planet. That's a plan. And he's like, no, we have to not do that. And
Like,
she's just like,
there's
"Fuck
no
yourself, Pepsi Man."
reason why
Even
they
after she gives the gun back, the Predator still doesn't like accept her at that point. It's not until after she kills an alien.
It's after she kills
Yeah.
an alien and after she bothers him for like a second. Remember, she's like, "Get back here, you ugly!" And then just he turns around and I'm like, "Fucking, what are you doing? Why are you still talking to me?"
And like, I mean, there's and it's not like it doesn't make sense why a Yajua would do this. They're not. I mean, I don't see an issue with it, honestly.
What? The whole them teaming up? Yeah, it's no problem at all.
Yeah, it makes
Well,
sense.
that's
They
one of
want
the
they
biggest
both.
things that separates the Predators from the aliens is that they're not mindless killing machines. They do have intelligence. They have an honor system, a code.
Yeah, and like this woman has clearly proven herself capable. So
Hunt the xenomorphs together. I'm not really
no, they're
buying
not
that.
hunting the
I
xenomorphs
feel
together. They're trying to escape. You moron! Scar already got his mark. He already got his mark. He just needs to get out.
Well, no, they gotta find the hive and then they'll get out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There. But like, yeah, they're
Like,
not
since-
hunting xenomorphs. They're trying to escape.
what you learn in the big exposition scene is that the Predators are using the humans as a way to hunt the xenomorphs. I'm not really seeing them teaming up. They could. I don't really know everything
Why
about.
not?
Yeah, one of them is a fucking global apocalypse. The other is a game hunter. One of them is clearly the preferred option here.
And also,
Yeah, and like,
one of those
Sorry, go ahead.
people are like super into honor and like a bunch of other bullshit. Like when it saw that Arnie's skull was worth like taking, it fucking challenged Dutch to a one-on-one fight. So it clearly has enough of an intelligence to fucking be like, all right, you killed it. I'll let you tag along, I guess.
remember when Mike Harrigan was gifted with this very this treasured item that the Predator chief had in Predator 2 for killing one of their own, managing to kill them?
Yeah, Danny
Yeah.
Glover is fucking getting the flintlock pistol.
Yeah. So
Predator.
Yeah, I don't see any xenomorphs messaging you on Xbox Live to 1v1 me scrub.
yeah.
I would love that. Just an alien holding the Xbox controller.
Predator mythology, but I don't know. They didn't really sell it in the movie. It was so quick. It was literally like a minute, and all of a sudden, the girl and the Predator are just running side by side, and I just laughed out loud when that happened. And towards the end, it just gets really
Probably
silly.
because it's not like the Last Jedi where they explain it to where they think you're such a fucking moron that they actually have to explain shit to you.
Guys, remember they're the dyad. This is the new dyad.
Oh yeah, they're a dyad. And
Quick
then
question:
Palpatine.
Chris Tuckman likes
he's
the
the
Last
dyad.
Jedi, doesn't he?
Wait, does he?
Pretty
I think
sure.
So. I think so.
Ugh.
I think he was a fan of the sequel trilogy overall.
Why?
Because he's Chris
Criticisms.
Stuckman and he has no taste.
with what I call Godzilla 98 syndrome. Do you remember in that film where all of our principal characters were
How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you compare AVP to that gigantic piece of fucking garbage?
I mean, this
I
is
am
one
a
of the
fa-
most universally agreed upon movies as just absolute bottom of the barrel.
Like fucking the not Godzilla can like teleport and not exist in reality for short
I
periods
was
of
going to
time.
say, you mean Zilla? Remember in Godzilla
Yeah, no-
Final Wars, they nicknamed it to Zilla, and Godzilla
Yeah, the
fought
Toho
him.
like bought the likeness rights and said, "No, that's not Godzilla."
They fought regular Godzilla fought Zilla, threw him into Sydney Stadium, and then blew him up.
Did they have to like
Exactly.
make a cheap off-brand version
No,
because they didn't have
Zilla.
the rights? This
no.
isn't Godzilla. This is Zillarino.
No, they bought the fucking they bought the fucking
Likeness
Godzilla
rights.
from I forgot what company made it.
TriStar.
Yeah, TriStar, and then regular Godzilla was just like, all right, as like Metal Gear style revengeance music starts playing, and he fucking tail whips Zilla into the Sydney orchestra house, and then nuclear breaths him into oblivion.
It's amazing.
Also,
Like
in terms of
yeah.
guilty pleasures, this one is the guiltiest of pleasure for me, because I'm just memeing the whole time I'm watching this.
You're
'Cause it's-
fucking dead to me.
Because
You are
it's-
dead to me, sir.
Hold on. It's definitely, I know it's complete dog shit, but I just laugh at it because it's got so much of the Simpsons cast in it. It's got Matthew Broderick and
It's a very memeable movie.
yeah.
Look,
the baby
when I'm watching my
Godzillas-
favorite franchise of all time being consistently shit on, I just get very angry.
I mean, your series was never good in the first place, other than
fuck off.
Other than its one
Fuck.
debut movie.
No, there's more than one good Godzilla movie.
Okay, I'm ready.
GMK, Shin Godzilla, Godzilla Against Mechagodzilla, Godzilla 85 was pretty good. Godzilla vs. Biollante was pretty good. It's just when you got into the time travel shit that got really tismy.
Remember when Godzilla used to be an allegory for nuclear weapons, guys?
Now it's a lot of fish.
Yep.
So still, it shits on everything. It just shits on it constantly and pisses me off.
Yeah, you wanna watch a good Godzilla movie? Watch the original.
Watch the original. GMK is pretty good. 1985 is really good. Versus Biollante is an acquired taste, but it's not.
Isn't
bad.
that the plant pollution monster?
No, it does have that is the plant monster, but the film itself isn't bad.
I don't know. I still think my favorite Godzilla movie is Pacific Rim.
I would agree. I was trying not to say Pacific Rim because I thought it was agreed here that it was shit.
No, the first one is really fucking good. Like it has the one Tizumi thing with the sword, but other than that, it's pretty fucking solid.
Yeah.
Guillermo del Toro knows how to do it.
Solid. And even if like some of the actual plot stuff falls apart, the character shit, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Two is a dumpster fire.
Oh yeah, 2 is
Oh
awful.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking-
It still cracks me up that like nobody in the movie calls attention to the stripper robot name. It's really weird.
Remember how they unceremoniously killed off Mako?
Oh
yeah, I do remember that shit. Yeah, it was shit.
Remember when they also killed fucking, I think they killed him, fucking oh my god, Clint Eastwood's son, Scott. There we go. Scott Eastwood. Remember when they just fucking killed him in the middle of the final battle, and then like the 12-year-old girl replaces him and fights alongside John Boyega?
Oh
What?
god, I hated her so much.
Remember the fact that John Boyega's character is supposed to be like Idris Elba's son?
Yes.
But he's basically just like, Ray!
Wait. Did I see Pacific Rim 2, or did I just?
I
think
hope
I
you
did? 'Cause
didn't.
I do
I
not
really hope you
remember
didn't.
John
It's
Boyega.
bad.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
god.
really
it's
bad.
No, John Boyega.
Really bad.
The dumbest thing about John Boyega's character is how he's introduced, because he sells like kaiju parts and like lives like in like zones that were deemed fucking hazardous from
Okay,
the
that
kaiju
actually
attacks.
sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. So maybe I did see it. Yeah, man, I don't remember like 99% of that movie.
It's
That's a
it's
good
really
thing.
fucking forgettable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
Also-
offended when they tried to make the bad guys basically the equivalent of the fucking bad guys from Neon Genesis, where it's like, oh yeah, we have these automated mechs, and yeah, we're just gonna do everything by computer, and we're evil, and it's like, oh fuck off.
And they turned fucking Charlie into the bad guy because when he fucking
Yeah.
melded with the kaiju brain, he basically
Yeah,
pretty
he
much.
got
Oh.
possessed.
That I remember as well because
Yeah, it's
Charlie
Tismy as fuck. It really is.
so fucking bad.
But hey, Chris Tubman.
I like
Oh my god, the video's almost over and he said fucking nothing.
I mean, he said a couple of things here and there that we agreed with, you know.
But I wouldn't exactly call it a review.
No, it's not.
He's
like-
pointed out
Yeah,
some things he
it would
liked,
just
some things he
be-
didn't,
it
but
would
he's
just
not
be,
really.
my thoughts.
These
on
should be like
AVP.
musings or ramblings or incoherent thoughts.
Taxi cab somehow driving away from Godzilla. Well, in this movie, our hero is running away from the queen alien, and the queen is not catching up to.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
we-
goofy as fuck.
Yeah, we went
pointed
like,
that out too.
how in the hell is she outrunning
Yeah.
the queen?
But
In fact,
I would
she
argue
does it
that
twice. Remember?
I mean, I'd
She
argue
runs away from a
98
different
it's
one.
worse because he's outrunning attack helicopters, which can go over 100 miles an hour but can't catch a shitty taxi cab.
Well, maybe it's the
God.
cab from Crazy Taxi.
Crazy
of course.
taxi.
But yeah,
no,
this
yeah,
scene is
in,
really dumb.
In
I mean-
AVP, she runs away from two xenomorphs. One is just a normal drone, and this is the queen.
Either way,
I mean,
she
at
fucking
least in this
outruns
scene,
them.
they like have a bunch of whale bones fucking like slow her down. It's stupid, but it's something.
Yeah,
Dude,
like she's not actually getting away from it. The thing's just trying
Yeah.
to bite her head off.
Yeah, that's true.
To her, let alone the fact that it's in the middle of Antarctica and all she has on is one layer and some pants and boots.
Yeah, that is silly as fuck.
I
Yeah,
mean,
she's running. She's keeping her body up.
Yeah, but like after the Yaoshua leave, it's like okay,
oh yeah,
so you're
she's
dead.
fucking dead. Yeah,
You're
she's
dead.
not making it back to the
unless
boat.
there's a heater inside that little car that she gets.
There is not, or even if there is, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Well,
she's
I
not
mean-
good enough.
Okay, so at work we have something that's similar to that has a heater in it. So could be.
And she's not even shivering. I mean, come on,
And
guys.
she's running. She's running, you
She's
retard.
got adrenaline in her system.
Yeah.
You're not gonna think about the
And she
fucking
might be
cold.
shivering. I mean, shivering is very subtle movement. We're not getting a good close up of her.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, this movie is not complete shit. It's just kind of hollow. It has no soul. It's a movie that you
What the fuck are you talking
I
about?
disagree with that, honestly.
This movie
I'd
is,
say it has soul. It's
got
just
the soul of a
incompetent.
5-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got heart and soul. You can see the effort. It's just not well put together.
can
Or
watch.
very well thought out. Or
Yeah.
you know. Or it was made by someone who like wanted to write smart characters but doesn't actually know anything about basically anything.
Watch that features Alien and Predator. It can be on in the background. You can pay attention to it every once in a while. And there's nothing in it as truly awful as Alien Resurrection and that newborn. Oh, God. I'm going to give Alien vs. Predator a C+. Nowhere near.
What?
It's a B
I guess I
minus.
don't think of the whole newborn from Alien Resurrection as being that bad. Like it's basically the same concept as a Predalien. It's a hybrid.
Well, yes, it's a hybrid, and I'm trying to remember everything about it. So when they cloned Ripley, and they to
It's
get the queen,
born from a womb rather than from an egg.
yeah,
Well, all of the xenomorphs in that are part human, aren't they? Because they came from Ripley.
they're always part human. These
No, I mean like they're extra part human. They're all mutated. I think.
Not Not specifically. They don't go into that. The only one that they really talk about that with is the newborn.
Fair.
They do say they're kind of mutated, hence why they have the more fin-like structure when they can go underwater. Like I do remember if you like look at the behind the scenes with Joss Whedon on Alien Resurrection, like they do talk about it.
Near as bad as I remember it being. I think this movie got a lot of hate initially because of the PG-13 rating, and I think a lot of people were just ready to hate this movie from the get-go. It actually has a surprising amount of gore for a PG-13. Next and finally,
No, it fucking doesn't. I'm trying to.
I
Like,
think gore
Alien-
in the sense that it has alien gore, not human gore.
Xenom.
Is that why they
that's
had to say slime instead of blood on the fucking thing?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, because all of the gore that you see in that movie is
Yeah,
either
is
aliens
xenomorph.
or predators.
Yeah, because the blood is all green and stuff. Meanwhile, when a human gets killed, it's just rocks with blood splattered on them, and it's just like,
Yeah.
come on.
I mean, it's the Samurai Jack loophole. If it's not technically blood, then you're fine.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
unless you're like the final season of Samurai Jack.
Hold on, no.
Wow,
let's
that's a
talk,
whole other thing.
Let's talk about how. Let's talk about that for a second. I love that in Samurai Jack when he's fighting all the robots. He gets all cut up. He gets so angry he just starts cutting these robots in half and just gets oil all over him. When it's like, oh, if this was
yeah.
rated R, that would have been
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah, that's why that a lot of things have done that. Like
Uh-huh.
fucking Power Rangers does that with like when it fucking splatters the purple dudes.
Oh my god.
A
And-
bunch
and
of
they
like
do it all the
cartoons
time
do
with
it
the
where they like
sparks and
kill
whatnot.
aliens and shit, or they'll kill robots. Like you can have gore. In fact, fucking Powerpuff Girls has a shit ton of gore. It's
just
just
can't-
not red.
Yeah, you can't have it be red. If it's red, then that's R.
Although Buttercup does kick in Satan's teeth in the intro, and you actually see blood on the screen, which is kind of metal.
His name is Him. Thank you very much.
Yeah, him.
God. Do you want to know about one of those stupid fucking like theories related to a kid's cartoon? Yeah, they made this dumb theory that like him is actually the professor's brother and also a cross-dresser. I've always wondered like what the fuck is with these people that do like all this theory crafting for kids cartoons?
Was
Like,
this Mr. Sunday Movies? Because if it
No.
was, he's probably right.
no,
Because that's just how it be now.
yeah, people like him are just
It's
right.
gonna be
No, it's just those people that like say things like fucking the cul-de-sac in Ed, Edd n Eddy is purgatory. Everybody's
Or yeah,
dead.
all of the what was the Rugrats one? All the babies are like dead or
And-
aborted or
and-
some other grim dark fucking
Yeah,
Oh,
nonsense.
God.
yeah, all the babies are dead, and Angelica is like imagining them.
Just
Well,
why?
How can that be when Rugrats All Grown Up exists?
Oh no, these people don't care about that. And
but
it was just
see,
this
here's the
post going
thing.
around a while ago. It's just like doing the exact opposite, where you take really grim shows and you put like a really wholesome conspiracy behind it. Like Game of Thrones is just like a really expansive D&D campaign.
A D&D campaign that
or
would
like
have
how
definitely gone wrong.
Devilman Crybaby is really.
But these people
optimistic.
are what we get called all the time, because we feed theory craft Star Wars.
But
Yeah.
but
How
we
is that any
don't.
different?
It's different because we're not doing it to hate.
I don't
We're not
theory
doing it
craft
to
this
be-
We are doing it to hate. We are.
We're also
I'm
not
sorry.
trying to completely shift the tone of the original thing. It's like we're not saying like, oh, this like really kind of serious fantasy series with a lot of world building. Oh, it's actually like a metaphor for, I don't know, the main character actually got aborted as a fetus and it's all purgatory all along. Some fucking M. Night Shyamalan bullshit.
I'll be right back.
So usually when we craft theories, we're actually just taking what's presented to us and extrapolating a little bit. It's like, if this, maybe this, then this. Who knows? Not this, this, this. So clearly it's all a dream inside a fetus's brain as it's dying. Whoa.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Or how what was it? I think it was Doomcock's whole theory about Joker was that the entire film takes place inside of Arthur's head because he read a DC comic book as he's being abused or something.
Oh god, I fucking hated those. It's like, why do that to yourself? Why take this movie and in your own head reread it so that it's a significantly worse movie?
like I can understand some parts of it. You could go, was that really all? You know, like with the whole
Yeah.
with the whole Sophie thing. But saying that the entire film is in his head, I don't think that's the case.
Or that, yeah, the way he's presented as an unreliable narrator to us means that maybe some details here and there were embellished. A little bit of
Yes.
room for a bit of wiggle there, but not just it's all just a joke that nobody gets but him. It's like it's the exact same as saying at the very end of your movie, and then he woke up and it was all a dream. You get that shit beaten out of you in English 101 because it's the most tired, annoying shit that makes everything up to that point meaningless. Don't do
Didn't
that to yourself.
didn't Dallas end like that? The whole it was all a dream thing.
Something ended like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think that might have been Dallas or something. And then there was this one show. It was about a hospital.
Hold on. St. Ellsworth is what you're talking about with the whole snow globe.
Yeah, St. Ellsworth. Yeah,
so-
where it was all on a snow globe or something.
Yeah. So hold
Oh,
on.
yeah.
With Dallas, it was like a character got shot, and for like a whole season, it was solving their murderer. But at the end of the season, it was all a dream, and then the show continues like normal.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on. I'll fucking.
And doesn't it just absolutely deflate any amount of investment you had up to that point?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Because none
Lost
of
did
it
it as well.
happened.
Lost was that was Purgatory or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all purgatory. It was solved in like season 1, and then like they were just like, oh yeah, he was. Then I believe the whole I believe it was like the whole like didn't crash timeline. That was actually them going into heaven. God, my parents watched
Stopped
Lost.
watching Lost after the second season.
I stopped
I
watching.
never got into it, and I never regretted having never gotten into it.
Yeah. Da-da-da-da. Fuck it.
So we want to watch Nostalgia Critics video after this?
No, absolutely not. I don't have the energy to go through a whole nostalgia critic video.
Ugh.
Do we? What about Stuckman talking about Requiem as a bonus round?
I mean, like,
How is it?
here's the thing. It's like he'll probably like say it's garbage, which it is, but then
Yeah.
he'll bring up a bunch of irrelevant shit that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So why not?
Ugh.
Just gives us a conversation piece if nothing else to talk about, you know.
Yeah.
All right, let me go get a drink first.
Same. I'll be back.
All right. How you doing, Ninja?
I'm doing all right. I got some food on the way. I'm just kind of hanging out.
I ate a bagel. It was absolutely smothered in fucking cream cheese. I had to scrape a lot of it off.
No, that's how some people eat their bagels.
What, like 90% cream cheese?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think so. When you guys were talking about Joker while I was away, I other than the Sophie thing, I kind of take everything at face value. That when he at the last scene when he's kind of limping away with the blood on his feet, I straight up thought he killed the psychiatrist lady, and then he was just escaping to just go.
Yeah,
on
that
another
was the
adventure.
implication that I kind of took away from it. But I mean, you know how it is. Everybody has their own theory crafting, and everything has to mean something. It's like not really.
It's why like
Sometimes when the writer makes a door red, it's just because the door is red. It doesn't have to symbolize something or mean anything. It's like, no, the fucking door was red, bro.
yeah,
Dude, you're
There's a
gonna
whole bunch
trigger
of
the
wounds
English
in the
teachers.
Last Jedi. Okay, there's all the wounds. Remember?
it's like when people like I was like, what does the door mean? It's got to be this like hidden meaning, and then the writer's just like, no, the door's fucking red because I like red. It's not like the poster with the eyes, the billboard with the eyes in Great Gatsby, where that's supposed to symbolize like God looking down. That might even be an English class thing, and I'm just confusing the hell out of you guys. I'm gonna take by the silence that you guys have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh god. Oh god, I found it. I found that Philmento video I was talking about.
In Great Gatsby, in that little town that's in between the neighborhoods when they're driving there, and it's got the car workshop guy that oh god, as I fucking try to remember everybody's fucking names. Nick, like has an affair with the mechanic's wife, but there's the billboard with the two eyes that's like apparently supposed to symbolize God looking down. Great.
Well, I mean, I can get just as a subconscious thing, he feels like, you know, there's eyes on him, he's feeling a bit of guilt. Yeah, that's a set design thing. That's nice.
Mhm.
Eyes of God? What the fuck?
Okay, they're symbols. Yes, a pair of bespectacled
Godzilla
eyes.
King of the Monsters,
an
the
old-
second side of evil.
Overvalid. They may represent God staring down upon and judging American society as a moral wasteland. Though the novel
What?
never makes this point explicitly. Instead, throughout the novel, Fitzgerald suggests that symbols only have meaning because the characters instill them with meaning. Oh, fucking thanks. Jesus.
Wait, hold on, that contradicts. If
Yeah,
that's the
that's
case,
weird.
that means that you would have to have the characters interpret it as that, and
This is
then
a-
you're good to go.
This
If
is
one of the characters is just standing there, they're trying to have a cigarette because they're all stressed out, and there's this billboard with huge fucking eyes, and for that split moment, as they're like trying to de-stress, feeling all this guilt, it feels to them like the eyes of God are on them, then yeah, you are fucking full green lights all the way to use that as a point of reference for a visual metaphor within the story from that character's perspective.
I
Other than that, you're reaching.
sometimes I really hate sites like sparknotes.com because you got to include this in basically your paper if you're in English class in high school.
Well, see,
Yeah,
that's the
pretty
problem with
much.
doing English in either secondary school for me or high school for you. It's that you don't actually answer the question. You're just given a script to recite for this shit, and none of it actually has anything to do with A, what you interpreted from the story, or B, a lot of the time, what was even in the fucking story.
Mhm.
Pretty
They're just
much.
giving you an example of some wank you can write about a book.
I remember trying to do like an essay on Watchmen and actually breaking down like the legit themes of accountability and like like how superheroes would actually act in a realistic society, and my fucking teacher was like, this is shit, this is like a comic book, you just gave an essay about a comic book. I'm like, but I actually wrote like a 5-page essay on the
Yeah,
themes.
but it's a really good comic book. I'm sorry, your teacher was retarded.
I think for one of my assignments when we I can't remember what poet it was, but I remember it's like instead of going, you know, by the script of the notes we covered in class, I actually just wrote, you know, my interpretation of the poem, and I was really critical of it. Yeats, it was fucking William Butler Yeats, like a fucking national treasure. But he's just kind of shit. He's just a misanthropic whinging bitch for most of his poetry. No, seriously, like okay, so one of his biggest, most influential poems, it's more just like the state of society, and it's just talking about oh, these people, they're not really motivated to like fight for the free state, blah 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 blah. And then a few years later, after the fucking Easter Rising, he's like, oh yeah, what great heroes. But it's like, motherfucker, you two-faced cunt. So yeah, that's all and he was a fucking creep as well. You know, he was just constantly going after this girl who was not interested in him until she was too old, and then he just started going after her daughter.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, the guy was an absolute fucking piece of shit.
Wasn't
But
the
no,
guy
no, no, he's a national treasure, so we have to talk nice about him, even though his poetry is actually not that good compared to like the other ones we were studying.
wasn't it confirmed that either the person who wrote Peter Pan or the person who wrote Alice in Wonderland was trying to hit on their like a fucking minor?
Wait, Charles Dickens?
He didn't write either of those.
Oh, sorry. Arthur C. Clarke, was it?
Yeah, I think he wore one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Charles Dickens. I'm thinking of. I don't know why I said. I don't know why I thought Charles Dickens.
That's Oliver Twist, Christmas Carol, that kind of thing.
Okay. Loot. Oh yes. Okay. Oh, I'm retarded today.
Wait, are you thinking of C.S. Lewis?
Yes, I'm thinking of C.S. Lewis for
That's
some
the
reason.
fucking Chronicles of Narnia, you dick.
Oh.
Hey, remember we gotta fucking. I was about to fucking talk about the Golden Compass. That's not C.S. Lewis. That's fucking.
No, that's Philip Pullman.
Yeah, it's Philip Pullman, who basically was so irritated about how much C.S. Lewis loved God. He's just like, I'm gonna write the anti-religion book.
Look, Aslan is just Jesus.
Yeah, mega. He's Jesus
Lion
with a lot of
Jesus.
paganism thrown in for some reason. It's kind of odd.
And he's a fucking lion.
I
furry
actually
Jesus.
have The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, all the Chronicles of Narnia like books thrown into just the one gigantic one.
Yeah, best way to have it, I suppose. But yeah, that book confirms that Jesus was a furry. So, it's got that going for it. Aslan is God's persona.
that's the fucking music to drown out whatever the fuck is going on over here. Oh, it's Chris
No.
Stuckman over here. Do 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 do.
Personas for God. It's like, no. No more of that. We're done.
Well, guys, we have made it to the 6th and final review I'm doing in my Alien series leading up to Alien Covenant, and today we're going to be talking about Aliens versus Predator. Last time it was just Alien versus Predator. This time, Alien got an upgrade to plural, and Predator is still singular.
Yeah, because it's just way better. Aliens versus Predators would be really weird sounding.
And it's actually accurate because you have one predator and multiple aliens.
Also,
In fact, if anything, the first one should have been Aliens versus Predators.
also, Jake, weren't you saying like Wolf was really cool in fucking Requiem?
Yes, I think he was really cool.
He's shit.
You be quiet.
He's
You
actually
not besmirch the name of Wolf.
He's a shitty fucking predator.
He's trying his best, okay?
Like Ninja.
Okay, hold on.
When we were
Each
watching,
of you give a reason. Why is he good? Why is he shit?
So Wolf's whole thing is that he's trying to clean up. He's trying to clean up this whole like Predalien incident, but like then at one point he skins the fucking police officer, which is really weird because he's not hunting the humans. That's step one in what the fuck is Wolf doing. There are also moments where he does do something really smart, like when he's in the sewers and he sets up those traps. Ninja, what points were we also using? Because we were trying to list this off while we were watching, and then when he fucking just blindly shoots. Oh yeah, it's how he has such a hard time finding the Predalien. It somehow keeps sneaking up on him, despite the fact that he's supposed to be like a seasoned predator. And like
Look,
he
all
keeps
right.
having to switch his vision modes to find it when it's like just stay on that vision mode where you can see him.
Look, all right. The Predalien clearly has Godzilla 98 levels of reality warping. Okay.
And in terms of so what he does to his plasma casters when they break is he turns the little pistol thing. He turns it into a little pistol thing, which requires like a charge time. When it's just like it would have been easier to just rip out parts from both to just make a single functioning plasma caster instead of doing like combine both to make a gun.
Look, when I said he's cool,
yeah.
I meant comparatively speaking in the movie. I never said that he was like,
Okay, so what's he compared to in the movie that he's cool?
He's compared to all the retarded human characters.
That's not fair.
Wow, yeah, that's a low fucking bar there, man.
I know it's a low fucking bar.
Ninja, what were the other examples? We were talking about like how having such a hard time tracking even basic drone xenomorphs, like when he was at the power plant and just shooting at everything.
Well, to be fair, the power plant it was implied that it was messing with his mask, all of the power, like all of the electricity and whatnot.
I say you can't really rely on me for too much of this shit because I couldn't fucking see any of it.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, like, because in terms of like how predators act, for good chunks, Wolf is just fucking stupid. Like, and also you're telling me
I
this,
would
like,
almost point to like he bounces between not actively killing the humans and then like full on actively killing the humans. He's
Yeah.
very inconsistent in that regard. Like there's the two stoner guys in the little, gift
yeah,
shop
where he
or
just
wherever it
blows
is, the
their
gun
fucking
shop.
heads off.
Yeah, he just blows their fucking heads off with both plasma casters, and it's like that seemed like overkill, my dude.
Yeah, and then like I
did-
said, when he skins alive the fucking, well, not alive.
Yeah,
when he
that
just
part was
skins-
retarded.
Because it's like
That
he's
part
not
was fucking
Yeah, because
retarded.
he's not hunting people. What
Exactly.
the hell?
It didn't make any fucking sense.
Do you think he maybe just has ADD?
he's
Well,
he's one
I mean,
of the autistic
Yaojima
super
do
predators?
incorporate autism into their DNA, so probably.
Poor guy.
This is the
Speaking of
next
autism, how did
evolution.
you feel about the blue tism juice?
Oh,
I mean,
What?
I didn't.
so
It's like an acid. It's like an acidic substance
but here's the
to
thing.
like erase the
They do it to erase the existence of just stuff, but he only seems to use it selectively when he should be using that stuff like crazy. One good example would be when he sees those humans all like that have been chest bursted, and he just pours it on the humans. When it's like, no, you need to splash that on the hive shit too. You gotta start getting rid of that.
I thought he did pour it on the hive stuff.
No, you just see the like, when you can see the film, all you see is like the human parts disintegrating. When it's like, oh man, Wolf, you need to be fucking like, you need to basically have like spray cans of the stuff. It's like that fucking Ben Stiller and Jack Black movie with the dog shit. You need to start.
That is true. That is true.
Also, you're telling me like that advanced. I don't know if I already brought this up. On the power plant, you're telling me this advanced alien technology gets fucked up by a power plant that isn't directly interfering with him.
No, well,
Incidentally,
no,
they are
that's
still
what the
master
film
hunters
implies,
with the
and-
mask off. So
Look,
you know.
look, that's what the film implies. I'm not saying that it makes sense.
He needs friends too. AVP2 is one of the prime examples I use whenever people get all up in arms about a film in a franchise that's commonly rated R getting the PG-13 rating. The last AVP was PG-13. Fans went insane. This one is actually rated R, and we're going to get into why pretty soon, but it's definitely not an improvement.
Yeah,
You are correct.
Yeah, it kind of oversteps it. Oh, the last PG.
Yeah.
It was you didn't like the last one. Was PG. Kids dying, babies.
Yeah, this one, like I said earlier, I give it props for having the balls to go through with like killing a kid on screen. But then after that, it's just going for the R rating almost as if it's trying to prove a point to its dad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Also, Requiem was directed by the same two people who did Skyline, if you remember that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
The brothers Strauss.
Yeah.
Same thing happened with Die Hard 4. That was PG-13. Everyone went nuts. Rightfully so. The Die Hard series is a very rated R series, but it was
Live Free or Die Hard is not bad because it's PG-13. Live Free or Die Hard is bad because its writing is tism. Still better than 5 though.
Yeah, definitely.
kind of entertaining. It was actually an okay movie. Die Hard 5 went back to rated R and was complete shit. I think the problem is
Okay,
that
so
when
the rating has usually nothing to do with the film's quality.
Again, writing
Right.
was shit.
Yeah.
fans complain to a studio that a film should be a certain rating and they're upset about the way it was rated,
Doesn't somebody here in Y.A.R.P believe fucking Die Hard 3 is the worst one?
Not me. I actually like Die Hard 3.
I don't remember any of them after 2.
I hate to.
Like, I just cannot distinguish. Like, I remember, like, snippets of all of them, but I cannot distinguish between them as movies. It's all just a blur.
2 has the sequelitis problem. It's just it's the same movie but with a bit of different flavoring attached to it. Like how Jurassic Park 2 is just, or Ghostbusters 2, it's more of the same.
Yeah, the same but more, and
Yeah.
also
Yes.
not quite as good.
The studio just thinks fans want violence or language or nudity. They don't understand that we also want a good story along with all the action set pieces and the creature effects and gore.
Okay, so isn't that says the guy who says, "Well, what do you expect from a movie called Alien versus Predator?" Blah blah blah, or some
Hey,
shit like that.
you know what? You know what? Tell that to Zod Snap Neck.
Oh my god, I forgot he actually wrote that.
I was holding that off for as long as possible, and I was like, I'm finally gonna say it.
We don't just want movies that are rated R because we like to see violence. That's not why the first two Alien movies are so good because there's blood. They're good because the stories are great and it's well directed. It has nothing to do with the rating. And once
So why are you harping on the rating then?
Oh no, he's
Yeah,
harping on
it
it
seems like
he's harping on it mainly because of how like the rating does not affect uh how good something is, because wasn't PG-13 Deadpool 2 was still pretty fucking good.
And his point here isn't about the quality. It's about when fans say they want this, what the studios hear is going to be the most superficial bullshit version of it. It doesn't translate
Okay.
well. That's kind of where
Okay.
he's going.
That is true.
God, the thing is, I can definitely think of good examples as to what also got super affected by a rating change and where it definitely affects it. RoboCop,
Oh,
Oh
God,
yeah.
the RoboCop
Yeah.
remake. I'm
Except
still
for that one scene, that movie was just complete shit.
I still don't
Yeah.
understand. I might be misquoting. I may have just heard it weird, but when Rags said that the lung scene from the RoboCop remake was not grosser. I think he said like was more disturbing than
Graphic?
yeah, it
Yeah,
was more
disturbing.
graphic than
Yeah,
anything
it's
in the original, and it's like, dude, there's somebody who falls in like toxic waste, and when they get hit by a car,
but
they
no,
fucking
yeah, we
explode.
kind of. I don't know if it was on stream or not, but we have talked about this before, and I get it. It's not that it's more gory or it's more gruesome or grim or it makes you wince hard. It's just more disturbing conceptually.
Hmm. I
It's
think
like
He's
it's
just
just looking at
being
what he is
conscious
now.
and aware and seeing the nothing that you've been reduced to. Like that as a concept is more harrowing than just the idea that I get acid dumped on me or I get shotgun blasted in the face.
right.
Yes. But it's not more graphic.
Yeah.
If you want more graphic, let's just talk RoboCop 2 when that robot takes off the helmet and it's just the fucking skull.
Oh, you talking about the Kane bot, was it? What was his
No,
face?
the one that was before that, the RoboCop failures.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
once a studio can finally understand that and realize that it's not just about getting a certain demographic in a theater, we might actually end up getting some good movies. Until then, Aliens vs. Predator Requiem is a complete pile of shit. The first one I found enjoyably dumb, like it knew what it was. It was just stupid and whatever. Not a great movie at all, but it doesn't offend me. I don't even like to call this one Aliens vs. Predator. I like
Yeah, this is yet another example of like film I actually pretend doesn't exist. Like
Yeah, this is just something you never really bring up very often unless,
yeah, and this
you're
is weird
for
because
some reason diving into canon and shit.
yeah, it's really weird because I'm one of those people, like, I don't like to talk about it, but I don't pretend that Crystal Skull doesn't exist.
I
Or
mean, we don't talk about Crystal Skull. We just
What's that? What's Crystal Skull? I don't know what you're talking about.
oh, it's some fan theory about an extra Indiana Jones thing. It never got made.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is it like oh, what was it? Oh, it was like the
It's one of those
the
Shia
Jan
LaBeouf like fever dreams, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there are
Actual
people that
cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
oh god, I play that song every once in a while. So there are a lot of people that still pretend that Temple of Doom doesn't exist, and it's just like, what? Temple of Doom may not be the best of the Indiana Jones. It's definitely my favorite though.
I have it lowest of the trilogy.
This is my favorite.
For me, Temple of Doom is weird because like it's not bad, but like so if correct me if I'm wrong, but in Raiders, Indy doesn't believe in supernatural stuff, correct?
Yeah, and Temple of
Yep.
Doom is a prequel.
And in Temple of Doom, he sees supernatural shit.
Yeah, Temple of Doom is a prequel, and yeah, he runs into supernatural shit. It's really weird how he doesn't believe in like the Holy Grail when by this point he saw like the Indian cult and also the Ark of the Covenant and also like,
Yeah, even if he after the Temple of Doom, it was a prequel. So if let's just fan theory, he just chalked it all up to like some really bad drugs. He's like, wow, that was a fucking weird
Those-
trip in India. I could have swore I was being followed around by a tiny Asian child. That was fucking bizarre.
and a
I'm gonna
scream-
go find
and
the
a
Ark of the Covenant.
and a screaming white lady.
Yeah, it was
Wi-
actually just
I
like
actually
a
like
goat.
Short Round. I don't
Short
like.
Round's
I don't
fine.
like this.
Willie
Yeah.
is annoying. I actually will
Yeah.
concede
Yeah.
on that. Is that Willie is the most
Oh,
annoying
I will too.
Indiana Jones romance of all time, and
I will
Agreed.
say on rewatch, she wasn't as annoying as I remembered her being when as a kid. As a kid, I fucking hated her.
as a kid, I actually tolerated Willie a lot more, and now as an adult, I'm like, oh my god, shut up. Then again, I guess yeah, Marion is kind of like the first version of Marion. Is way better than at least Elsa Schreier or whatever her name was in Last Crusade, where it turns out she was a secret Nancy.
She was a secret Nazi. Oh no, Indy, you didn't fuck the Nazi out of her. You're not a real man.
Well, let's not forget the fact that Elsa not only fucked Indy, she fucked Sean Connery too.
Oh right, yeah, she
She's-
did.
She
did.
talks in her sleep, and it's just like, oh, okay.
All right.
I like to call it shadows versus silhouettes because you can't see a damn fucking thing. This movie.
Holy shit, was that an emotion?
What the hell? Chris
I
Duggan
mean-
emoted. What is this?
If anything, that's
Oh
just
my
a
God,
testament
use
to
this
how
one F-bomb.
genuinely aggravating it is that you actually can't see shit in this movie.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
when Ninja and I were watching this, at one point, yeah, I did just go, Ninja, what are you looking at? Because I saw this Discord screen. The screen was just black.
I was just like, I just don't know. Like, I can see the subtitles, but that's it.
And then I kept pausing, and then he'd go like, I bet this would be amazing if I could see it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm pretty sure things are happening, I guess, but fuck if I could tell you what it is.
I mean, do you think that they just didn't have the money for the special effects? So they actually just had
No,
to cheap
they
out and not
did.
show
Actually,
anything?
think yeah, that's kind of what the intent was. It's like they wanted to try to hide the bad CGI, so they're like, oh, we'll just make everything really fucking dark, and it's like,
That-
ooh,
that or
guys,
they
too
were-
far.
Yeah, but
That or
all
they
the
were-
CGI was bad, so they had to like make it invisible.
That or they were really leaning on the creep factor of the alien blending into the darkness. But if so, god damn, they had a problem.
Yeah, the
I mean, you
lighting
can
is
lean
absolute
into
fucking
that.
dog shit.
You
Like
can
fucking-
have the alien blend into the darkness, but the darkness has to be distinct from
Yeah.
what we can see, which would be in the light.
It's
You
like
know,
how.
something to focus on.
The darkness was too dark.
Have you guys ever seen Pandorum?
No?
Yes.
It's a spiritual successor to Event Horizon, and the director had to sign a waiver to make sure that so it would be passed that the film was supposed to be this dark because they wanted nothing but natural light. So like torches or glow sticks. Like, and it was really good. It was a really fucking good movie. It just
Oh
got-
yeah, it was really good.
and it's also solidly written. The problem was that it was marketed as like one of those stereotypical loud horror movies when it wasn't that at all.
Movie is so dark, and I'm not talking about thematically. I mean, you can't see a damn thing. I thought Doom was poorly lit. This movie makes Doom look like a beaming ray of sunlight. I can tell just by looking closely at the shots that they have really great Alien and Predator costumes.
okay, because my monitor is slightly brighter than what the stream looks like. Oh my god, that still looks like ass. I looked over my second monitor.
I know that lighting is awful.
It's Black Blob 1 versus Black Blob 2. That's really all you get.
Are you saying that all things with dreadlocks look the same?
Hey, that one motherfucker already made the argument that predators are racist against black people. So whatever.
God. Oh my god.
Hey, let's not forget that predators are like breaking all the hunting laws.
Oh yeah, they are.
He needs that orange vest, man.
Yeah, honestly, that orange vest in this particular situation, unironically, would be a benefit.
Well, which one's the predator? I don't know, the one with the orange vest. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, actually, that really helps clear things up. I can kind of see what way he's moving. That's holy shit. That's helpful.
Their disposal, so why aren't they utilizing this by showing them in their full glory? Why does this entire movie look like I turned down the brightness on my TV to 10? So technical qualities aside.
Oh, it's even worse than that. No.
Oh yeah, it's much
Oh,
worse.
there are scenes that basically just look black. Like you cannot see anything on the fucking screen. He was showing the fight, and it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's still visible.
Yeah.
I remember when before we started watching, I was talking with Ninja, and I was just like, I can't wait to just have my monitor be off, and I just hear alien noises, and then he went, oh, I thought you were joking. I didn't realize it's gonna be that bad.
I remembered it being a bad movie, but I don't remember it being that poorly lit. But man, those indoor scenes, like where they're getting to the top of the hospital, are like the fucking worst.
Oh yes, you can't see shit.
It is literally worse lit than the fucking sewer scenes.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense at all.
There be no light whatsoever is better lit than a fucking hospital.
Decide what is this movie about? Well, at the end of the first film, spoilers if you haven't seen the first one, and we're going to get into spoilers here as well, there's a pred alien born, an alien born from a predator. The ship that it was on crashes to Earth because it attacks the predators that were flying it, and now we have predators and aliens in a small...
So, on a slight note, we immediately, this was in the first 5 minutes, we were like, with the distance that crashed from the father and the son, that's like a couple days worth of hiking just to get to that location.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They're not exactly close by.
Yeah.
Town. So in a way, alien fans in particular are finally getting a wish they've had for a long time, and that was to see aliens on Earth, not just up in space.
We literally had that though. We had that last
times
movie.
now.
Yeah, we had that last movie though.
No, guys, Antarctica isn't on Earth.
He would be the first example of that, I believe.
Yeah.
Proves that we're all really dumb for wanting that. Because a xenomorph...
No, we're not. Like, okay, there are certain concepts that you could say, yeah, that's dumb. Like, what if Luke Skywalker was a fucking spineless coward that tried to kill his nephew? But that's like a rare exception.
Hey, what about this theory? Hold on. What if Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter?
I mean, that could have been something. That could have been good.
It could have been if they actually built up to it from the first movie and they did something with it.
Exactly.
I'm a big fan of there aren't any bad ideas, just bad execution, you know? Because even an idea that sounds really fucking dumb, like if you had really phenomenal execution, I'd be like, well, okay, like, damn, props to you.
Yeah, it's just
like, what if the antagonist in the sequel trilogy really was Jar Jar Binks? And they actually fucking pulled it off.
I'd be like, damn.
They go down in history.
No,
oh yeah, like fucking, you know.
Your pitch, however, is gonna be like 3 days long. The fucking staff are gonna need to order pizzas and also maybe smoke a blunt.
Yeah, you're gonna be there going through diagrams as to how the fuck it all happened.
Yeah, you actually would need your entire story written. Like, final draft after like 7 years of redrafting. It's like the perfect script before you even go into the pitch meeting.
Exactly. You're like, look, Jar Jar's the key to all of this, okay?
And it rhymes.
What?
Like poetry. Wow, that's a heck of a pause.
They got some stank face.
Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking screen cat that. Slur might have beaten me to it.
Slur, you already know what he wants. Make it happen. Make it so.
Oh, no.
No, I
He's
wasn't
not
even,
bald enough.
I wasn't even gonna say that.
Just crop like right where his hair starts, so you just have like his massive forehead and the rest of his face.
Oh, for
I need
fuck's
to-
sake.
I wasn't. This is Ninja that said it this time, not me.
Just saying, that's a hell of a face. The beauty of the random pause.
Walking around a small town is just boring.
No, it's execution. Actually, that time I will agree. It's like no, this is all about execution. Like
Yeah.
if they didn't, if they chose to go like all out assault instead of just the soldiers being around and just a bunch of peekaboo shit, like this could have been done way better.
Definitely.
Or maybe it's just this fucking movie. When I rewatched this movie, I saw something horrifying. It finally clicked with me. This is the second time I've seen this movie. I saw it back when it first came out, and I rewatched it for this review. I finally realized what the studio was trying to do. This was really their first attempt to turn Alien and Predator into Freddy and Jason. The first AVP at least kind of felt like it.
That's a hell of a statement that
What?
I'm sure
I
you're not going to
disagree.
quantify. Like,
What the
I
hell?
disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree they're both in that vein of like, what if this character and this other character fought? Ooh, who would win? It's like, yeah, that's been a thing for a while. Freddy and Jason
Yeah,
aren't the ones who
fucking-
invented it.
well,
like-
I think what he was best faith argument. He's trying to say that they're turning them into these sort of slashers. But I mean, naturally, that's going to happen in this scenario. Like, if you have predators and aliens fighting in a populated area, yeah, lots of people are going to fucking die. Like, that's how would you do a movie without that?
Oh god,
Exactly.
I forgot like that moment of super bad dialogue when they're like, "No, we need to go to town, the center of town. No, we need to go to the hospital." I hope we're both wrong. It's just like,
Oh yeah, that whole fucking like it's supposed to be this big character moment where like half of the survivors are going to the hospital and the other half are going to the center of town, and the lady even says the government doesn't lie to people.
When I saw that in the theaters, everybody laughed at that fucking fucking line.
the CIA
Yeah, but it's
lied
still
to the
relevant
president.
today, isn't it?
Yeah.
The CIA lied to the president about Vietnam going well. The government's
Oh,
literally,
great!
yeah. Johnson was
We're
like,
doing awesome.
Johnson's just sitting there being like, "Oh, I guess Vietnam's going all right."
What? Tad offensive? What? Just it's okay.
Agent Orange, what's that?
And done. I swear I'm getting faster at that.
Eventually. Hold on. Let me throw up the banner.
All right, which one of you mad lads is gonna fucking tweet that at fucking Chris Stuckman?
I mean, I'll do it because I'll do it with absolutely no context
Hold
or
on. I
explanation.
love the fact that his eyes still fucking fit.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I was about to like look him up, and I immediately just started typing Jeremy Johns because I got them confused, and I'm just gonna go with it.
Dude,
Just gonna fucking quote tweeted at Jeremy Johns. Like, what? What is this?
I like to imagine. Why does he sound like Keanu? Whoa.
Oh no, I don't think Jeremy Johns is on tour.
I don't
Never
know
mind.
if he is either. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you.
All right, Chris Stuckman, where are you?
You know Chris Stuckman is. Get him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's verified. Holy shit!
Do, 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 do. As the fucking the jujitsu alien is coming after you, as it's fighting Nick Cage. Do, 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 do. Get Stuckman eyes as he breaks Nick Cage's spine. Oh my god.
Why is it that we make Chris Stuckman more interesting than he actually is?
Fortunately, Chris Stuckman was raised on like vanilla bread.
There we go. All right, I just tweeted it at Chris Stuckman, I guess. He has no context.
Wait, Jeremy Johns has both a blog and only an Instagram. What is with these people only having like one of the like major social medias? And like of all things, you choose Instagram.
I think Instagram is appealing because it's very restricted on what people actually do there. So you don't really get bombarded with as much bullshit. So I can kind of get it, but it's kind of useless and not a lot of people even use it for anything.
I mean, I will never use Instagram.
Slur, I do have to say, this is the definitive fucking warrior poet in the sci-fi sense. This is the spaceman.
Oh, I updated that bio, by the way.
Oh,
It's
you
the-
did?
The
This is
warrior
the
poet in the
space Jehovah's
sci-fi
Witness.
sense, the six Eggman.
This is the space Jehovah's Witness.
An alien movie. It had characters that weren't the greatest, but they seemed like they belonged in an alien movie. It had a location that seemed like it was
What does that
suitable.
even mean?
It felt tangible.
It was
it's like
very
they felt like they
tactile.
belonged in an alien movie. What the fuck does that even mean?
It was tactile characters that felt like they belonged in a tactile alien movie. It basically means fucking nothing.
For the mythology of Alien and Predator. This film just takes Alien and Predator, makes it bloody, and puts it in a small town with a bunch of teenagers that belong in a slasher film. This is the very first Alien slasher film that there's ever been. And for just
Alien is a slasher film.
Yes, it is.
Also,
Alien,
there's
his
been
whole
a
concept-
shit ton of fucking B movies about aliens who come down to a small town in America
Oh my
and start
God.
butchering the horny locals. It's been done.
Alien was literally pitched as a slasher in space.
Look, it's not a slasher movie unless you have horny teenagers, all right?
God damn it.
that reason alone, I hate everything about this movie. The entire first act of this movie feels completely directionless. Cliched characters you expect to see in a movie like this just wander around and happen upon alien and predator shit. And the film just keeps asking us over and over again to actually give a shit about these characters. And they do nothing to make us care. I would say the most interesting character in the movie is probably the cop, because he
No!
Not really, no.
The cop is boring as everybody else. In fact, the cop has the worst line. Like the like I hope we're both wrong basically says like I hope we all die. Like that's not how you like cuz like I said they're trying to split up, like go to the hospital or go to the meetup point, and he's like trying to say like I hope that we both get out of this, but saying that I hope we're both wrong is not, that's basically saying that I hope there's no helicopter and that I hope there's no airlift. When how you would say it's like, let's hope we're both right, and that there is both the airlift and the helicopter at the hospital, and we can have a nice laugh once this is all over. See you on the other side.
I hope we're both wrong so we can die.
Yeah, that's why that's so. That's why. That
I mean, to be fair, he does look like he wants to die.
Yes, he does.
He's in Alien vs. Predator Requiem. He knows what he signed up for, and he just wants to fucking die.
Yeah, pretty much.
He seems like a nice guy who's just trying to help, and he's in the middle of this situation, so you kind of feel for him. There's the horrifically dumb subplot of this guy who's crushing on a girl from school, and he gets picked on by bullies, and his brother just so happens to be a convict who was recently released. So the cop continues to tell this convict just about everything. That's right. I mean, people are skinned because, you know, Predator, they like to skin people.
No, that's
Which makes no fucking sense.
He's not on
in this
holiday.
context. Okay,
Look,
so
he's the future of the predator race. He's got Asperger's.
okay, so a legit criticism that he could have harped on, and that Wolf just decided to skin a bunch of people for no fucking reason other than because Predator.
He only skinned the one guy, but it's still
Yeah.
no matter how many guys it is, it's still Tizame.
I know. You know what? Yeah, it's like he skinned the one guy instead of using the blue liquid to dissolve his body.
Oh, he should
But
have
he
just
skinned.
stabbed him and walked away.
Yeah, but like it's like that's a legitimate point of criticism because Wolf's not there to hunt humans. He's there for fucking containment purposes.
Do you think it's kind of like an addiction? It's like he knows he's supposed to stay on target and focus on the job, but just one more to get it out of my system, then I'll focus.
No, he's just like, oh, while I'm here, I may as well get a trophy. And it's just like he didn't even take his skull.
Yeah, he just skinned him, which makes no fucking sense.
I've always
You're not here to hunt for trophies. You're here to contain the xenomorphs.
So Unit would probably know more about this than I would. What's the point of the skinning if their whole trophy system is based on around skulls?
I think it's. I
Actually,
think
the
it's
flaying is to send a message.
Yeah, I think it's intimidation.
Yeah. You flay the target and you hang them in a public location so that your prey, the one you're actually hunting, will be scared and skittish and will run so that you can pursue. They'll
But
be
wait,
driven out of their entrenched position,
but the jungle,
or they will entrench harder.
but the jungle hunter wouldn't have known that somebody was going to go after Hawkins.
What do you mean?
In the original Predator, when he skins like the first squad, including our Dutch's friend Hawkins, if that's to like scare the shit out of some people that would go after them, he couldn't have possibly known that.
No, it's the first. Okay, remember Concrete Jungle? Remember the first mission when you actually get into the city?
Yeah, it's
Flaying
skin...
people and hanging them is like one of the first things you do.
Right.
It's because you're announcing your hunting ground.
Right.
You're announcing the game so that your prey can prepare and make it an honorable hunt.
I guess I was going to the original movie. I know in like the like yeah, in Concrete Jungle, it's to send a message to that family, the Borgia family, that you're going. That's like, oh, I'm going after you.
Yeah, it's basic, and it's the same in the original Predator. So those are the first people he came across, or close to it, and that was him marking the jungle as his hunting ground.
All right.
At least that's what we can infer from
it's just the way you kind of said it. You made it sound like as if it was bait, and it's like, what? How would that be bait?
Oh,
like
no,
Dutch?
no.
Because the Predator wouldn't have possibly known that Hawkins was going to get backup.
Yeah, it's just like things that are not his actual prey, but were like, they were there, and they were earned. They weren't just like dishonorable kills or anything.
Right. All right. Back to this fucking.
And the cop was like, hey, I'm going to tell this recently released convict about this horrific crime. The cop...
They fucking have history.
Yeah. I was going to say, as much as I think this film is absolute shit, it is referenced that they basically grew up together.
Yeah, he was constantly...
They have established history.
Yeah,
one of them turned out to be a convict, and the other one turned out to be the fucking sheriff.
And also, the sheriff is probably the one that arrested the convict. He said he spent.
Yeah, I mean, more than likely, because it's insinuated that this is a small town. Like,
yeah, and the guy even says like I've spent plenty of time in the back seat. So it's like he's saying like the sheriff was possibly the one who caught him in the first place.
Cop even takes him to crime scenes. It's unimaginably stupid on every level. Later, the cop even helps civilians break into a gun store and steal a bunch of guns, one of them being a former convict. Now, I get...
Being xenomorphs around.
Yeah, once he's like, oh no, there's a monster, I think the letter of the law no longer applies.
Logical solution, still clunky dialogue. We need guns.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to remember what he exactly said. He was like, people are dying. We need guns. And it was like, I should have expected the cop's eyes to go wide because like that sounded like you guys wanted to do the one that was killing the people. People are dying. We need guns. It's like, whoa. What? To either defend yourselves or so you can kill people. Jesus.
People are dying. I want to join.
Yeah,
let's get in there.
That's what.
Come on, we're falling behind, man.
It's the fucking purge.
get that aliens and predators are currently in the town and everyone's scared, but just give me a break. This screenplay can't even set up realistic characters. It just thinks,
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's like,
in like the first
oh,
10
we have these
minutes-
monsters, so we're gonna break into a gun store to get guns to protect ourselves, but that's not realistic.
Well, no, he was actually kind of complaining about the pacing there for a split
Oh, okay.
second. Because, yeah, the pacing of Requiem is broken as
Oh
hell.
yeah, it is terrible.
It was like, what, we were 10 minutes in and the fucking hive was already forming?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that right, Ninja? We were like 10
Yeah,
minutes
the whole concept of like getting face hugged and then having the chest burster develop and then having time after the chest burster comes out before it becomes a drone, like all of that is just borked.
Yeah, they're just
Well,
like,
no, aren't these
they're like,
ones warriors and not drones because they have the ridges?
they do have the ridges for somehow.
Yeah, but what part of that changes the whole life cycle of the alien? Like the timetable is just fucking
changes-
bonkers
No,
compared to the previous.
it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, it changes.
If
nothing
anything, the
because-
warriors take longer, don't they?
No, like the problem is that they take the exact amount of time. The issue is that AVP and AVP Requiem sped up the process by like 10 times because in
Yeah.
Kane it takes like 2 days max for the gestation to happen.
Gestation.
Thank you.
The destination.
The destination to happen. The gestation to happen for Kane, and then for Ripley that takes quite a few days, but that's because this is a queen.
Yeah.
But in AVP it takes like 2 seconds. Like it basically takes like 10 minutes max for the gestation of the chest burster, from the facehugger to the chest burster. And then, like 5 minutes afterwards, already fully formed drone. And then in Requiem, it's facehugger, chestburster, drone. It's like in like a span of 2
it's
minutes.
like fucking instant, you know, like 90 seconds or less, pop it in the microwave type xenomorphs.
Oh yeah.
Also, the idea that Predators just having facehuggers just in barely sealed tubes, just hanging out.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
on the
ship.
ship. They have these like open glass sort of, you know, tubes where facehuggers are just hanging out.
I'd
And
rather.
it's like,
just-
man, they know how
have a-
dangerous these things are.
Yeah.
I'd rather just it be in a box, a sealed box. You know what's in there. Just don't fucking open it.
Yeah. A sealed metal box clearly fucking labeled.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Facehugger, do not open.
okay, there's some people in a town and they're going to fight against the aliens because this is a Living Dead Part 5 movie, or this is a Jason Part 6, or this is another Halloween movie, right?
What the
No.
fuck is their alternative, Chris?
Die.
Should they just? Yeah. They should just. Yeah. They should have just let them. They should just die. That's the option.
Yeah,
Well,
I
then
mean,
the
I'm not
movie's not
saying humans fighting against aliens is like going to give them good chances or anything, but it's like there isn't exactly a great alternative.
I think it's just weird that modern assault weapons even work on the aliens.
Why wouldn't they? Physics, motherfucker.
Oh no, sorry. So that's mainly because of future canon. With isolation, it's led to believe that normal weapons don't work on the alien.
I
'Cause
mean,
you
in
Okay.
AVP, an alien body could go through a fucking stone pillar, no problem. So
I
Yeah,
know.
the thing is like you can't constantly rely on like EU shit.
No, with Alien Isolation, it's a video game.
I understand that. That's still basically outside sources. We're talking about the movie.
Right.
Now,
Like-
I do think it's good that they showed the one guy, even the dad in the very beginning, he shoots the facehugger with his hunting rifle
And the fucking
and immediately
acid,
gets
yeah.
doused with the acid.
I really
So
like that.
it shows that it's problematic and that the more advanced, you know, pulse weapons and smart guns from like Colonial Marines are probably a lot more effective against them, but the theory still works. You shoot a,
Right.
you know, piece of metal at a high velocity at them, it's going to do damage.
Right. To just explain to the audience, in Isolation, it was apparently confirmed that the only reason the Colonial Marines weapons even worked is because they're explosive tipped. like fucking bolter rounds. Like basically, once it went into the alien, then exploded. That was the only reason it was able to kill them. When it's like, yeah, when you really do think about it, bullets by themselves should be enough to do the. Hicks, wait a minute, yeah, that's fucking broken because Hicks has a fucking shotgun. He puts it in its fucking mouth. That's a stupid thing. Now that you like, even when you dive into it on a surface level, yeah, it's fucking stupid.
I mean, don't the weapons affect the aliens? They're just really hard to kill.
Yeah, it basically is shown to take multiple bullets to bring them down,
as opposed to like two pulse rifle bullets that would just make them instantly.
Well, even the pulse rifles, the whole thing about them is they fire rounds like retardedly quickly.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say that the fact that they're also the worst weapons to fight aliens with, because what's the one thing you would not want to fire at creatures with acid blood? Explosive shit.
Yeah.
Anything that would cause splash damage.
Although don't the pulse rounds, they kind of incinerate what they touch?
No.
So that takes care of it, or no?
No, when Drake shot at the no, it was either Drake or Vasquez shot the alien that was right next to Drake, the acid splashed right onto him.
But in general, the idea is that pulse rifles and smart guns fire their bullets at a high enough rate of fire that the physics is pushing all of the force that way. So if you were fighting them at a decent range, you would be fine. The only reason that they got fucked with is because they were too close.
Yes.
And Predator are two of the most iconic alien creatures of all time. Yes, Michael Myers is an iconic horror villain. He was in one excellent movie. Alien is totally different. Predator is totally different. But the studio doesn't see that. They just see...
Michael Myers is I don't want to say it's just shit, but he's not my favorite of the classic slashers.
Is Jason.
Freddy.
Oh, Freddy.
I mean, Jason went to space, so he's absolutely fair game to cross
Jason
over.
went to space.
Hey, that also qualifies as a guilty pleasure movie, by the way. Jason.
Jason absolutely. Remember when he picks up the two girls in the fucking sleeping bags?
Oh yeah,
that's amazing.
The tree.
Yeah.
Or the chick with the sink, where he just.
Oh, that kill is legitimately amazing.
Yeah, it dunks her face in the fucking liquid nitrogen, then smash.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Remember the sexy android?
Yeah. That the dude had like custom modded to be his companion.
Yeah.
Oh god. What was fucking
better times in Hollywood? Better times.
What was what Friday the 13th film was it when Jason goes to New York?
The 8th
I think
one.
there's literally one called Jason Goes to New York.
Oh,
it's called Jason Takes Manhattan, Friday the 13th Part 8.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Wait, is the cover just Jason Voorhees in one of those like white Y.A.R.P NY
No,
t-shirts?
it's him hanging off a fucking cruise ship liner. Hold on, I'll fucking Freddy.
He punches a dude's head off.
I believe it.
I love Friday the 13th Part 7 because it's when Kane Hodder first came in. The Jason suit is legitimately great, and he fights a psychic chick who uses telekinesis and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
It's dumb, but it's so much fun.
I mean, Jason is in and of himself fucking. After the second movie, like Jason gets really fucking Disney.
Well, yeah, like he's a deadite apparently now.
I mean, all those classic horror movie things, after they got to like their third sequel, they are just going for comedy.
Well,
they're just going for big air.
Fucking Halloween was shit because Season of the Witch didn't even have Michael Myers.
Wait, is that the one where they did the fucking annoying jingle and the masks with the?
Yes.
Well, the thought behind it was that Halloween was going to be an anthology series where anything can happen, any spooky thing can happen on Halloween. And Michael got blown the fuck up and burnt to death. So like Halloween 3 is like not great, but it's not terrible.
I guess I kind of don't like the slashers when they're just a guy. So Michael Myers, Leatherface, like they're just people that somehow keep surviving things.
Hold on. Leatherface is pretty fucking terrifying, my dude.
Yeah.
As far as
Yeah.
normal humans without superpowers go, he's pretty up there.
I mean, Jason, after you get past the second movie, he's like the supernatural equivalent to the fucking Doom guy. He's not
Mhm.
on the same level.
Oh, I was gonna
Yeah.
say Freddy, he just goes into your fucking dreams and murders the shit out of you.
Freddy is not remotely normal.
Yeah,
No,
that's
he
why.
is not.
No, that's why I was saying like I was disqualifying him before that was even brought up. It's like no, he's not.
No,
normal.
you'd have to compare him to like Ghostface from Scream,
Yeah.
being a regular guy. You know, shit
How
like
the hell
that.
does Michael Myers survive all this shit?
Yeah, that's my.
Oh, he's
ultimate,
possessed by the demon, remember?
What?
No, what
The
the
fucking
whole
Thorn cult?
But
What?
yeah, I know I know the Thorn cult stuff, but I didn't know he was possessed by a demon.
Basically, he's like cursed. He was born under the bad sign or whatever. Like he's
Yeah. Oh,
Then
right,
he's
right.
basically immortal, just like Jason is.
Then again,
Is
Yeah.
the
like
implication.
then again, when the explanation as to why Freddy was so fucking crazy when all like his mother was raped by all the guys in the psychiatric ward.
Yeah. And then as an adult, he was approached by Sumerian dream demons to give him superpowers because he was a horrible person.
That was after
Hey,
he was
you
being
guys
burned
remember
alive.
Hellraiser? He was really good and didn't have like a shitty backstory.
No, then he did.
Well, the
like,
Hellraiser
once-
1 is a really fucking good movie. The sequels are honestly not worth watching.
Yeah, because
No,
I
they
mean,
just worked.
Hellraiser 2 is okay.
no,
Hellraiser 2 is fine.
Is it though?
isn't Hellraiser 2 where we get the origin of Pinhead?
No, that's 3. That's
Fuck.
3. 2 is like a fine movie. It's not great, but I would say watch it if you're curious. Everything after that, don't even bother.
I would honestly just leave it at the first one. The first one isn't actually, it's a good movie. Like,
Oh
it's
yeah,
really
it's
good.
like it's the
But
kind.
the sequels are just
Yeah.
see the second one. It's fine compared to everything that comes after,
That is
but
true.
it's really boring, and then it just goes off a cliff.
Yeah, once they go to hell.
Yeah,
But yeah, the first one is like disturbing and like a lot of times when I watch horror films and I see like gore and stuff, I doesn't really bother me. With Hellraiser though, it's like I cringe.
oh yeah. When you see the guy after he comes back from hell being remade, that
Yeah.
holds up really fucking well.
It does. It's so like, oh my god.
Predator.
Better times in Hollywood, guys. Better times.
Yeah. Also, did you know that in the original Clive Barker story, Pinhead was a woman?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I mean,
I've seen some female cosplayers pull off really good pinheads.
well,
I've
to
also
be-
read a couple of other Clive Barker books. He's got this like fantasy-ish one, like dark fantasy thing. What the fuck was it called? It was like
I
about a
played
cat or something.
I played some of his
Nightbreed?
video games.
Weave World.
Oh, we
Fucking Jericho for like games, man. That was
Yeah.
that was good. That was some good shit.
Oh, then you would, man. You're gonna have a whole conversation with Yahtzee then, because he fucking hated it.
Dude, it was so innovative as far as like from a shooter standpoint. Like it introduced a lot. It combined like the horror genre and the first-person shooter very well.
Mm-hmm.
Like the story wasn't perfect, but it was the characters were good and they got you invested. So I mean, pretty fucking solid overall. Like I wish the ending was a little bit better, but I think they were also planning on a sequel that they just never got.
Dollar signs. They even took $20 million off of the budget when compared to the first Alien vs. Predator that had a much higher budget because they just want to make money. And again, the studio had no idea.
What?
Well, hold on there, Chris.
I
because-
don't think they just wanted to make money because the first one didn't even make that much money.
Yeah, that's my thing is like this was probably pitched by people who did not have near the level of talent that Paul W.S. Anderson did. So they
Yeah.
didn't have that level of cred. The idea on paper, I guess, sounds okay, but I mean, I'm sure by the time they saw some of the actual scripts, they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna this is not getting as big of a budget." They
Also,
were
yeah,
hoping,
this thing cost nothing, and I still don't think it made it back.
Well, but that's the thing. They were worried that AVP didn't make a big enough return, so they were hoping that by shrinking the budget and making it a little bit more, for lack of a better term, basic, more of a slasher type film, then they might be able to get some of their money back. Because, like them or not, most of those slasher films were pretty fucking successful.
Oh yeah, they were. They were made on a budget of sometimes like $1 million or less, and they made like 4 or 5 times that.
Well, just look at stuff like fucking Saw. That was made on a budget of $8 million, which sounds like a lot, but compared to most movies, that is nothing.
Okay,
And
I
the
just
whole thing-
googled it. Okay, the first one was made on a budget of 70 million, and it box office at 177 million.
Oh, that's
So
not
yeah, that's pretty good.
That's fine. And this one was on a budget of 40 million, so down to almost half, and it made 130.
So I would actually say both of those were successful.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Jeez. Huh.
So
This is
expect
just
another one coming
depressing.
in, but via with Disney. Now it'll be Mickey
And
and
on an
Minnie.
even smaller budget.
What was
No,
It's
the
gonna keep
it'll
getting
be with Disney, and
shrunk.
it'll somehow be worse than Requiem.
what was the
Oh god.
what was Robert Rodriguez's first movie that he fucking made with like a $7,000 budget?
Oh, it was not. Was it Was it? It wasn't
It was
Desperado.
either Desperado or El Mariachi.
El Mariachi, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't Desperado. That was the one with like the explosion in the fucking Antonio Banderas. And
Oh, okay, yeah. So it
we
was
actually
El
we
Mariachi.
actually talked about this on like a very God, I think it was like our 5th episode of Y.A.R.P. We talked about that.
Yeah, so it was El Mariachi.
Idea what fans wanted when I said we wanted to be rated R. We don't have to see a chest burster come out of a child. We don't have to see the pred alien lay eggs down
I
the
would
throat.
argue the chest burster coming out of the child. I'm with Slur on that one. That one, that's actually like shows that this is how brutal these creatures are.
Right.
They
I,
just
Yeah.
don't care.
I was a tiny bit
Everything
uncomfortable,
after
but
that is when it
this-
gets gratuitous.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
Exactly.
I was going to say I was a tiny bit uncomfortable with the kid getting chest bursted, but at the same time, it's very. I was about to say necessary.
Well,
it's
it's quick.
yeah,
Like it shows it for like a brief instant, and then it cuts away from it. And if they hadn't had all of the other gratuitous shit throughout the rest of the film, like if they had let that be the wow, that was really brutal, like if that was the high point of how fucked up the film got, but everything after that just continues to head in that direction.
yeah. I almost genuinely got mad when it was showing all the screaming and crying babies and just the pred alien looking over all of it. It's just like, okay, no, now you've crossed the fucking line here.
But
Yeah,
that's
this
what they
is-
were going for. That's the reaction they want you to
Yeah,
have.
yeah, I know. They want me to have the reaction of like, oh, you sick fuck.
Yeah, which it's like it's like when if somebody like punches you in the face, they want you to react in a negative way. Doesn't change the fact they still punched you in the face.
Yeah.
Of a woman whose water just broke, having the knowledge that the alien eggs are going to hatch in her stomach and eat her fetus alive. This isn't what we watch Alien for. That's actually a little disgusting, and I think they went overboard there. It was just unnecessary.
Isn't Alien supposed to be like otherworldly horror?
Well, here's the thing.
Well, yes and no. The whole alien creature was designed around the concept of the fear of being raped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sexual body horror type thing. These things are taking away your choice. The face huggers are you being raped and impregnated against your will.
Yeah, and then the dumbest thing. I think it was in the Cracked video that we watched while not streaming. It was like it rapes its way into you and then it rapes its way out of you. And I'm just like, it chest bursting. I don't understand how that.
Yeah, I wouldn't
rape its way out
exactly
of
say
you.
that's part of the rape, theme or analogy or whatever. It's just it's a very brutal, painful way to die, and it's
Yep.
And also, the alien's very appearance is very phallic.
Yep,
Oh,
they're
yeah, wasn't it-
specifically designed that way.
Yeah, wasn't
Yep.
it originally supposed to be very feminine too?
Oh, well, the bottom of the face huggers is basically a vagina with a dick that comes out.
Oh, I know that. I'm talking about like the xenomorph itself. Wasn't it supposed?
Yeah, there was a couple concept designs where they played around with that a little bit.
Have you?
But it ended up being mostly like dick
Yeah.
imagery.
When
And then
the
you have these dick creatures take you to this hive where you will be forced and you will be raped and impregnated more.
no,
Yeah,
not
it's
more.
all about
It's not more. It happens once.
Well, not if you're the pred alien, you can implant multiple embryos.
Yeah,
if
which I
it's a-
thought was weird because it felt like a big departure from an already established, like, this is
Yeah,
how
that
they
it was
reproduce.
that it was both a fucking pred alien and also somehow a queen.
Well, I mean, you can have a pred alien queen technically.
Yeah, but it's
Right,
weird
but
how
that's
it's
not
its
exactly what we were presented.
Yeah,
Yeah, that it
yeah,
was
we
its
weren't
own
presented that. We
facehugger.
presented something completely different, which was fucking weird.
Well, the whole belly burster concept, I mean, I
Ugh.
guess I get the idea of, like, we need to rapidly increase our ability to, I need more soldiers, basically, because that's their whole thing, is they're trying to nest and build as many as they can and expand out and
Yeah,
expand out.
rapidly reproduce. That is their whole thing.
Exactly. They need to do that. So I can understand logically how the Predalien is like a sort of advanced reproduction system, which you could make the argument they kind of explored that in Resurrection, although I think that was more Tisme than this even.
Ugh.
Because I
Yeah.
always thought that was one thing I didn't like about Resurrection is this whole concept of, oh, instead of laying eggs, she's gonna give live birth, and somehow that makes it better. And it's like, how?
And also, like, it says like it had a womb and stuff, and there's
Yeah,
the
well, it slows down the process. It
Yeah,
doesn't make it
and
faster.
not only that, there's the joke of like it needed semen. So what is that? Why Brad Dorff was there?
No one fucking knows. Yeah, it's weird.
And we all
Like,
know
the
that
whole
Brad.
reason that egg-laying species lay eggs is so that they don't have to carry around a thing inside them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
One would argue, fucking the way mammals give birth is very inefficient.
Well, no, we are allowed. It's an advantage for us because it means our young can be born with much bigger
Yes.
heads and develop a lot better, a lot faster compared to our size. You know, ducks are born able to swim, but they're much smaller and much stupider.
Mm.
It's
Yep.
just an evolutionary thing. Also, we're a social animal, so we're
Right.
able to care for pregnant members of our tribe. A duck, that ain't happening.
Well, no. Well, I mean, ducks are social animals, though.
What does
Really?
social have to do with being born of an egg or not of an egg?
It's more to do with a pregnant member of whatever social group you're in can be cared for by other members of the social group. If you're not a social animal, you're kind of out for yourself, so you need to be able to scavenge food
Well,
while your
ducks are
eggs are there.
social, but as far as their actual nesting goes, they nest like in pairs and they kind of separate themselves from each other. Like
Mhm.
once they lay their eggs, nothing comes near that nest.
Yeah. What about tigers? They're solitary.
Not really.
Oh, they're not.
Like, mm, eh. When they're adults, they'll stay away from each other, but when they're young, they will kind of care for each other's young a
No,
little bit.
no. I mean, talk about like a pregnant female tiger. Isn't she by herself essentially?
I'm actually not sure. I think the male will provide food for the pregnant female until the pups are born, and then he fucks off.
I know. Male cassowaries are basically left to take care of the kids by themselves.
That's how it is for penguins, if I remember correctly, as well.
Yeah. Fucking emperor penguins are the chads of the bird species. I don't fucking care what anyone says.
Okay. All right.
Well, don't they get confused sometimes, and then they like spend the entire winter carrying around a rock?
Sometimes, yeah. But to be fair, it's Antarctica.
I mean, yeah, big heart, small brain. We get it. I mean, you
Yeah.
are a bird. We'll give you some leeway.
I didn't give a shit about anything that was happening in this movie because the characters are so poorly set up, and the creatures that I love and adore are also treated like complete shit, and you can't even really see them. So all of a sudden, when
So in terms of the characters being shit, some of them are pretty much all right. I really liked the military mon, mainly.
Yeah,
because
she was fine.
They could have gone further with it, but I mean, the concept of her is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
like the concept of like the mom who just got home from war and like her kid doesn't quite know how to interact with them because they've been gone for so long. It's unfortunately it was cut short by the fucking alien apocalypse happening.
Yeah.
When the film is asking us to be okay with like really graphic and disturbing and disgusting shit, it just kind of pissed me off. This film also cannot
I
escape
guess
its
I don't
incredibly
have the same disconnect that you seem to, Wyatt, about that. Because like Chris seems to be kind of in your camp. Like,
Yeah.
this is gross, this is disgusting, it's crossing the line, therefore I can't take any of this other stuff seriously. And I'm like, well, why not?
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Like I can take stuff seriously. It's just I also just be like, man, a little too far.
No, I don't agree because like one of my favorite anime is Berserk. There is no such thing as too far. It's about the execution. Berserk goes way too fucking far, but people still are invested in it because it's really well written and it's really
And
really
it's
well drawn.
contextualized
I mean,
totally
with
everything
things
else
like
that
the
happens.
anime, you don't actively watch the rape during the
But
eclipse.
yeah, we're not talking about the anime. Nobody's talking about the anime when we're talking about Berserk.
You
We're always talking about
absolutely see the
manga.
rape in the movies.
Oh
Yeah,
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 in the
you
Golden Age
do.
movies,
In the
man, they
Golden
used to
Age
see
mov-
that shit.
Yeah, it's pretty graphic.
So that's my
But it's
point.
also,
It's not about whether it's gone too far or not. It's about how it did it. You know,
Mhm.
it always boils down to execution.
and it's about whether or not it just feels gratuitous or not. Like the reason I
Yeah.
give the first kid kill a pass is because it serves a purpose. It sets a tone. It leaves you suitably horrified. Whereas the other ones, like the maternity ward shit,
Yeah.
it comes out of nowhere.
It just
It
becomes
adds to nothing. It
gratuitous.
builds on nothing, and it's just there for I don't know,
It's
just shock value. It'd be
the-
like
it's
if
the-
Guts getting raped as a kid, it just happened and it wasn't contextualized by anything else around him. It didn't serve
Yeah.
anything else in the story. It didn't tell us anything about him. It's just a thing that was on the pages just for the sake of it. It would be gratuitous and awful, but that's not what
Very
happened.
like it comes off like in this film especially, it comes off like a 13-year-old decided to write the fucking script. Like,
Sorry.
yeah, we're
when
gonna
I-
have them kill the baby.
Yeah,
Well,
when I'm
I feel
talking
like
about the
what-
execution, this execution was done poorly because it was just gratuitous. This probably
I
could
think
be
they
done
were
well.
trying to shoehorn in some of the sexual aspects of it because whether we like to admit it or not, sex and horror kind of go hand in hand. It's why slasher
Yes.
movies usually have half-naked teenagers.
Hellraiser
Yeah,
is
That's why
literally
bitches love horror.
Hellraiser's a BDSM metaphor. Like it's a fucking
Yeah.
So, especially aliens, since their very design and their very, nature is sex body horror. I think they felt like, oh shit, we're like 90% of the way through the movie and we haven't really touched on that yet. We'll have the Predalien like run through the maternity ward and just murder a bunch of pregnant ladies. Like, I kind of understand what drove them to do it. Again, it's executed really poorly and really shit, but I get what they were trying to do, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Also, I guess this also shows that like when I think of Berserk, I try my best not to think about the eclipse and mainly think about like I don't know the horse or just Guts just murdering people. I just kind of focus on him fighting the 1,000 people and how gory that got, and
The
instead of
100 people.
yeah, the 100. I don't know why I said 1,000. It was him versus. If it was 1,000, that probably would have been a bit stretching it. I know it's Guts, but still.
Yeah.
No, I can totally do it, man. The Berserk and the Band of the Hawk video game.
Oh my
proved it.
god, I fucking love that game. Those who say Muso games are fucking bad just because it's mindless fun, and it's like, no, the mindless fun is part of the appeal. I don't know. I guess I think of more like things like the Millennium Falcon arc, or I think of like when he gets the Berserker armor. Like we're just watching things get killed, and I'm not really thinking about the super dark overtones behind it.
Oh, I love the super dark overtones.
I know.
Yeah, that's what
but,
really
like,
makes Berserk stand out compared to other stories.
Yeah.
right.
I mean, this guy was literally born from
Yeah, he
a
was
corpse
from a
hanging
hanging
on a
tree.
tree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was
like
raised
you
by
don't
the
get much
It
more
is,
fucking metal than that.
was raised by
it's
the
grim
camp.
dark on like Warhammer tier.
Yeah, was raised by the
Beyond.
was raised by the camp whore until she died of plague. Gambino taught him how to fight, then sold his ass for 3 silver coins to oh fuck me.
Was his name Walter?
No.
No. Didn't it begin with a G?
Gambino?
No, Gambino was
No,
not the
not
one that raped him.
Gambino.
Hold on.
Griffith?
No, not Griffith.
That's-
Griffith
that's
didn't
who-
rape.
That would
Hold on,
certainly put a
that's what
twist in the
Griffith.
story.
That's what Griffith wanted to do.
Yeah.
Donovan.
Donovan, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a G at all.
I mean, it's me and names. I was on the right side of the alphabet. That's a win.
Okay.
I was on the right side of the alphabet. What the fuck was that?
It means as in like the earlier half of the alphabet where the letter is like close to the letter I meant. As
You know
opposed to,
how
like,
these
the
Europeans
complete
are.
other
They're gonna
end.
draw funny lines so they can declare victory. I don't know what's wrong with the Australians, but
cheap look. It looks like a high-budgeted fan film. And it's not just the cinematography. It's the way the shots are edited together. It's the way they flow. It's the way the sound mix is. It's everything. The score, even the opening
Are you
and
gonna
closing
give fucking examples? Are you gonna give
no, he doesn't
examples?
do that on his fucking channel. Why would
Oh
he
my
do that?
god.
Also, there we did raise a bit of a point when we were at that point when the predator accidentally kills I think it was Jess, the romance lady. It was just showing, predator don't give a fuck.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
If we're caught in the crossfire, we're literally cattle to these guys. I know cattle is still the wrong word, but that's what the film.
We're
like
fodder.
Yeah,
we're fodder to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he literally just smart discs her so fucking hard she flies into a wall and stays there.
Yeah, like it's fucking
hilarious.
Like it's fucking Half-Life, and she got pinned by the gravity
Well,
gun.
and I think it's the way that the scene is composed, but just the suddenness of it, it makes it funny. Like I know they were going for like shock and awe, but they fucking missed the mark.
Yeah, she's like, Jess.
Like she storms off because she's like mad or something, and then
scared.
like she's scared. She's trying to run off, and like she takes 2 steps and then just gets fucking impaled. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
And then the guy who liked her so much has like a personal reason to fight the predator.
Oh yeah, they try to have him give this big hero moment where he like rushes him with the military rifle. It's like okay.
It's like it's like, oh my god.
Titles look like Windows Movie Maker. And of course, just so you know, the way to make a great movie is just to repeat lines from former films in the franchise.
Alright, get out of here.
Oh my god, he's an example. Holy shit.
A fucking,
What?
Holy shit.
Hey, he's a
Time. I'm not leaving you. Get to the chopper.
You don't have to.
I still thought that line was so bad. Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
He was trying so hard not to do his Ernie impression as that line came out.
Right.
Get to the chopper.
Oh.
Come on, do it! Do it now!
To do this, Dallas.
Now, go!
Are you fucking kidding me? Let me show you a scene. Just look at this scene and tell me how fucking awesome it is.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
I mean, that scene isn't inherently awesome because he said get to the chopper. He's like
He delivered it.
I was gonna say it's the context around the scene that makes that scene awesome.
Yeah,
like,
the predator got him. It's pretty much about to kill him as far as like.
As far as he's concerned, he's dead.
And he's just like, get out of here. And then he starts crawling away and then falls down the cliff and then ends up in the water. Like, it's actually like, it's very suspenseful. It's the context. Context.
Nope, it's get to the fucking chopper.
Oh my.
Get to the chopper, baby.
Damn it, Stuckman. Even when you bring up references, you still fucking fail.
I got a superpower about that. Okay, I'm pausing for copyright tisms. I thought he'd be done.
No, apparently not.
Wait, so,
Also, fun fact, in the Predator Hunting Grounds game, like every time the mission ends
It's
by
get to
you
the
getting
chopper.
a fucking chopper.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate how mainly because like from what I've watched of people playing as the Predator, playing as the Predator looks like it would be so fucking fun. Too bad it's the same map over and over, and it's like 4 guys versus 1 Predator. It's so irritating. I wanted hunting.
Well,
why
they
not
also
team
make
of
it
humans
grindy as
versus
fuck.
why not team of humans versus team of predators?
Okay, because they beat
Because
the
the whole thing is it's like the what was
original.
that game? Prey or Hunt?
No,
Where you
Dead
Evolve?
by Daylight.
Yeah, maybe that one. Well, there's Dead by Daylight, there's Evolve, there's a whole genre of games that fall into that category, but it's
Right.
basically the 1v4, 1v5. And that's what they want. But the problem is everybody wants to play as the Predator. So like
Yeah,
you can
because-
queue up as a Predator and have like a 30-minute fucking wait time.
Because why would I, in my Predator video game, would I want to play as a fucking human in a generic first-person shooter? No, I want to play as a
Yeah.
fucking Predator. And that's,
Yeah, no, it's bad.
it's why I actually am glad that for once in like a blue moon, we actually have a good Terminator game, like with Terminator Resistance. And I was hoping Hunting Grounds would also prove the record that yeah, you can
No.
do good Predator games. And it's like, nope, it fucked it up.
No, I still
Maybe-
maintain some of the best Predator games were like Concrete Jungle and the one with what was it, Alien versus Predator Evolution?
Oh,
are you
RTS
talking about
one.
the
You're talking-
RTS game?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Predator-
RTS
Al-
games.
Extinction.
Yeah, Evolution.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, it's
yeah, it's called Extinction.
okay.
Yes,
Extinction.
I knew this was an E thing, but yes, that one was fucking phenomenal. Like each side felt like it had, pros and cons, and
The only problem being is that if you play the Predator campaign, the AI beyond cheats.
Oh yeah, no, because they're like, oh, you're gonna play the Predator, we're gonna stack the fucking deck against you.
Yeah, and they spawn units way above the cap that even the enemy team would ever have. And it even slows the game down if you were to cheat and see how much of the map, like where they've spawned in. It's insane. Okay, gotta pause again. Stuckman, you can't just show the entire. I know copyrightisms are easier on you, Stuckman, because you're big and famous or whatever. Ugh. But Jesus Christ, man.
Also, when did the thing come out? The algorithm might not have been as harsh back in that day.
It came out in 2017 because he said he was reviewing
Before
all
Covenant.
of the before Covenant. We
Hey,
still
guys.
need to cover Patrick Willem's video on Alien Covenant.
Oh,
Do we
God.
though?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know if I care enough about Alien Covenant or Prometheus to make that.
I care enough
Okay,
about
then
the
I
alien.
probably will at one point.
Hold on,
in
I
time,
care
I'll do
enough
it.
about the Alien franchise to cover him. If
I
he's-
don't even consider those being part of the Alien franchise. Like, fuck off, Ridley Scott.
No, he's an artist, guys. He's an artist.
An artist.
What do you guys?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever see Alien Covenant, or did you like once that all that shit was out, you just said?
Oh, I watched it. It was terribad.
Yeah,
I
I
watched it
didn't.
in theaters. It was awful.
I don't normally.
I kind of just anytime something new comes out, I don't get involved in the hype. I let other people see it first.
I don't normally shy away from most gore. For some reason, alien coming out of the spine. For some reason, had to look away from that. Don't know why that was on the look away chart.
Was that one of your Deku bitch moments?
No, because I've seen a lot of fucked up shit.
Well,
I don't. I play like I
if
also
the shoe fits.
fucking play Mortal Kombat and fucking eviscerate somebody.
Oh my god, Jesus!
Wasn't that?
Okay, there we go.
Why did he choose to cut it there of all fucking places? Like,
Yeah,
was
he
he
should-
literally just wanting the suspenseful music?
Yes.
Maybe
could've-
that's the point he's making. That's what makes it good. I don't know.
I honestly don't know, but it just seems like an odd choice. Like, he specifically chose that section. Okay.
That just balls out awesome. Now, again, look at AVP2's way of tributing it.
All right, get out of here. Now I'm gonna buy some time. I'm not leaving you. Get to the chopper.
You don't have to do this.
If really, yeah, the delivery is just so tis me, but not because like.
So
it's not-
you literally just played this clip twice, you fucking retard.
Dallas.
Now, go! Come on, you motherfuckers!
Just why? Why? I don't need this. This is exactly what I was afraid AVP1 was going to be. Again, I'll reiterate, that movie ain't that great, but it knew what it was. This movie is just shit. Complete shit. When our best look
Like this review,
Oh man,
like this.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
Look
that's
how
what-
well lit they are.
yeah, that's the thing. That's what it looked like.
That's
on
got to be
set.
like a promotional thing or something. That's not
Oh
from
yeah,
the fucking
No,
film.
absolutely.
no, that's
is.
what
and
it-
it still looks cheap as
That's
fuck.
both either a promotional or that's what it looked like behind the scenes. Either way, for the love of God, why didn't we get this?
Yeah, we didn't get to see any of that in the fucking film.
I mean, that
Oh,
pretty alien
God.
suit looks pretty good.
Yeah, if your behind the scenes shots look better than what you actually put in the final product, that's a problem.
Yeah,
Very
you done
much.
fucked up somewhere.
at the new creature in this film is the production photo because it's actually well lit. That's saying something.
Hey.
Oh, and at the
He literally just the fucking nuke that just we as we were watching that we got a look from the sheriff and it's just like the sheriff's giving this look of like motherfucker.
and the government bombs the town, and a bunch of innocent adults and children are dead. But I guess we're supposed to be happy because a couple principal characters made it out. And there's a setup for a sequel.
Okay, so first off,
Well, I don't think
in
he
ter-
wants you to be like super happy about the nuke, but
No.
the alternative is the aliens take over the planet.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's either us or them, and I'm gonna choose them.
Exactly.
Wait, what? No,
Like
choose
them
us.
no, them as to die. Like they will die. I probably said that. I probably used the analogy wrong.
Okay, yeah, I was very confused. I was like, why do you want the aliens to take
But as
over?
in
Why?
shoot them. Sorry, I've always heard the analogy being used that when you want to like choose who to kill, us versus them, you choose them to kill.
Or if
guess-
Well,
it's
it's
me or
us
you,
or
buddy,
them.
like I'm choosing myself.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
usually like I'm choosing who lives, not who dies.
Or who I'm siding with. I'm
Right.
siding
Yes.
with me or
And I-
you, and I'm siding
I
with
have-
me.
Then I have heard that analogy wrong so many times.
Why?
Ow.
Chris Stuckman, apparently.
Bro.
Oh my god! Whenever Chris emotes, it's like a
Hold
robot
on,
trying
hold
to
on,
mimic human
Hold on.
emotion.
That's
On
a
it.
face and a half. You don't need to put, you don't need to put it in the jujitsu suit. We just need that face. There we go. Oh my god, that just instant shut off. That was horrifying.
Yeah, that was unsettling.
His
Chris.
CPU
You okay?
was having stress trying to mimic human emotion for a little bit.
I'm going to give Aliens vs. Predator Requiem an F.
It's pretty bad. It's very bad.
So much catharsis right now. So much. We are done talking about alien films. I hope you guys really enjoyed this series. I had a great time making it.
No,
the first two.
because I
Well,
I didn't enjoy this one.
He probably enjoyed talking about Alien and Aliens. I'd probably get a kick out of talking about Alien 3. Just because
Why do you like horrible things, Wyatt?
Alien 3 is not as bad as Resurrection. They're both bad.
Dude, it is utter dog shit.
We're gonna I will rewatch them with you and we will figure this out because I'm certain that Resurrection is worse than 3.
Are two of my favorite movies ever. I really hope you checked out the Alien 3 review I did with my friend Matt Brando. We went incredibly in-depth into that film. The pre-production,
I
the
don't
early
believe
drafts, the theatrical cut, the assembly cut. It's a long video, but that's something that Matt and I would like to do every once in a while.
so
Take a film that we're both passionate about.
Long as in, what do you mean by long? Do you mean
Yeah, when
long?
he says long, I'm guessing it's about 20 to 30 minutes.
Hold on, we'll end this and then we'll
out, or
Take
that
a
we
look.
both have differing opinions of and just talk a long time about it and get really in depth. I hope you guys checked out that video. Thank you so much as always for watching, and if you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Stuckmanized.
Oh,
yeah, there it is. Oh,
53
that's an
minutes
actual
long.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's
a
an
long
hour
one.
long. Yeah.
It's an
So, yeah.
actual Longman video. Holy
I'm
shit.
pretty sure I've actually watched that before.
Do you remember anything about it?
They blamed the studio for a lot of the issues with that film. They basically tried to say that, the original ideas or Alien 3 on paper was great, and then the studio kept interfering and having them make changes at the last minute, and it basically got borked to high heaven. I don't know how much of that is true. I try not to rely so heavily on outside knowledge. Like, look at the film, respond to the film.
Well, we kind of can at the very least tiny bit look at studio interference. Like, not only was Suicide Squad just a bad film, it was made even worse by the studio interference.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure,
the fact that
you
we
can.
know in the meta that they got the people who did their trailer to do another cut of the entire movie, it goes a long ways to explaining how the fuck we got to where we got.
Oh, it absolutely does. You're not wrong. I just think that the movie should be able to either stand or fall on its own.
Right.
Yep.
And it does fall.
And it does spectacularly.
Oh.
I feel like nothing was accomplished.
Welcome to Y.A.R.P.
we just get.
No, I just thought that was just the Chris Stuckman experience.
I mean, yeah, that too.
Chris Stuckman experience straight up on Y.A.R.P.
I've been Stuckmanized. I'm not sure how I should feel.
That's what you hear when you go to sleep.
Dude, every time you do that, I want to punch you in the face.
They say I resort to violence too fast.
No, you just resort to autism too much.
You're just standing there, it's like clutching your hands, like, don't make me use my autism. I'm warning you.
No, I'm like holding over my head, ready to just chuck it. I'll use it. Don't think I won't.
It's one for all, but it's autism.
You're just taking eggs out of your pocket.
He's like autism, full cowling.
Just fucking. Jesus Christ. You guys want to talk about anything else, or should we end the podcast for today?
I mean, we kind of talked a lot about the two movies as we were going through those reviews.
Yeah, I think we'll have to make this kind of a recurring thing. Like, we'll cover some other guilty pleasures in the future. We mentioned a few of them towards the beginning of the episode, but we'll sprinkle it throughout.
Rewatching Deep Blue Sea, all of us.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna be fun.
I heard they're up to like at least 3 or 4 of those now.
I think it's 4 because there was a 2.
I only
Still
remember
can't
seeing the
believe there are
first one.
sequels.
So
yeah, I've not seen any of them.
I also
that's exciting, like genuinely.
I want to fucking rewatch Winter Soldier because I'm staring at Twitter and we all know Southpaw.
You're just trying to fucking start fights with people.
No, I like Southpaw is fucking talking about his new hot take, and it's kind of hinting that it's Winter Soldier. And I'm like, ooh, because that's one of my favorite superhero movies. I'm like, does that really hold up?
There are 3 apparently. The first one was made in 1999. The sequel was made in 2018, and then the third one was made in 2020.
Oh God, 2020. Why
Deep Blue Sea?
Oh, Deep Blue Sea.
So they
Why
let the
wait
franchise
9?
just rest for 19 years?
What the fuck? Yeah,
Well, I mean,
apparently.
Hold on, let's not forget the fact that there's like 4 Scorpion King movies and none of them use only one of them uses the Rock, and even though it's supposed to be like the same character.
Isn't Jaws like the original for this shit? Where by the time you get up to Jaws 4, it's just beyondism.
Oh yeah, Jaws 4 when they ram the shark and it explodes.
Hey, Michael Caine was in it, and he said he delivers laundry.
Yeah.
The shark's on a rampage.
Some sharks just want to watch the world burn.
Or drown.
How did you find the shark? We burned the ocean down.
Oh, has anyone here seen Mega Shark versus Crocosaurus?
No.
What the
Oh,
But I
fuck
saw
is
that.
that?
You
it's
didn't
an
see the
asylum
Meg?
film. It's an asylum film.
That tells you everything you need to know right there.
I wanted to see the Meg, but unfortunately, I was like, it's a Jason Statham movie. I'm gonna give it a
I
pass.
saw it on Fox back when that thing was still alive, and it was like not what I was hoping for. I guess I expected more people to die. I expected it to be more brutal than it was.
Oh, you thought it was gonna be like Piranhas 3DD.
Oh, dude, I love Piranha. That shit is some good shit.
Oh, Piranha 3D was fucking hilarious.
Like a lot of really weird horror movies.
I
Dude,
know.
I will watch just about any horror movie if the premise sounds right. Like,
oh,
this fucked up thing is gonna kill a bunch of randomly clothed teenagers. Yep, sign me the fuck
Okay,
up.
so have you seen Black Sheep?
Yes.
Have you seen Tire?
That fucking movie. Yes, I have.
Yes.
Tire's great.
It's
It's a little bit too meta for its own good, but it's a lot of fun.
It is. Basically, you have these genetically modified sheep, I believe, and they go around killing and eating people. And then
Dude.
people turn into were-sheep.
Dude, Splice is so fucking bad. That's a
That movie is just really fucking weird.
I
It's
started
really
watching
weird.
it.
It goes places it really shouldn't go, and then it just kind of ends. Bruh.
I got to the
that
part
movie fucked me up.
where they relocated to the barn, and then I just stopped watching because I was like, "This is I don't like. I can see where this is going."
you mean
Yeah,
where Adrian-
honestly,
like it.
everywhere you think it's going there and further.
And
Just
then
go back
Brody
to it.
Then Adrian Brody fucks the thing, and then at the end of the movie, it fucks the lady, and then it
Yeah.
shows like she got pregnant from it.
Yeah, basically, he
Oh
statutorily
God.
rapes it, and then it forcibly rapes her. It's some Alabama fucking outback psycho shit. It's nonsense.
Also, this is a take and a half. Fucking somebody saying that Life is an underrated movie.
I have not seen Life, but I've heard it's nothing but puritanism.
I've not even heard of it.
Isn't it that Ryan Reynolds' Alien Meets the Thing movie?
No.
I don't know.
Life.
See, you say Alien meets the Thing, and all I'm thinking of is that Evolution movie from like the early 2000s.
Oh my God, I remember that Evolution.
I saw that when I was like way too young to have seen that, and it was fucking awesome.
It was so good. Or well, when I watched it as a kid, I haven't seen it since then. It could be fucking awful.
Have any of you seen Stung?
No.
I have. It's really weird.
When was it made?
2015.
Ugh.
It's literally defined as a horror comedy.
Okay.
Well, yeah, like
You're
at
not
the end,
supposed to own the comedy. You're supposed to at least pretend you're.
Oh
gonna be
fuck!
scared.
Lance Henriksen was in it. He's just in
he
all
was.
the things.
So
He was in it, and then at the end you have giant wasp cows.
Yeah.
I'm
the
sorry.
fuck?
Hold on.
It's great.
I have a fucking screenshot to share with you all, and it
Oh
is
boy.
As if it's from
alien
Stung, I've
movies on
already seen it.
Netflix that should be required viewing, and it's like, hold on, this is my, come on, my snipping tool fucked up. There we go. And this is
So
the
these are
thumbnail.
must-sees, huh?
What the
What the
what?
fuck even is that?
Hold on.
What the?
Hold
I
on.
genuinely don't know the source for that.
I gotta fucking show this on stream. Hold on. Gotta fucking.
Lawrence
Why-
Fishburne.
I didn't know he was still alive, but yeah, why is Lawrence Fishburne a brainless?
Of course, we're still
Microwave
alive.
man.
Oh, that's a thumbnail and a half.
Excuse me. What? That is so weird. It's like it. Okay, so it's like that one shot from if anybody remembers Steven Spielberg's AI.
Yeah.
Dude, it reminds
It's like
me.
what I don't know. It's like this one girl robot. She turns her head to the left and right, and it's basically looks like that.
Dude, it reminds me of the Thing prequel at the end of the movie when it's just that big mass alien thing, and then it just has the human face just attached to it, and it just
Oh,
looks to
yeah.
the side. Like, that's what it reminds me of.
Thing prequel is so bad.
It is. I've been wanting to watch it with you guys just to fucking laugh at it.
It's really bad.
That's the thing.
Didn't they also make a remake where all the effects are done with CGI and stuff?
Yes.
That's the
No.
one.
Yeah, they thought
Uh.
they wanted to do all practical, and then fucking studio interference. Once again, they looked at it from the side where, of course, nobody would be looking, and they were like, "Oh, this looks awful," and it's just like, you're looking at it from the side. Of course, it looks bad.
How are you a movie producer and you don't get that that's how that works? How does that happen?
Failing upwards. It's a common practice in Hollywood.
Yeah,
Yep.
the guys who made the effects for the thing, they were showing off how they made like the props for Alien vs Predator Requiem, for a few other films, but then they brought up the thing and they said like, you can stop blaming us for that, please, because we actually did a lot of great effects for it. They just got CGI'd over.
How is it that Krampus of all films is like an example I'll point to modern films, at least modern quote unquote films, big budget. I wouldn't call it big budget, but you know what? Things that aren't direct to DVD or direct to video or direct to streaming that have decent practical effects.
I honestly, I am amongst the camp. Like I lean stubbornly into like most modern films are shit, which is really like, which can be annoying considering how there are actually a lot of good modern films.
Dude, it really depends on the application. I mean, Train to Busan is fucking modern and it's amazing. You know,
What about Train to Busan 2?
Stop it.
Train back from Busan?
Exactly. The point is, like, it's all about the execution. Like,
Right.
just because it's a modern film doesn't automatically mean it's shit. I mean, it's definitely more likely because people kind of stopped giving a damn.
I think it's cynicism. I think it's my cynicism. I definitely just like, ugh.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I think
no,
it's like
need to
in
give it a
any given
chance.
year, on average, the same percentage of movies are shit. It's just they don't usually get remembered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like
but
how
like now the shit is so bad that it eclipses the good.
It's like how we all remember fucking Predator and Commando and all, and like Terminator 2, but there was probably a lot of fucking shitty 80s movies like Death Spa.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's literally what Best of the Worst is literally all about.
Rotor.
So, I think we can call it, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we've covered everything we wanted to cover in this one. We've thoroughly looked at Alien versus Predators 1 and 2.
Yeah. I still say Alien vs Predator still a great guilty pleasure. Not Requiem.
Yeah, I mean,
still shit.
Yep.
Requiem is shit, but the first one, it's got a lot of really stupid shit in its writing and its plot, but it's a pretty fucking fun movie. Got a lot of things
Fun
to like.
movie to watch. I still enjoy Requiem. I will never apologize, even if it's fucking dog shit.
Call yourself a critter? I kid. Alright, so thank you all for watching. We'll see you in the next episode.
Bye, everybody.